The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Elite grandmasters are ready to put on a show at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Top players are back in the capital city and excited to tackle the first classical event of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. World champion challenger Gukesh D is just getting warmed up, winning his first game to claim a share of the lead. Reigning GCT champion Fabiano Caruana is looking for a repeat of his banner year, emerging victorious over a white-hot Alireza Firouzja. Round one is in the books with two names at the top of the standings, but in a field this strong, no lead is safe. Day two of world-class chess, coming up next.
Fans to day two of the Superbet Classic held here in Bucharest, Romania. It was an incredible day one, a lot of fighting chess. Behind me, as you can see, is the Romanian National Theatre, where the actors are putting on a spectacle just across the street at the Grand Hotel Bucharest. You can go and enjoy the chess show. What will round two bring? Let's go to the studio and find out.
Day one of the Superbet Romania started with some fireworks, and we can expect more today as day two starts right now. Hello and welcome to the Superbet Chess Classic. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's going to be a lot of fun to commentate the action alongside two wonderful grandmasters, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Evgeny Miroshnichenko.
Jovi, Miro, delighted to be with you both. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. Indeed, as you've heard, day one started with a bang. There was some unbelievable preparation with also some unique play that maybe one Fabiano got away with, undeservedly so. Even so, a victory's a victory. He'll take it. Jovi, do the honors and tell us the current standings after one very exciting
two decisive games. Fabiano Caruana winning, as well as young Gukesh. They're in the lead, but there were three draws, so that means there are 6 players tied for third place, amongst them Pragnanandhaa.
And the format for Bucharest.
Yes. So it is a 10-player round robin, which means there are 9 rounds and the players play each other once. The time control is 2 hours or 120 minutes, plus a 30-second time bonus per move. No draw offers allowed. It's going to make it extra exciting. And we do have a fantastic $350,000 prize fund.
And the schedule.
Yes, the players are playing 1 round per day, and today it is round 2. Mark your calendars, because on July the 1st, the Monday, it is a rest day, and do remember that on Friday, July the 5th, if there is a tie for first place, we will be seeing playoffs.
Nice. And Amira, this Superbet tournament, a very, very powerful one, but you've found some fun facts to share.
So some fun historical facts to share. Exactly. So we, of course, looking at the moves most of the time, but sometimes stats also are important. And from the history of Superbet Classic, well, fun fact number 1, there has never been a recorded checkmate. So we all know that checkmate is the goal of the game, and they do win games, but they resign, so there's never been a checkmate on the board. However, there's been one stalemate. In 2022, Aronian forced a stalemate against Firouzja in 62 moves. And speaking of number of moves, let's look at the fastest and longest wins for the players. So the shortest win, Caruana, it took Caruana only 23 moves in 2023, might be a coincidence, to overtake MVL. In 2022, it took Wesley 74 moves to score a victory against Levon Aronian.
Nice facts. Thank you. Thank you for that. Nobody gets a checkmate.
No one gets to check it.
And it's my pleasure to introduce the other members of our broadcast team, Anastasiya and Cristian from Bucharest. Guys, what's the view like over there?
Thanks, Yasser, and thank you, Miro, for those brilliant stats. I have to say there's a buzz around the playing hall, but also all throughout the city, because we not only have excitement over the chessboard, but there's also excitement in the stands. There's a lot of fans that came here to watch Romania's trajectory at the Euros, and you caught some glimpses of that, Anastasiya.
Absolutely. It's such a big day for Romania yesterday. After the games were over, everybody ran to watch the end of the football match because Romania was playing against Slovakia. It was a historical moment for all people here in Bucharest. You can see what was happening. All the fans came out to the streets celebrating the fact that Romania is in top 16 right now. And they will be playing against Netherlands a few days later. So this is the hotel where the players are staying at the moment. You can see Garry Kasparov on top, and these are chess football fans all around.
They could be chess fans as well.
Yes, maybe they're also there as well. Maybe Cristian, you were there with them, also happily rooting for your team, which will play later in Euro 2024. You can see also fireworks here in University Square. I was sitting just in front of the hotel watching all this show. I saw also Alireza Firouzja was also nearby watching the same, and it was such a great moment for all fans and for all supporters of football in Romania. And I must tell you, it was a really, really exciting moment for Romania and for all fans. Cristian, back to the games.
Back to chess. back to chess right now. Let's take a look at some of the top games in my estimation going into round 2, and I want to start with the battle between the youth. That is Alireza Firouzja and Abdusattorov. As you can see, they haven't played as many times against each other. Lifetime classical matchup, 1 win for Alireza, no losses and 2 draws. But I have to say, Alireza coming off a loss in round 1. Abdusattorov definitely will be going into this round with a lot of confidence. We'll see if Alireza will be able to bounce back. Another big matchup is the one between one of the leaders, the co-leaders going into the second round. That is Gukesh with the black pieces. He will be facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's a battle between the challengers,
yes,
right? The former challenger,
yes,
and the new challenger as well. As you can see, 1 loss for Jan. So Gukesh has the upper hand in this one. Guys, a lot of exciting chess, and we'll be here to call all the action from Bucharest, Romania. Now back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, and congratulations to Romania for the Sweet 16. I was going to say, those chess fans sure are enthusiastic.
I know.
Right outside, camping outside the
fireworks as well. I mean,
the Players
absolutely.
Hotel.
I would appreciate that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Romania. And tell our viewers about the pairings for round 2.
They are as exciting as the atmosphere in Bucharest. And you can see
Absolutely.
Fabiano Caruana will take on his countrymate, Wesley. So, incidentally, Wesley has a double black. Bogdan Deac will be playing Anish Giri, Jan Nepomniachtchi, as we saw, playing the young Gukesh, and Pragnanandhaa against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I'm going to say our marquee matchup is Jan Gukesh, and then the 5th board.
Yeah, finally we have Alireza Firouzja against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
And break down that prize fund.
It is juicy. Yes, first place nets $100,000, second place $65,000, and third place $48,000. And even 10th place, the last place, will get a share. 10,500.
Lovely. As we go to the playing hall in Bucharest, the players taking their seats. For me, I must say, I really love to see an auditorium full of an audience. It just has a different feeling than when you're playing just by yourself in a secluded, closed room.
Totally agree. And it's very inspirational as well for people to
I've
come,
always
watch,
found that,
and absorb the atmosphere, see how their favorite players are playing. And you could just get up and close with your favorite chess personalities. I also liked yesterday when we saw the trio of kids,
Yes.
one yawning and the other two playing thumb war.
Thumb war, and there we see the All-American Derby about to take place between Fabi with the white pieces, Wesley with the black pieces, and these two have crossed swords many times. The challengers, the claims of the challengers. This one, yeah. What event did you play in that had the biggest audience? That
Did I play in?
Yeah, a massive open, huge audience.
No, I have never played
Maybe-
a tournament,
maybe
but I have
Olympiads.
been. Yes, actually, yeah, you're right.
Olympiads
Chennai Olympiad had a massive audience.
Right.
But I can say that as a kid, I went to watch, I think it was the Candidates, and see John Spielman play.
Oh, nice.
And I was in the auditorium of the Barbican, and I loved being part of that.
Wonderful. And Miro, jump in on this one. Events that you've played in that had, or participated, that had the biggest audiences.
The biggest. Well, live audience at the
Right,
venue, you mean?
yeah.
Right, probably as the commentator, like Istanbul Olympiad or something like that.
Like
yeah,
the Olympiads are always well attended.
I've been a couple of times, like in a little theater on stage, like Ukrainian Championship, and I
Right.
think the World Cup 2005.
Yeah.
Even though it was in Khanty-Mansiysk, which is like Siberia, but we were in a little theater and playing on stage. So.
It was nice. I remember the candidates in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and it was Viktor Korchnoi versus Lev Polygaevsky in the Argentine theater. Could only seat 1,100, and it wasn't even standing room. You couldn't get in. In fact, it was so bad, they put monitors on the street corners of the theater so people in the street could see the games.
Yes.
On the monitors. It was fabulous.
Yeah,
Argentina.
I would like to see street-side commentary, and here we have
Opening.
the opening for round 2.
Announcements.
Celebru atacant al echipei naționale.
Yeah.
Și am o curiozitate în acel meci din optim cu
And here we have another footballer making the first move.
He looks
Very-
fit.
He does look fit, very timely as well, just after Romania qualified to the last 16.
Oh, that's all you. I'll go with Florin. You just finish the rest.
And there we can see Radiochu.
Give it your best shot, Miro. How would you pronounce it?
Florin is fine.
Yes, well done.
Am făcut onoare
Yep.
fotbalul românesc, cum de altfel și băieții astăzi fac o figură extraordinară.
And
Translation? You've played in the Romanian league. I mean,
Right, we have Cristian just for that.
yes, indeed. Christian will be our top agent on this
Coincidența
one.
face ca astăzi una dintre partide să fie o dispută română-olandeză în anticiparea celei care va avea loc marți, tot în timpul uneia dintre rundele de la Superbet Chess Classic. Iată partida Bogdan Deac
Now the
contra
question
Anish
is
Giri și vă
which
invităm
game
să
will
faceți
Florin
prima mutare.
choose?
I think he's going to be
With
opening for the wild card, the
Daniel.
local hero, Bogdan Daniel.
Okay.
He's
now
been
that was
given
an
some
indication.
pointers.
Oh, boy, you just gave away the family secrets. Knight F3. Don't you dare say horsey F. Horsey to the middle.
The horseman to the middle.
The horseman. to the-
I like that.
Nice.
We ride at dawn.
Și invităm pe scenă pe un alt ilustru Florin, de data aceasta al șahului românesc, mare maestru Florin Gheorghiu.
So we see
And
our.
there we can see
The
crowd, the audience.
Now this
The
one is
cameras.
Florin Gheorghiu. He was a top Romanian grandmaster in my day, Florin Gheorghiu, and he, for many years, was in the world's top 10, and maybe even the first Romanian grandmaster.
80 years old.
80 years young.
Did you ever play him, Yasser?
Oh, many times. Many times. He was quite the legend in my time. It was very
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't quite catch
Now,
him.
one of the things that was really unique about Florin was the way he moved the pieces and pawns. So he had a little flair, and let's see if he's kept that flair. I mean, truly it was unique, and he would just, it was almost like he would make his moves with an exclamation mark. I'll be very curious. Florin, actually today, no longer international grandmaster, but he does lectures at the university in
5 languages.
Yes, different
Incredible.
languages. Yeah.
And he's getting ready to
It
make the
seems to
first
give a
move.
lecture. This is a man who likes to talk.
And
You know, when you do these opening ceremonies, first moves, you know, you get paid by the words.
yeah, so
Here we
giving
go.
away the trade secrets there.
Here we go. Let's see if he makes the move with a flourish or not.
I'm eager to see what he's going to predict for
I am
Fab.
too.
E4, D4, Knight F3.
Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Does he make it with a flare? Let's go.
He's asking for.
E4, D4.
Did you see Wesley's suggestion there? Wesley suggested that he try A4.
Touch move, touch move. Nice. Well, round 2 is about to get underway, and yesterday we had a mixture of one very, very heavy theoretical discussion and then one very unique game where the play from the opening between Fabi and Alireza took us into uncharted territory early. Something like that is your expectation for today, or more, or just theory? Miro.
It's going to be interesting, right? Because Wesley has such a solid style.
Yes.
It's very difficult to break down. So I'm kind of curious to see what Fabiano. Yeah.
By the way, just incoming news from Firouzja, who informs us that thanks to his victory yesterday, Fabi is now once again on the cusp of becoming number 2 ranked player in the world, and he would do that, of course, with a victory today. But what a start for the tournament and our defending champion, Fabiano. Lucky yesterday, yes, but Miro, sometimes you need luck. It's
Absolutely.
that simple.
And you know, I'm looking at the opening moves. It's one move played pretty much in
Yes.
each game,
C4.
but already there are some interesting developments because Deac kept the ceremonial knight f3, while Fabi, if you've been watching closely, they tried d4, they ended up playing e4, and in the actual game he went c4, going for an English opening,
Exactly.
which might predict a bit of a development in the opening.
Yeah.
Because Wesley is very well prepared, no argument here. If e4 or d4 would be played, we could expect, 20 moves of theory, something very sharp.
Snappish.
And English opening usually is played to reach the mentioned by Yasser uncharted territory
Right.
as soon as possible. It developed, the theory of English opening developed a lot once again. And now we do have those longer lines, but c4, very interesting.
I'm looking at your board, Jovi, and you've got 5 unique openings on the table. I mean, you can just see that nobody's playing the fashions.
Well, that's true. But on the other hand, I do see that there are 2 potential Slav, semi-Slav.
Right.
And there we finally have a response from Wesley, who took a pause before deciding to open up with the e-pawn.
Whoa. C4, E5. I've had, seriously, I'm not joking, 500 tournament games from the first move. And I'm not going to say it was my religion, but it was certainly my most played move was G3 on move 2. And when I wasn't playing G3, I was certainly playing Knight C3, full stop. Those were my 2 opening moves. Again, I played the English my whole career. I've never played, and frankly, I can't even remember seeing D3 on move 2. I mean, How unique is what's your database say about D3 on the first
It's
move?
move 2, so on move 2 people tried every silly move, so I believe...
But what number is it on
what
your...
number,
of popularity?
Let's go back, so C4, E5, and then D3 is number 5 with 730 games. The weirdest moves that have been tried were G4 in 3 games, H4 in 5 games. Queen C2 is not that bad. Knight A3 it would be my record holder. Like if you play in this position, Knight A3, that means you know something.
I can't believe they played 700 games, Jovi, with D3. Have you ever seen D3 on move 2? I mean, in your practice, you have.
But I don't play C4, but I have seen D3. I mean, it makes sense.
Move 2?
It makes sense, though, right?
If I may,
Yes.
it was. I think it has some explanation because Bishop B4 ideas,
Of course.
became very
standard.
popular.
Right.
So G3, Bishop B4 is huge theory, and as it currently stands, black is okay. Right. So people started to try various moves here instead of G3, like E3 and D3, both
And
being
A3
relatively popular.
Right.
And then I assume that Fabi's D3 is another spin on like playing D3 later, but developing. Maybe there is some point that, I don't know, in some positions, maybe this knight goes to C3, but the other one after E4 goes to E2, whatever.
But couldn't we just be a tempo up on a normal Sicilian? Like, for instance,
Yeah,
after
but-
E4, C5, Knight F3,
But-
the main move that everyone's playing
You
is
know what, though?
D6.
My question would be, what do we do after this?
Knight
So
F3.
Alapin, one of the ways to face the Alapin Sicilian with black would be to go D5, but you don't want to be playing with black after 3 moves, right?
Right.
So giving away so the other move would be Knight F3, and black can play for tricks, can go
Yes.
Knight F6.
Yes.
So
Don't
that if
take
you
the
take on
pawn.
E5, it's Queen A5.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So this could make sense. Yeah.
But this particular opening with C3, Knight F3, C6 and Knight F3 isn't well regarded for white when white has that
Extra tempo.
exactly.
But the extra tempo is, just as Miro was saying, that you could have D4 as a potential, which you've
Right.
lost with your second move. You've lost this potential of ever threatening D4. So, for example, if I play D7, D6, and this, Knight F3, let's say Knight C3, D6. If I was black and the pawn were on D7, I'd be playing D5 as a way of punishing you for playing passively with the white pieces. And remember the game from the Cairns Cup where Harika played her bishop went knight
Yes.
h4 and was suddenly much better against Tan. This is a very funny and, well, let's just say quiet way. We're going to keep an eye on this All-American matchup. I want to go to the game between our challengers. As you were mentioning, Jovi, at the opening of the show, Gukesh, one of our tournament leaders, and let's see what he chose with black pieces. Well, guess what? And very surprising to me, this line with knight g6. I mean, obviously they play everything, but I think it was Harika in the Cairns Cup in particular that surprised me with her choice.
Yeah, with Knight E7, Knight
Knight
G6.
G6.
So that's actually something that I
Against
remember
Anna.
Gukesh tried as well in the Poland Superbet. But here's a little bit different because the bishop has come out to C5.
And ended up on A7.
Yeah, and then the knight has gone to E7. So I'm just going to have a look.
Compare.
Yeah.
That's what grandmasters are always doing, by the way, is they're taking this knowledge that they have from different openings and they're applying it to the unique position that I'm seeing on the board with the bishop on A7. The pawn on F6, it makes such a strange impression for me. Castles, rook E1, king H8, H3, and Miro. I've got to ask you to open
Check
my
the database.
eyes and tell me what modern theory says about this position.
We are still in the database. Have only 6 games that I can see.
That's
D6
not so many.
is one response. The other one is ED4. And ED4 pardon me, but looks like beginner's play. So regrettably, I cannot check who played those games, but ED4 combined with F6.
Doesn't make
So the
sense.
only good thing F6 does, it kind of supports the center.
Which you gave up. By
Yeah,
playing.
which you gave up capturing on D4.
So I'm assuming D6.
Can I tell you who took on D4?
He did take on D4, so beginner's play.
Beginners play. Well done.
Right. Computer does not fancy capturing on D4, so the moves that computer recommends would be D6. Interestingly, D5, which looks ridiculous, but
so
somehow,
strange.
queen takes, and apparently it's not much, which is hard to believe.
Yeah,
I
but
would
you're blessing your lucky stars. Your king is on G8, not on G8. Sorry.
Right, yeah. So I'm thinking it does look like this setup does look familiar. Well, if you think knight GE7 lines, right? So
Right,
knight
with
GE7 and knight goes
Steinitz,
to G6. But then bishop is never on A7. You develop it to E7, right? So it could be that, well, it's a bit dubious looking, but could be a playable setup. And he just captured on D4, right?
And
Yes.
and the current situation. Oops, I have some issues with my computer.
Oops.
Yeah, I certainly do have an oops going on.
Yeah.
So it's ED4, CD4 has to be played according to the machine. D5, E takes.
But I never got to clarify who was playing this.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
once, but 3 times with black. Hikaru.
Ah, right. It's
Beginners,
Hikaru's line. Yeah, the candidates.
Beginners play.
Yeah. So ED5, knight B4, knight C3. It's Jan against Hikaru, the candidates? Could
No,
this be right?
It was, hang on, it was all against Alireza Firouzja just now in 2024, which does lead me to believe
was a blitz.
might have been a bullet
Knight
game.
B4,
Yeah,
knight
bullet.
C3, exchange on D5. Yeah, so something like that. Exchange on D5, bishop B3, and we go on.
Okay, this doesn't appear terrible. I mean,
Yeah,
it looks a little
also
strange.
solid.
The
Yeah.
knight on
The
G6.
pawn on F6 does a good job of restricting this
The
knight's
knight.
activity. So you
That
can't
is
go
true.
to G5 or E5. Yeah, could
Very,
be
very-
playable all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Still beginner's play.
Still
But
beginners play.
actually, Hikaru just took on D5 immediately.
With the queen.
You with the queen, yeah.
No knight B4, no knight
no
E7.
fancy
Let's
knight
just-
moves.
Let's just go for it.
Queen
Okay.
takes, knight C3, and went
Queen
back.
back. Yeah.
Queen back.
And was it a bullet time control, like 30 seconds time control or 1 minute time control?
You're putting me on the
hyper-
spot because the
hyperbolic.
text is quite small on my screen.
Yeah, because this doesn't matter the names of the players. I mean, I wouldn't trust this position with black, honestly.
But
This looks very suspicious.
for me, what's confusing, Miro, is the move queen to D8. So I'm thinking that my queen is going to remain active.
Yeah.
I don't want to be hit by a bishop, so I would go queen H5.
Queen H5, and that would be perhaps a great idea, but there is
Exact.
a little trick. So white goes knight to E5.
And I would trade
You
queens.
pretty much have to capture on D1. Knight G6, F G6, A rook takes on D1. And then I suspect the king is not very
D5
comfortable
is
there.
coming.
So D5, yeah, the line would go bishop F5, D5, and somehow white is considerably better.
Yeah, well,
Plus
in this,
1.5, so more than a pawn for white.
in this case, definitely rook E7. I can
Yeah.
see after trading, the bishops get traded, the rook is entering. Okay, so queen H5. Well, that ruins that idea.
Okay, so something original.
Okay, what other games do
What
you have?
other games? Alireza Firouzja against Nodirbek.
Okay, this is sad because
well-
exchange Slav.
They told us that having 2 whites, starting a tournament with 2 whites is beneficial, right? And Alireza lost his game yesterday with white against Fabiano, and today he chose to play the exchange Slav. So not exactly the sharpest option against the Slav.
We just witnessed the Cairns Cup where Tan, in the very final round, she needed a draw and she clinched first. She
with
went
exchange
right,
love, yes.
right for the
I too
exchange.
have dabbled in the exchange
but-
love. But
You-
there is a slight pull for white.
What's that? Yes,
There
it's
is a
like-
very minor pull, and I would say that if white is very quick with like these moves like knight c3, rook c1, you can be
get
tricky.
something. Yeah, you can get
Yeah.
something. We'll
So,
keep-
and this is also the kind of the tricky moves order, so that you keep the knight on G1,
G1.
and this is how they play it.
so you can go to F3 and
Yeah,
or
the whole thing is that this is well regarded as equal. Bishop f5, knight f3, e6, right?
Right.
Everything's symmetrical. You have to know a couple of things with black because
Right.
white still was like kind of first to pin the knight, to go bishop b5 and so on. However,
Extra tempo.
after bishop f5, knight f3 is not what you're doing. You go queen b3.
Yes.
And now it's a bit awkward. And I think most of the times they end up going like this, bishop d7 and queen c2. And the queen on c2 prevents the bishop from going to f5. So the main move is probably e7, e6. That's at least it used to be
Right.
a few years back.
Yeah.
Right, and it's perfectly playable position for black, but it's no longer absolutely symmetrical.
Exactly, and the
That's,
bishops-
I think, the point of white's opening choice.
bishops aren't getting traded. We'll keep an eye on that one. I want to come back to our marquee matchup. Just for, oops. Let's see. Just for a moment, because for me,
Fabi's game.
Fabi
yeah.
and Wesley, I'm really confused.
Fabi is
D2,
playing
D3,
the Sicilian with an extra tempo, really.
Yeah, D3 and A3. I mean, it just feels so wrong. But okay, D3 and A3. G7, G6. Now that is curious for me. Keep in mind, I'm not trying to get an opening advantage with black. I am not trying to get an opening advantage. But after you've played D3 and A3, I think about these Budapest positions where, for example, I could play E4. And I'm just trying to get the fastest equality I can. D takes E4, knight takes E4, and if it's my turn, I want to play bishop C5, and I'm trying to make the move A2, A3 awkward. How does the computer engine evaluate it?
Well, queen to C2 or queen to D3 even. Like queen to C2,
Queen
D5, E3, and I wouldn't be certain about this, but computer apparently likes white. So this knight on E4 is somewhat unstable.
It's like a Petrov.
Bishop F5,
Bishop
Bishop D3, Bishop G6, white castles. Somehow this tension in the center favors white.
It's hilarious.
So it can't be that Fabi went for this like absolutely having no idea what
no,
he's
I'm
doing.
I'm sure
Right.
he is. But this is funny. It's like the Petrov. You lure the knight to E4, where it becomes a target.
However, yes, if I may,
please.
in the current position after Bishop G2, computer does like your idea of going E5, E4
Okay.
and having it like this.
Okay.
Because now if
Queen
actually
C2.
Queen C2,
Queen C2.
turns out you can play Queen E7, support the knight for now, and there is no E3 Bishop D3 thing.
Right.
So why I'm showing all this, because I got, impressed with the next move white is playing. Rook A2, unpinning the B pawn and planning to go B4 or B3 and so on. So that would be one very, very original position right from the start, from move 6, move 7. Once again in Fabi's game. So
Yeah.
could it be that it's his strategy for this tournament?
To be
like play
playing
something
unique.
original, and
Very,
or
very
as
unique.
they say in interviews, I just wanted to play chess. Right?
But
I
this
don't want
is
to
the
compete in
thing.
opening
We saw
knowledge.
yesterday the consequences of
playing
playing the
chess.
mainstream,
Yeah,
right? We saw
right.
that Maxime got nothing
Right.
against a very well-prepared Nepomniachtchi.
That's right.
So
The opening prep
exactly.
was
So
impressive.
you've got to be like ducking and diving
And finding something unique.
coming up with something a bit different.
Right.
And there we do see D5 played by Wesley.
Okay, so now you have transposed, if you will, into an open Sicilian. And in this case, I will give white credit. You've got the extra tempo and some kind of a dragon, and that extra tempo is A2, A3, whether or not that gives you an edge. It's funny what you were just showing us about that E4 move, because I do like the open diagonal. And again, what I'm trying to do is not necessarily get an advantage of as black. No, not at all. I just want to clarify the situation. And I'm trying to prove that a2, a3 was not the most useful move. You, however, countered with rook a2, and it actually turned out to be useful. Miro, rook a2, you got me. I mean, nailed it.
Let's go to Bucharest and hear from Cristian's thoughts on the game so far.
Well, I'm not going to analyze the chess because you guys are doing a marvelous job. I just want to tell you a little bit of behind the scenes about this particular game. I was at dinner yesterday with Fabi and his coach here on the ground, Grigory Oparin, and they did tell me that Fabi is going to play second move d3, and they asked me, they tried to quiz me, hey, in which opening do you think is going to happen? And I was trying to figure it out. Is it going to be knight f3 followed by d3? Is it going to be e4 and perhaps a Sicilian? In fact, immediately I said e4, Sicilian, and now d3 at move number 2. And then they reminded me, he's playing against Wesley, so Wesley's never going to touch the c-pawn. He's going to be after e4, e5, and I was like, yes, of course, that makes total sense. So we finally arrived at this idea of c4, e5, and d3 is a race against the machines, the literal machines. We're fighting against Stockfish, Lila, and whatnot. And we're trying to find all these artistic ways not seen before to try to get a game, right? Because everybody knows what the top engine line is. They're trying to find a way around that. And that's exactly what Fabiano got out of this particular opening. We'll see how the middle game develops, but definitely I have to say Fabi is probably happy with the outcome of the opening.
Thank you for
Cristian.
that insight.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering where D3 came from, but okay. Just as he argued, and as Fabi is saying, everybody knows the top engine choices as you get deeper and deeper into the openings. Something a little bit unique about this position, Miro, or has it been reached many, many times by different transpositions?
Well, I don't think
Fabi.
so. Okay, let's find out. So in the opening database that I have one game precisely with the most surprising move for white to come next, short castle. so there is, yeah, you're absolutely right, Yasser. It's a transposition to a Sicilian dragon.
Right.
If white would be playing the G3 line, which is not considered the most dangerous.
Right.
Plus, a2, a3 as an extra tempo, it's not groundbreaking, but it is very useful in pretty much every kind of Sicilian.
Including
so I can see
the Dragendorf.
Absolutely. So I can see Fabi's point here. So he gave up on the idea that, yeah, I'll play 25 moves of theory and just get a better position against Wesley. So I'd rather play something which is kind of comfortable already and have a little extra tempo which might be proved useful later on. Yeah.
Okay, continue if you don't mind. Castles.
Castles,
how does
and
the
then,
engine,
interestingly, we
the number goes
transpose,
up.
and now we have 5 games, and 2 moves with the knight, 2 moves with the bishop. I'll tell you.
Bishop
So knight
G5?
c3, knight d2, bishop to g5, and interestingly, bishop to d2 in order to play knight c3 and capture with the bishop.
Okay, so I can
these are the
imagine that
choices.
the clever people who are playing knight to bishop to d2 are worried about knight c3.
Yep.
Knight takes c3.
Knight c3, knight
Bishop
takes c3,
and
pawn takes,
e4.
and e4.
This is why they play bishop d2 as a prelude. So castles.
So, pardon me. So castles, knight c3. Well, usually, as far as I know, it's not considered to be dangerous for black. When you're playing this one with black, you're not afraid of such things. Well, maybe it's equality only, and then like with white, you'd like to keep the game more complex, and therefore you play bishop d2. So here, however, the robot, the engine, favors white ever slightly, like 0.20 or something.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
That's
still
not much.
playable. It's probably not that easy. Like one can
To unravel.
one can see that potentially there are 2 connected passed pawns, but it's not that easy to advance them forwards, right? So
okay. Well, again, we trust in Fabi that he's achieved something that he's probably looked at. if I had this position for the first time, and I think you're going to agree with me on this one, Jovi, I always thought it was nice to flick in the move bishop g5, just inducing, if you will, f6.
You know, I was very prepared to be quite contrary and say no, but no, actually this was bishop g5 was my first move.
Right.
Exactly, at least dislodge the queen from d8.
Exactly.
That's the question.
Where are you going to go?
That's why Fabi has taken a pause, you know, some decisions to be made on that game. Maybe we can have a look at some of the other games. And I also see that
Lead me. Where should I go?
Bogdan Daniel Deac against Anish Giri. That one is a Slav defense.
Exactly. Main line with takes. a4, bishop f5, e3, bishop takes e4. And my goodness, I tend to think that it was Vladimir Kramnik and Veselin Topalov who were having their wars, if you will, and their world championship match in this variation. Takes, queen c7, bishop d2. I think we're still in the throes of theory on this one.
We are, but the question
that
Anish has to take is whether to go e5 immediately or prepare that pawn break.
With
rook a d8 or something.
d8. I think e5 is definitely the most challenging move, kind of throw that down. And so who's played this the fastest? Bogdan, he's used just, what, 1 minute versus Anish's 9. So, well, I think they're still, both players are still comfortable.
It was interesting, though, because Anish not known for his Slav defenses.
He's versatile.
Totally.
He can play a lot. You're right, it's not been his absolute main weapons, but I've seen Anish, just like all of the top grandmasters, they just know a lot of theory.
Yes.
I mean, it's crazy what they...
Yeah, they certainly do.
They work out at home. But bishop d2 on the board in this one. I'm just going to go around. I'm going to take a look at the game between our challengers. Jan, h2, is this the game we were looking at takes on d4 and d5?
Yep.
But we didn't see takes on d4.
No, we haven't.
We saw knight on c6 to e7.
No, but this is the moment where black is either taking on... Oh, okay, knight to e7, yeah.
Yeah, this was not the... I think we kind of ended up looking at a variation that went d5. Miro and I both went knight b4, not realizing that queen takes d5 directly had been played in the past. What Gukesh did instead is, after h2, h3, is he dropped his knight back to e7 and said, okay, I'm ready to d5, and in that case, I'll be ready to recapture with the knight. Knight, c6, e7, Miro.
Yeah.
Tell us what's going on.
Well, computer likes it more than d5 or e takes d4.
Okay, good.
Let me tell you. Yeah. So bishop c2 is computer's top choice, and after Jan's bishop b3,
which was played, yes.
Yeah, which was played, you can still go back to d6 and carrying on like that. You can go d5 or capture on d4. I was thinking if f5 is possible, but not after bishop b3, of course. There is knight g5 jump. Yeah.
But after a move like d6, if you want to keep things closed,
yeah,
what is the continuation for black?
For white. Oh,
I think f5 one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but one day being the operative
knight goes, bishop goes here. And it sounds not so obvious what white's going to do. Knight f1, and then computer plays an interesting move, c7, c5. Wow. So perhaps then c takes, and knight returns to c6. Maybe that's the point. Still looks awkward to my eyes, but if you've analyzed it, well, maybe it works.
Yeah.
A challenge for white, those white players who play E2, E4 these days. They have trouble everywhere. Open Sicilians,
Yes.
closed positions, getting advantages. Sorry,
Yeah,
Chirila.
one of the things that I have noticed about Gukesh is he's one of those players who's willing to take risks. Yesterday we saw him prepare a line that was completely new, but very risky. And he was
Against
just
Daniel.
relying on the fact that Bogdan Daniel
Yeah.
would be burning the time on the clock.
Which
and
indeed
here we
happened.
see, another kind of unconventional opening.
Yeah, so
which
D7,
does
D5 would
gamble.
be the way to...
Gamble.
Well, yeah. So, I don't know how much risk do we take, but we certainly take some risk. Okay, one of the lines would be do this and take on E5.
Take
How
on
bad is that,
D1.
I'm wondering. Takes over here,
Take on
takes on
E3.
E3, pawn takes, and I would argue
Black
if
is
the light
fine.
square bishop would be the dark square bishop, then I would like white a lot.
Okay.
Going knight d2 and
Knight E4.
that would be a fantastic square on e4. With the light square bishop, black has seemed to have no problem whatsoever.
Nice.
So d5 is the critical move then. And yeah, so one has to take on e5, I would guess. Bishop e3, rook e3.
Okay.
Black's position seems to be
Is that
alive and
fun?
kicking.
Isn't it
So
a bit-
if you take the pawn, apparently knight f5 and black starts jumping. Computer likes black here.
Wow.
Up to the point at minus 0.5, half a pawn for black, even though he's a pawn down.
And is that because
I
once the
say,
rook moves,
if
the
rook
knight
goes
jumps
away,
further
knight
in?
f4,
Wow.
and we are in a -2 territory.
Minus
So
2.
apparently those knights are getting to the king, like queen f6 and... Yeah, so if rook takes, knight h4, it's a very fun gambit play. Queen h4, bishop
Bishop
h3
h3.
next. Yeah, all of a sudden, black piece is
Knight
joining
on
the
F4.
attack.
What did you
And
do,
white has-
Yasser, to
Yeah.
White's
Look,
position?
white has the knight on b1, rook on a1, and the bishop on b3 kind of
That
restricted
didn't-
by the own pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it can go accelerate pretty quickly.
Right. Well, the knight on F4 looks
Okay.
tremendous in this case.
Yeah. So that means
So once again,
after
D5.
d5,
Take on
yeah,
D5.
now I'm lost for like good options for white.
Right.
So takes on e5, bishop e3, rook e3, pawn takes, and the knight f4 idea is always there, it seems. Well, it seems to be better to take with the bishop in this case.
Get rid of one of the knights.
Yeah, and then, believe it or not, but the move is queen d6 according to machine, and it pretends nothing happened. Just sacrifice the pawn casually. Well, queen d6, I reckon this
It's
and
prepping.
queen g6 is
On-
something that it
Yeah.
prepares.
And if you just go knight,
And
oh, you have to go bishop.
knight g5 would be met with queen f6, I'm guessing.
And if you develop,
And if you develop, say, knight a3, let's see. Knight f4, yeah, knight f4, black is better all of a sudden.
yeah, and not knight f1 to try to
Like to go
knight to d. Sorry,
Knight
I was
to
thinking.
D2.
I was thinking knight d2.
Knight
Yeah.
d2, yeah, but then
Knight F4.
knight f4 nonetheless.
Yeah.
Knight F1.
And at some point we might as well take the pawn back, I guess. Yes, it's a better version compared to knight a3, so black is not better here, but it's around equal with our weak studio engine. So I assume that if you've analyzed it well at home, and let's say at the end of a very long line the position is equal, it sounds perfectly playable with black, right?
And there's a lot
You
of
sacrifice a
pitfalls
pawn
for
and
white.
your opponent is under pressure.
Right. So what we have been arguing, breaking it down for our audience for just a moment. So what we have been arguing is that despite the fact that black appears to be underdeveloped, should he aggressively play in the center with the move d7, d5? And it would appear that he could get away with it. Also, what we've been looking at is the much slower play of d7, d6, knight d2, knight f1, and then later black is preparing to attack in the center with moves like c5. So two very distinct and different approaches that Gukesh could employ for this game. D7, D5 is the type of move that you play when you're really well prepared, and we've seen some variations where black gambits not one, but 2 pawns and get some really nice compensation. That line with the knight on f4 was a fright.
Yes, it was venomous, wasn't it, Yasser?
Right?
Very, very scary.
So we'll keep an eye on that one. I just want to make sure that we get through all of the games. I want to go to the game between Prague and MVL for a second, because we have a Rossolimo, a Sicilian, with bishop b5. And at one moment, I remember in the World Championship match between Boris Gelfand and Vachier-Lagrave, the Rossolimo became a real topic of conversation. Queen c7. This is a move that I've really seen Magnus Carlsen play. He likes this kind of stuff a lot with the black pieces. This setup where he's fianchettoed and he's got a big, well,
stronghold in the center, right?
Yeah,
just
with
controlling the breaks.
With the 4 pawns. Now, c2, c3 isn't supposed to be that good. You're not supposed to be able to get an advantage with this very direct line of play, but let's see what happened. Pardon me, we're up to date with the play. Queen takes c3, and here's the situation.
Well, this is an old line for white, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can remember playing like this when I was playing the Rossolimo. That's
Really?
a long time ago.
Okay.
Because the kind of reasoning is that the e5 pawn holds the d7 pawn at bay.
Right.
And yeah, black has the bishop pair, but they're not actually doing that much
Well,
for the time being.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of this backward pawn, so let me just ask a quick question. After the move d7, d5, I'm assuming you can't take because the rook on e1 hangs in this variation, yeah?
Yeah.
So I win in exchange, but maybe I'm going to correct myself, because if that pawn on c7 survives, I don't like it.
That's exactly what I'm debating with myself, Yasser, because computer says d5 is possible and it does not take on d6 en passant.
But why would you take on?
Yeah, but the question is, how good is it for black? Now there is a moment of realization, because it says it's equal, and like when it is equal with the pawn on c7, usually, you know,
the spidey sense is tingling. Something's
right,
wrong.
the human players like pawns on c7, which are protected and not that easy to win back. Yeah?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, you know, kind of the point is that, say, bishop f5 and you attack the c7 pawn quickly twice and just give the exchange back and somehow equalize. But once again, it's not more than equality. And even if this happens, white is kind of on a more pleasant side of equality. So this could be,
The reason why I'm dismissive of that move is because
d5?
No, I'm dismissive of e takes d6 because I feel like it's unnecessarily complicated.
Okay.
Well, after d5, you can go for plans like bishop g5.
Bishop g5,
You
very
can
natural
park
move.
that bishop on f6.
Yeah.
You can go rook ac1, and it's like, well, isn't white just comfortable?
It is more pleasant for white, yeah.
Okay, but you know, just kind of continuing all of those. You know, if I do get to play c5 and or d4, you could park your bishop on f6.
Thank you.
Yes, that's
That's what I wanted.
Well done. Take. I don't know. Take. I don't think your queen is going to be parked there. I was going to play rook to e6 on a good day and try to trade off a lot of things. What I want to say is I do have a passed pawn in the position, after all, on d5, and your e5 pawn gives you, you know, a kingside attack.
Well,
let's see what happened.
The players
have
made a move.
d5, d5
and
by
because of
MVL.
your bishop of g4, he's actually played, Pragnanandhaa's played h3. Which I like as well, you know, because then you can go on with your merry way of going bishop g5, bishop f6, and.
But here's my thing: all my life I played the French defense, and if my pawn were on e6, I might feel awkward, right? But with my bishop open, I think I'm ready to play c5 and bishop e6. Like, let's just give you everything. I'll park my pawn on c4. I'll just put my pawn on c4. I'll put my bishop on e6, and I'll develop my rooks? I mean, it's... How does the engine feel about a really gross play by me?
Yeah, what's
C5.
interesting, engine likes the position after h3 for white overall. So c5 is one of the choices,
Bishop
but
e3.
not a great one. So bishop e3,
c4.
using the fact that d4 is not yet possible. c4, and then the engine's reaction is to go rook a to d1 first,
Right.
and then drop the queen to c1, intending bishop h6. And this is half a pawn for white, so that's something already quite substantial.
Yeah, half a pawn.
I
The
can
rook can
foresee
come to
if we
d4.
exchange the bishops, then we deal with the weakness of the b2 pawn by going knight d4 and b2, b3. Right?
So-
if the bishops are off the board.
I hear you, but I've played a lot of... play rook f8, b8.
Rook f8 to b8.
I've played a lot
Yeah.
of queen gambits in my life, and I've seen b2, b...
And then-
bishop h6, bishop h8.
Yeah, and that's what I thought the
Yeah?
engine wanted, to go bishop h6. Not at all. So bishop goes to d4 to protect the b2 pawn, and then the queen, I presume, will enter somewhere, and then, the usual stuff, moving the h pawn forward.
Okay.
Yeah, no, seriously, the engine likes white in this position.
Marvelous.
So after h3, there is
Crazy stuff.
one attempt to kind of force a bit of simplifications, and it would be going bishop f5.
Followed by
because
bishop
then,
e4?
bishop e4 is the big idea.
Okay.
And white can try knight d4.
Oh.
Bishop takes,
Now
and
it's
the
getting-
rook takes is interesting. Rook takes, no, not really. So I thought, exchange sacrifice must be interesting, and it's just a forcing line. Knight takes, queen has to take back.
Right.
Bishop h6.
Because if you take here, there is an intermezzo, knight h6 or knight e7.
Right.
Right, so, and now I've...
You were doing so well. up
Yeah, I
until
was
that
doing
moment.
so well, yeah. So h3, I'll do it again. So knight to d4, bishop to e5, sacrifice the exchange. As exciting as it sounded, but it's just to win it back after bishop h6, capture on f8,
Capture.
rook f8, and to win back the pawn.
Woohoo!
And I do not know how realistic white's chances of winning this one are.
How do these, thank you, Mira, how do the players match up with one another? And
Well, let's pull up the
Jovi?
stats and find out. And you can see,
Whoa.
that it is, in fact, in
Lopsided.
MVL's favour. No wins for Pragnanandhaa, but 4 victories for MVL, 1 draw.
Wow.
And, well, let's not forget, though, Pragnanandhaa is very young, and most of these victories occurred.
No doubt when he was coming
he
up
was
there.
early,
But if you
yes.
look at the universal rating system rating, and you see 2757 versus 2759, statistically no difference. Imagine without the 4 losses where MVL would be and where Prague would be. That'd be almost probably a 30-point rating difference as we see MVL at the board. That line that you showed as against H3, Bishop F5 looked very interesting indeed.
And just to add
just
an
to
extra
force-
spice to the mix,
Yes, please.
take
Spice
a
it
look at Pragnanandhaa's clock time.
What is
He's
the clock
barely
time?
used any time on the clock.
You're right.
Yeah, it's just 1 minute.
Wow.
Which indicates that he is very much in preparation.
Of course.
And MVL will be thinking, if I play the most obvious move, that's clearly what Prague has studied
prepared,
and has
yeah.
prepared.
Yeah.
So how can I vary things?
Exactly. By the way, how often have they
I
reached
did
this
check
position?
this one, and Jovi is spot on this analysis, because on move 12, so that's already a rare position, and
Right.
well, this database has only 3 games, and all 3 of those were continued with knight c3. So e5 is a new move, and it's quite forcing, right? After knight c3, you have to take.
Of course.
And then, as you pointed out, the pawn on d7 is not great if you
No
allow white
joy.
to play, say, bishop f4 or something.
Right.
Yeah, therefore d5 is easy to predict.
Force.
And you go h3, and being in MVL's shoes there, like you suspect, yes, like bishop f5, bishop e4 is...
Has been prepped.
well, perhaps is the most principal, but might as well run into quite a few moves of theory of preparation.
Right. And Jovi, we know the Superbet tournament is really, really strong.
Yeah.
How strong is it?
It's very strong. So let's take a look.
At the live ratings of our top players.
And here you can see, here are the classical rankings. Magnus is not in this event, neither is Hikaru, but Fabiano is.
Right.
And Arjun Erigaisi, who just seems to be getting better and better.
Exactly.
But this is not bad. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nodirbek, Gukesh, Pragnanandhaa.
All in the top
Wesley
10.
all in the top 10.
Wow, and Yue, of course, just played in our Rapid and Blitz in Poland, along with Magnus Carlsen, acquitted himself very, very nicely. We'll keep an eye on this one, and I wanted to go finally to the game between Alireza. That was our exchange Slav, and I'm curious to see how that game did develop. Bishop b5, not the whole knight c3. Bishop e2, e7, e6. Okay, so lots and lots of questions, but let's just say modern theory advances. Knight f3, bishop e7, h3, castles, castles, queen b6. I think we just reached the play. Jovi, you were about to tell me something.
Yeah, I was actually looking at how many games had been played with this bishop b5 idea. And not so many. I think at the minute it was 44 with bishop b5. And then it quickly started whittling down.
For an opening that I would expect 10,000 games to be played in,
and,
only 44 with bishop b5.
Bishop e2 is a weird move, to be
E2?
honest.
Right?
Bishop e2 is a new move.
Okay.
Everyone else had been playing bishop d3.
I would have fallen for the everybody else routine. A7, A6, why you wouldn't play bishop d3? That's a confounding. Bishop e2. So if I were trying to explain it, the move bishop e2 induces the move e7, e6. The reason is the desirable bishop f5 might get met by g4.
Good point.
Bishop to g6, okay. You know, some actions could take place on the king side. That is the only explanation I have. And then after the move e7, e6, white feels that he's won some opening advantage in the sense the bishop on d7 versus the bishop on f4.
Yeah. But I can see that Miro is analyzing what happens if white starts pushing the g-pawn.
It is possible, yeah. G4, it's not the first choice of the computer, and computer insists on being very boring and just go knight f3. After all, you have to develop your pieces. But yeah, like if you go knight f3, castles, black, it's very hard to take black by surprise because he will do what he usually does. Yeah. Right. So g4 is an interesting try. If the bishop goes here, h4, now you kind of have to react.
Right.
So h5, g5, knight e4, and you exchange the knights as well as you offer to exchange the bishops.
Okay.
And say in case of bishop f3, knight f3, yeah, it's, you know, with the bishop on d2, once again, we'd be talking about bad bishops. So you have your pawns on dark squares and the bishop is restricted. With the bishop on f4, it's actually quite active.
Yeah.
Right? And white gets a lot of space on the king's side. It's not that easy to exploit it because, yeah, like opening the files would be a problem.
Right.
But, yeah, perhaps playable. Computer likes it quite a bit for white.
The current position, however, with the queen coming to b6, I mean, I don't see anything untoward, terrible has happened to black's position. Okay, I agree, this is slightly awkward to have a less powerful bishop, but okay, I'm ready to play rook c, knight a5, and you know, the usual
kind of things where you jump in with your knight to c4.
Right.
I mean, the bishop on d7 doesn't make a great impression, but you can often find a home for it on e8, ironically enough, where it can get out with f6.
Or even bishop to b5 on a good day too, if you get out of the way. How does the engine evaluate the current situation?
As you know,
zeros.
Yeah, well, slight numbers for white, like 0.10, which we consider to be zeros. Yes, so knight a4 is what computer suggests and say queen a7, rook to c1, and right you are, this rook goes to c8.
Right.
However, well, after rook c8, queen b3, black is presented with an awkward threat of knight b6. So
Okay.
apparently has to go b5, knight c5, and it looks, you know, not very pleasant, giving away the square on c5, but computer's fine with that.
Right.
Bishop e8, the move Jovi mentioned, and then apparently like knight d7 at some point.
And evict,
Yeah.
evict.
Evict the knight. You have knight a5, knight c4 ideas of your own, so playable.
Very
Roughly
good.
equal.
Yes.
The round one is in the books. How did that affect our predictions?
Yes, and well, which players has the biggest chances to win the event? And so we saw that coming into the tournament, Fabiano Caruana had the highest chance to win, and
I
now
think he started at 24%.
he started at
yes?
24%, and now it's gone up to 37.9%. And Gukesh, who didn't have such a high win probability, well, he's now gone up to 21.5. I tell you, the numbers are fickle. And Nodirbek has gone up to 8.7%. And I'm just having a look at my pick, Pragnanandhaa. It's gone a little bit down to 4.1%. He was on 5% before.
Really? A draw knocked them down?
And Deac, 0.2%.
Not good, as we see Prague sitting at the board. I think we've gotten a chance to go through all of the games, and our two marquee matchups, I'd like to go back to them. I'm going to go back to the game between Jan and Gukesh, because this is such a strange opening. We tried to make heads and tails of it as best we could. After the move bishop b3, we thought that Gukesh was given a deep choice between the active move d5, which we've seen is kind of a gambit and fun style, as well as the solid move d7, d6. We kind of like the solid move d7, d6 because we've already played f6. We fortified our center,
Yes.
the e5 pawn, how good it is, and now we instantly give away our
It
central
is
pawn.
inconsistent. Well, we did hear from Mirror that the computer was preferring c5,
Right.
just upping the tension in the center.
The players from generations ago would look at that move, e5 takes d4, and say, you know, who is this thug that they've allowed in our tournament?
Honestly, yes, so the last thing I'm checking is the time on Gukesh's clock.
Right.
And he does not have 1 hour 59 minutes. So that means he's on his own.
Right.
And yes, according to the machine, capture on d4 does deserve quite a bit of criticism.
Does it? Okay,
Yeah,
I was
so
about to
knight
say.
d4 and
Yeah,
it's like
I'm coming to e6.
I presume that f5 is on his mind this way or another.
Right.
But computer does not play f5 because after bishop g5, apparently the position is very, very awkward. Bishop
Queen
g5
h5.
Yeah, so f4 is something that I would like to do, like from positional standpoint, to go f4 and then eventually get the knight on e5, but somehow it does not add up. So there is knight f3, and there is also even knight to f5 move, which makes it awkward. Knight
this
to
is
f5,
very
and
scary.
you have to,
Right.
you probably can't take because too many open files, pins and everything. So computer goes here, takes, and black is in no time. Okay, this one would be perfect, right? But black is in no
E5.
time because white goes e5, and you're always on a kind of on a defending side.
Wow.
No, but
yeah.
it makes no sense,
Very
right?
unpleasant.
As black, you're lacking in development, and you accelerate the play with moves like f5.
Right, but e5 takes d4, to my way of thinking. Again, I got this classical training going for me. You don't voluntarily surrender the center. And just this idea that you kind of wait for white to declare their intentions. Like, you go ahead, go ahead and play knight f1 if you'd like. C5, knight to g3. Now that you've invested your time over there, okay, I'll clarify things in the center. I'll capture at the point that you've already spent 2 tempi. Capturing the center right away, that is just, my goodness, that's so confounding. knight takes d4, and I like that variation very much you were showing bishop g5, Miro. Currently, just give me a...
Yeah, it's 0.6 for white.
That's
and
significant.
honestly,
That is
the
significant.
moves computer is making are a5, bishop d7. So that means if you try anything active, apparently it's just bad.
Just bad.
Which neglects the whole point of capturing it. If you play
capture
a
to play
slow
f5.
move after capturing on d4, why wouldn't you play, say, bishop d7 without capturing on d4?
It's like
So that's a
you
little
can
bit-
also always capture on. And the other thing that bishop d7 has going for it, you develop it. It's sort of like you're challenging white. Please do me a solid favor. Open my f file for me. Yes, I agree. My rook is looks a little stupid there, but I'm okay. Confounding, as Gukesh is one of our leaders.
Very risky position for Gukesh, and there we can see the standings after round one. We had two decisive games, and we saw victories from Fabiano, Caruana and Gukesh in very thrilling games, actually, and we also saw 3 draws, so there are 6 players tied for third place.
That Gukesh game yesterday against Daniel, it kept us on the edge of our seats.
I mean, it
was
reminded me
great.
of a tennis rally, you know.
Right.
You thought that one person was
down
gonna,
to 6 seconds.
Exactly, and that would never come back from that, but they kept on just playing and just keeping the ball alive. So,
We've
yes,
reached
sir.
that time. Shall we check in with our friends at QBT?
I can't wait.
And then let's see what they're about to unleash on us. Well, indeed, they are. Unleash your passion for chess with our official 2024 Grand Chess Tour Black Cinch Pack. Nice. Made from durable polyester, the Cinch Pack is the perfect way to show your love for the game and its top players. Get ready to dominate the chessboard in style. Available for you at QBoutiqueSTL.com. All your shopping chess needs.
Yes.
They are ready to serve us.
It's a brilliant shop. And as we go to break, Anastasiya asked our elite set of players what their advice would be to younger players. We'll be right back.
Get a good education.
What advice would you give to chess players who would like to reach high level of play?
I mean, there are so many things now available. Like it feels really different from when I started. Now it's very different. You have all the contents through YouTube in every language you can think of. You have streams. You have the possibility also to play online every day, every hour, every minute if you want to. So I think lots of young players are very qualified to answer this because they've played like someone like Alireza was just playing non-stop, and that's the way he improved. Of course, you still need coaches, you still need all this content that you find from books or not from YouTube or Chessable, but I would say a mixture of those.
I think that, like, especially when a player is young, if we're talking about up and coming or kids especially, which is where like the most progress could be made with like younger players. And I think for most top players, they usually started quite young. Then like really immersing and playing a lot, practicing, and really finding passion to work on chess is very important. But like I wouldn't say just work for the sake of it, or do stuff that you don't enjoy. That you have to also find the thing that you enjoy in chess. But definitely finding what you enjoy and then also practicing a lot will be the key to success.
Just take it a day at a time, set goals, work on your physical, and just try to keep improving, try to keep getting better, not to pay too much attention to results.
If young players want to improve their chess, it's important to study without computers.
I think the key is to just enjoy the process and to keep working hard. I think if you practice every day, then automatically you're going to get good at what you do.
Just to work hard and learn new things, because a lot of players, I think, used to to have one approach to improve and just to keep with it. But I feel like you have to try some new other things. You have to try maybe changing your playing style a bit. I think it's very useful to be able to play in a universal style, to be able to play in tactical and strategical and positional chess. So I think in general I would advise to try new things.
Yeah, I think when you're young, you have to play a lot of games. Just practicing with computer is not going to benefit so much if you don't play so much tournaments. I think playing a lot of classical games in tournaments helps a lot.
The easiest part is the opening, so right now you can just click, the space bar, just to see what's the optimal move according to the engine. The fastest way, to know the best move, instead of like long hours of analyzing. If you do this, you also need to have a lot of practicing, so maybe unlike the grade between Nick said, you should play some blitz, to get in touch with the position.
Not to worry about result, because this is something very important, I feel. Because if you care too much about the result, you don't take too much risk and you're always afraid of losing. So that's very important, not to worry about the results, but just to give your best and play what you think is the best.
I think everybody gives the same advice. You gotta, if you love the game, you gotta spend time. There are so many different things you can do in chess, and whatever path you take, it will determine your styles. For example, if you spend a lot of time playing blitz, you'll get all the skills that the people who play blitz have, like Hikaru. So he's like very resourceful. He sees lots of tactics very quickly. He defends extremely well. It's a big important quality in blitz. While if you're going to be reading a lot of books, classical chess education, you study games of great world champions, you're going to develop that very refined understanding of chess, like Magnus. Or if you work all the time on openings with the engines, then you'll get some of that engine touch in your game, like Fabiano. So basically, it's just a matter of taste, a matter of style. But all these great players, they spend a lot of time working on chess.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
We are back with round 2 of the Superbet Chess Classic. And before we dive into the games, let's remind ourselves of the standings so far. And it was an exciting day yesterday. There were 2 decisive games and 3 draws. But boy, were those games good. Fabiano, Caruana and Gukesh, they were the sole victors. And there we see a 6-way tie for 3rd place. And today, well, we promised fireworks and it looks like we are going to deliver on that promise, Yasser.
Absolutely. We'll jump right into the games. After some very original opening play in English by Fabiano, we have a reverse colors open Sicilian in his game with Wesley. So, Fabi played a move, bishop to d2, which is a kind of a crafty move, I want to say. The idea is it's a preparatory move to the move knight c3. I think, Jovi, you and I were both in aggressive mode. We like the move bishop to g5, trying to induce the move f7, f6. Bishop g5 doesn't force f6. You could retreat a knight, you could move your bishop, and then play bishop to d2. Fabi chose to play bishop to d2 right away. And then for me, this move, castles first, bishop d2. This move was very confounding. Right here, pardon me, after the move knight c6, I am so used to seeing the fight for the d4 square. For me, the move knight e7, this is, the tried and trodden path. What you're doing as black is very simply, you're trying to post your knight onto d4.
Yep.
Okay. And I think that everybody understands that once the rook comes to the c-file, that you would like your pawn on c6 to both neutralize the rook as well as the bishop. Wesley, one of the world's really great opening preparation players, chose the move knight f6, putting the knight in the way of the bishop, and I'm stunned.
Okay, well, I have a reasoning for that.
Yeah.
Because in your idea of going knight to d4, White's plan, let's have a look at that, is to go rook c1, And I can remember commentating alongside you on a Grand
Okay.
Chess Tour event, one of these rapid and blitzes, where white was going knight to e4, knight to c5.
Yes, exactly. And that's the standard line. And again, you're welcome to post your knight up on c5. My bishop more or less kind of stays at home in these positions, which means my rook stays at home. But after I get my knight, I'll centralize my knight one day, whether I'm looking for you to kind of declare whether you're going to take on a d4 or not. But I really want to throw this over to you, Miro, and ask you, knight f6. I mean, is that the first move that comes into your mind?
Not really.
No.
Like if you do not look over here at computer suggestions, knight f6 is original, is unusual. And
Knight b6?
especially with the bishop on g7.
G7.
Yeah, you're right. So knight b6 would be
standard.
the usual move.
Knight
With
e7.
Bishop here, and then once again we kept talking about this dragon variation with colors reversed. So it's almost automatic to go here. To try to go knight d4, or even sometimes knight f5 and
The
this
fight
knight to
for the
d4.
d4 square.
Yeah. Computer, however, is not that disappointed with knight f6.
It's okay.
It says it's an okay move. Yeah, rook c1 was played.
Right.
And computer, for whatever reason, it wants to play h6.
Does that say you
To
can
stop
go bishop e6?
bishop g5 or knight g5 as the reply to bishop e6, yes. Wesley, however, went with rook to e8.
Okay.
Once again, preparing for knight d4. You couldn't go knight d4 immediately because e5 pawn was hanging.
Clear.
Therefore, he went rook to e1. So it's almost like with the knight on b6, we once again would be talking about, this is something relatively standard, right?
Right.
So it's just that the knight on f6, which
Makes
kind of
it-
confuses us.
I like the way you said rook to e1. So because the colors
it's
are
telling,
reversed.
it's telling that I'm used to see this.
Right,
I'm used to see this from, say, with colors reversed.
I'm glad that you picked up on it, because I didn't even notice, Yasser.
Yeah, so it is rook e8, not rook
Yeah.
e1. Right, and one kind of curious thing that computer keeps suggesting, and I do not have a trust in it, but to go bishop g5 and to exchange the bishop on f6, and I'm still trying to understand what does it mean.
Park the knight on e4.
Yeah, and like knight d2 or fast
e4.
knight d4, bishop g7, and not even the knight c5 move, because knight c5 apparently there is no not b6.
There is a tactic.
There is a tactic. There is a tactic, but also for black, e4, and then it picks up on b2.
Right.
And again, interesting that this kind of transformations, they are usually in white's favor. I would argue, when you have the even number of bishops, right? so like if, say, your bishop's on d2 and h6 is hanging and so on, and then you open the files. Here, black might as well just take on a3 next move and be a pawn up, right?
Why not?
So, yes, knight e4, bishop g7, and the move that computer suggests, it's either queen c2 or queen a4, which is, once again, I'd say both are relatively standard for this line. So you increase the pressure on the c file.
You make the move
But
knight
again,
d4 awkward,
Yeah, again, like seeing bishop g5 capture on f6 and then playing slowly is something not very common.
Counterintuitive,
Yeah. I suppose you can actually really slow play it with white. So you go queen c2, you maybe go e2, e3.
Okay.
So d3 pawn is not as weak, right? So you can go e2, e3, maybe go knight d2.
Wow.
So the bishop on g7, if you think of it, might not be that useful, right? Might not be that useful. Like playing f5
It's a
is a
commitment.
very committal move.
Yes, it's a commitment.
And without playing f5, the knight on e4 is a very nicely played. Yeah, it's certainly an option.
I find the move knight f6 counterintuitive. I understand h7, h6, but for the reason that you mentioned, Jovi, if I were to take this move back and I would say, okay, why did you play h6? I wanted to play the move bishop e6, and I didn't want to get disturbed unceremoniously with the move knight g5. Then I understand it. I'm not really playing the move h6 because I'm afraid that you're going to give up your bishop. So that is really a remarkable suggestion by the computer. And I always thought that computers loved the two bishops as well. Rook e8 on the board. We're going to keep an eye on this. Jovi, where would you like to guide us? Where am I going?
Maybe.
Where's the action?
Where is the action? Well, the action is actually back in the game between Nepomniachtchi against Gukesh.
Let's go there then.
Because Gukesh did accelerate the play.
Okay,
after
well, we've
capturing on d4.
We've got a
by
very
going
different...
d5.
Okay, we have captures on d4. And now, in view of knight e6, where I might just win the two bishops and ask you, why did you create so many weaknesses on the light squared? Interesting, only now does Gukesh play the move d6, d5. So he first played e takes d4, knight takes d4, d6, and then d5. So he's lost a tempo.
He has lost moves, yeah.
To get our knight to d4. And, you know, it's funny, I'm looking at this position and, you know, like in a blitz game, I'd probably blunder a piece and play something like queen h5 and, you know, look forward to my position after takes. I now realize there is a threat of c5 and my knight moves in d4. And my bishop could end up, you know, very strangely trapped. So I'll make a bad move, rook c1, c5, and then suddenly d4. And that's a pattern we don't see often because the bishop is so rarely placed on a7. So that is perhaps why Jan played the move knight to c2. And are we up to date? Is that the last move?
And there you can see it in the Hobbit cam. Did you see?
No, I missed it.
Yes. So we have a direct view of Gukesh there at the top.
Yeah.
But just at the bottom, we did have a view of Jan standing back from the board, observing his game.
We saw yesterday that Daniel Deac, he makes a move and he gets up. I mean, it's a nervous habit. Nepo is one of those players that also gets up from the board, but he oftentimes stays for a while, but he's also a walker. Knight to c2, not the first move. I hate voluntarily retreating. I mean, I want my opponent to kick me. Yeah. I don't want to just...
So were you thinking about putting the queen on h5?
Very much so, but I mean, I did see that I could end up
pieced out.
Which was bad luck, if you think about it.
But I mean, was there any possibility of making an aggressive move?
Yeah, that was knight c2.
Because
it was
you don't want to go back.
Yeah. How does the computer view the situation?
Sometimes you have to surrender in order to win the battle, yes. That's what they say. I could pretend that it's a, Lao Tzu quote or something like this. Yeah, knight c2 is the best move in the position.
It's the best move.
It turns out, yeah. So c5 indeed was a strong threat.
Okay.
And the point, as far as I understand, is to capture on e3 with the knight. And this knight becomes like a very serious power. So if you say take on e3 and knight e3, take on e4, let's say we try to simplify with black. So this is already +1 if we trust the engine.
But the knights look nice.
The bishop on c8, it's
the bishop is
very hard to develop.
Yeah.
And then,
I would love white.
And it's a very unpleasant choice. Like if you trade on d1, you once again trade one of your pieces which kind of play with, help white enter with the rook. Yep. Otherwise, you really have to consider, will he go queen h5?
I'd want to, let's say.
Yeah, so this is dangerous. And computer is indecisive on what to do. To even try c5, which looks ugly if you ask me, because ed5, say knight d5, knight e4, you do get a pair of bishops, but pardon me, one of your bishops is currently on a7. So this once again looks very, very nice for white. Also, keeping in mind knight d6 ideas.
Yeah. Could you just give up some material in order to liberate the bishops? Yeah, because I like the c5 idea.
You do? Yeah, and just to go c4 or something?
Yeah, just do something. Because if you go b5,
If you get b5 here, I think knight d6, knight d6 is painful. Because c4 does not stop knight f7.
Oops.
Right, it does not stop knight f7.
Yeah.
Looking
you,
very tricky for
Mira.
Gukesh. Whilst we're going to leave Gukesh to ponder his position, we're going to check in with Cristian in Bucharest and hear his thoughts.
Thanks, guys. And just talk about that game in particular. I was walking around the playing hall, and indeed, Jan definitely seems much more comfortable with his position. He's always away from the board, checking out other games, just letting Gukesh think and ponder his decisions, which are definitely not easy. So I'm seeing Jan as a favorite to potentially win and take down one of the co-leaders in round 2. Another thing that I've noticed around the playing hall is some of the seconds of these players, and one name in particular was a big surprise to me, and that is Etienne Bacrot. Initially, I thought he's with MVL. They used to work with each other, but they did separate at some point last year, if I remember correctly, but he's not here with MVL, with Maxime. He's here with Alireza, which came as a surprise because I don't think Alireza was working with Etienne. I don't want to speculate, but I do not think that he was working with Etienne during the Candace. Nevertheless, right now, perhaps this is the first classical tournament that Alireza came with a new second, Etienne Bacrot. So very interesting changes, let's say, in the French players' camp. Very intriguing stuff, guys. Back to you in St. Louis.
Cristian, interesting indeed, because he's working with Etienne Bacrot here, but I can tell you in OHS he was working with Ivan Cheparinov, Bulgarian Grandmaster.
Right.
So maybe he has a team assembled that will help him, or maybe he's just trying out as many seconds as possible, seeing which combination works.
Exactly, and I think that's what players should do, in fact, is work with a combination of different players to get different perspectives, and also it's also the personality too, the bonding there, that they work together. I'm just looking at the game between Bogdan Daniel and Anish Giri. Last move, a7, a5. Both players are playing it very slowly. At this point, we were thinking that the common idea is to play e6 to e5, breaking in the center to clarify the center. Anish is keeping it tight, if you will. C6, c5 is usually a no-no. You know, you don't want to give up the b5 square, and it's e6, e5. Because if you don't get in these breaks, one day, White will establish the central pawn duo. Maybe he'll do it with f2, f4, bishop e1, and he will get that grip. So you want to be sure you don't just get squeezed, and you want to make sure you get an e6, e5.
Oh, well, maybe we should actually consult Cristian on the matter.
Jumping over, join us, Cristian. We were just talking about the game of Anish Giri.
Once again, on the matter of seconds, Anish actually is here with a new person as well. That is Grandmaster Jan Smits. I haven't seen Jan Smits. Maybe you, Yasser, will tell us how to pronounce his Smits. Okay, perfect. He's here. And I think it's the first time that I'm seeing them work with each other. I know Anish has worked with Erwin Lamy. I know he's worked with Jan Gustafsson, but this is the first time that I'm seeing him with Jan Smits. So another, let's say, behind-the-scenes story.
Thank you for that. Jan Smits, Erwin Lamy, Daniel Stellwagen. There were these bunch of juniors that would come over to my apartment in Amsterdam. I couldn't kick them out. They were my louts. I mean, they ate me out of house and home. They loved my library. I didn't get my books back either. Good. That say to Jan Smits, return my books. The guy's still holding on to them too. Jump in on the conversation.
All right. Well, Jan Smits, I don't know about your books, Yasser. I did play him, I think, European Individuals, some 15 years back. So.
Right? Yeah.
Right. I was thinking about this position. It's interesting that as much as we want to play e5 with black, it is quite possible that we would like to delay it sometime until the moment that you go e4.
e4. Okay.
So these are like tricky,
Subtle.
tricky, subtle positions to evaluate because there is a whole cluster of positions with like black not having the firm grip over b4, and those should be kind of treated differently.
What about Yasser's idea of going f4?
And
I was thinking f3.
But the moment you go f4, say the weakness of b5 square is no longer that relevant because like c5 becomes a thing, right?
Okay.
So you go c5 and you exchange these pawns, and all of a sudden you have the pawn on f4.
I'd rather have it
which
on
you don't,
f2.
which you do not
If you go
enjoy that
f3
much.
is exactly the same thing because
Yeah,
I was
I
thinking
guess.
f3, bishop e1.
I guess, yeah.
G4.
So sometimes I think they would start like kind of hovering around, go bishop
bishop
e1
E1.
and wait for you,
Rook
and black waits for
C1.
So
Okay,
it's
so you can go
sit and
bishop
wait,
e1.
kind
I
of.
love that move.
Yes, sit and wait thing. Yeah, bishop e1, and computer tends to disagree with me. It says like, let's just go e5.
Well, eventually, when you made a move like bishop e1 or f3 or f4, well, f4 not, you want to play e5 after a wasted move.
And there is one way of playing with white is
Queen
to
takes
allow the
G6.
isolated pawn. Yeah, so ed4, say rook d4, pawn takes, and
And
just
be
to play
careful
this
here,
position.
guys, because there's a pawn.
Yeah, so that's
Good eye.
hidden threat.
Yeah, queen
hidden
takes
threat
G6.
of queen takes g6.
Nice.
And well, still playable though. Like
Okay.
black can go king h7 or even like counter-attack white's d4 pawn.
Yeah.
Will be playable.
A subtle play
It's going to be a
going on.
maneuvering game, that one.
Indeed. Let us go around. I want to jump to...
Can we revisit the preparation game? Pragnanandhaa, my pick,
Okay.
against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because
when we left it, we left it at h3.
with a very confident Prag. He'd used 1 minute on the clock, and
rook e8.
Maxime was thinking.
No bishop f5, bishop e4. That was the sharp line that we had been looking at. Rook e8, bishop f4. You had... I kind of like the idea of trying to park the bishop as quickly as possible on the f6 square. Bishop f4 was played, bishop e6. So MVL is saying, okay, I'm playing a French defense. Remember a moment ago I was trying to get my pawn to c4. I was a little bit worried that if I allowed b4, that this knight would jump one day to d4 square, and I didn't like it.
Well, the knight can just go into d4 anyhow, because c5 isn't possible because of knight b5.
Winning an exchange,
You win
yes.
exchange, yeah.
And suddenly, oopsie, stop. I do see queen takes d6, which is a kind of funny, I mean, that's a pawn on d6. I can't imagine this is actually any good for black. Bishops of opposite color with a passer on d6? No. So you're right. So no, after knight d4, no c5. But wait a minute. My pawn is on pre. I'm going to have to get out. Or bishop to d7. Okay, well, just a second. Once again, I have to worry about this knight jumping. There's some knight jumping that's irksome in this one.
Yeah, let's try bishop d7. I think
Knight
e6 is very annoying.
As well.
When you take, I'll take, yeah?
And that's a rook.
Right, but other than that, you figured out the lines very well. c5
Issues.
indeed is somewhat unpleasant for black, like no big deal, but this endgame, you have to take on d6.
Yes.
And this endgame looks better for white and probably is better for white.
I would be afraid.
It's one of those, I'd argue, one of those that we understand should be a draw with a precise play, but no one would dare to play it, right?
Right,
And
we would
kind of the good move is indeed queen b6,
Right.
because knight c6, black
Has
apparently
bishop
has
D-
bishop d7, or even, well, it goes bishop f8, computer, which highlights that perhaps this pawn is so annoying that You don't want to take on c6.
I stopped myself. Sorry, continue. Knight takes c6, bishop d7. I stopped myself because of knight e7 check.
Knight e7 check, and right you are.
And
You're a
bishop
brilliant tactician. Yeah, let's show.
I was like, oh no.
So that's a good one.
And bishop h6.
Rook takes, and bishop f8, and bishop h6, and
we're crying. Yeah, we're crying.
Right. So therefore,
bishop f8.
After knight c6, it goes either bishop f8 or one of the moves it does. It goes h5.
Wow.
But it's a little bit it's a little bit tricky. And now I'm thinking it might be not so easy to play queen b6 or b7 computer recommendations, because like one has to see that c6 pawn in fact is not hanging, and it is easier to go c5 and to try to defend these opposite colors. But what computer was saying that queen b6 white does not take the pawn, instead goes b4, which is desirable positional move.
Right.
Bishop f8.
Bishop to f8, and the next move for black after say rook to b1 is to go c5.
You can't go a3.
Yeah, we could.
Still going c5.
We could, but it still goes c5 and considers this to be like equal or even ever slightly better for black all of a sudden. So it's a tricky little opening here after rook e8.
And after queen b6.
Oh, yeah.
Can I also just check one thing? Because my instinct was to go knight b3.
Knight b3,
and
yes.
blockade on the dark squares.
Well, it is possible, yeah, but then yet again, bishop f8. Well, Trevi, I like your idea, because our computer is very optimistic about going bishop c5, queen c5, and taking on b2. And I'd be very happy to have this one.
Those are some dark square bishop squares over there.
So, like, for people at home, we would say that, yes, it is possible to do if you are a computer.
Right.
If you've seen what superhero we are talking about? Doctor Strange. You've seen all the possibilities in the multiverse, and you never get checkmate. Because this is a very, very dangerous setup.
I was just going to say that Yasser has two favorite superheroes, Supergirl and Captain... What was her name? I've forgotten.
Wrong. Please. I was a surfer. Silver Surfer is my greatest hero. Thor, of course, is our second.
No, the one that you couldn't tell the difference.
Oh, that was like Supergirl and Wonder Woman. I mean, like, what was the difference? Inquiring minds want to know. You know? I mean, it was terrible. This looks like fun for white.
Yeah, so that
even without the queens.
This looks like fun for white, which means that after knight b3, if black is not brave enough to capture the pawn on b2 and get checkmated, or possibly not get checkmated,
right.
If the end game looks not great, then there is a third option, which is to go d4, and this, I'd argue, it's very much in MVL's style, kind of to bail out maybe second pawn, but like to simplify.
Right.
And you are not, you do sacrifice a pawn after queen d4, bishop b3, trade on b6, a b3, and you go rook e6, and this is very likely a draw. Like this pawn is not easy to defend, right?
And the double pawns on the
even if you play f6 next move, say I don't know, I'll do something for white, and you play f6, and you trade here, and you trade here. It's very hard to lose with black, right?
Exactly.
Because b2 is weak,
right?
And perhaps the maximum white can dream of is some 3v2, rook endgame or whatever,
We do have queen b7.
Queen b7.
By MVL after. And queen b6 had issues that he was running into. The knight b3 was one. Another one, the other issue I had with black, after queen b6, if you don't mind, just putting queen b6 on the board, a move that we hadn't looked at, but really, maybe it's also an issue. Can I take on e6? It's not that desirable. But if you take
rook takes,
bishop,
it goes rook takes and maybe starts attacking this guy.
Bishop e3. I was about to say if I could get in bishop e3 and f4, but I think
bishop d4, f4. But there's always there's always some tactical trick. So that's why it takes with the rook, and that's why it wants to capture on e5.
Gotcha. Queen b7 on
Queen
the board.
b7 addresses the issue of knight c6, because now knight c6, bishop d7 works perfectly. The rook on c8 is protected. Well, works perfectly as in black does not lose, because it still goes on. The line still goes on. Knight to a5, queen to a6 or b5. I don't know how desirable it is for black, because white is a pawn up.
Yeah. Well, very intriguing position, but it does look like Romania has been gripped by football fever. So take a look at this tweet that Garry Kasparov sent in. Perhaps they are chess fans looking for autographs.
Absolutely. That was my interpretation as well, Gary. There's no question about it. The person in the very back row there, you can see he's got his chess program booklet in their hand.
I mean, maybe they've been inspired by the poster up on the hotel.
And this was last night, seeing that all the social media you can find Anastasia's posting.
You know, Romania, I saw Georgia went football mad, and here is the scenes just by the hotel.
It was actually very funny. I was in Dusseldorf for the WR Masters. It was won by Levon, and I came down, and there was an enormous crowd. Like, I'm not joking, 300 people near the elevator, and they surged towards me. And I was like, oh my gosh, the chess fans. It was day one at the WR Masters, and all of these fans surged towards me, and then they backed off. And I guess I wasn't Gukesh or Prague or anything like that. No, the football team was in town, and they were staying at the hotel, and I mistook them as chess fans, and they were very enthusiastic until they realized I wasn't 6'4" and
but do you know,
great
I tell
football
you
player.
That this is the scene in India, in commonplace. I mean, India has absolutely been gripped by chess.
I've seen Prague and Gukesh get swarmed.
Yeah, exactly. They get swamped as soon as they come back with trophies or something. You know, it's lovely to see a country just go chess mad.
It is. Miro, take it away. What do you have for us after the Queen b7? You're looking very serious.
Yeah, we've looked at looked at various lines after Queen b6, trying to compare. What happens if we try the same way for white? Like if we try b4
and to get a grip.
So now, interestingly, it's not as easy. You're not playing c5 very next move, right? Because bc5 and the rook opens against the queen.
Right.
And a position like this is not necessarily similar to the previous line. This one I can see being better for white.
Okay.
Well, maybe not much, but you kind of have the control. The bishop is still not great on e8. Yeah,
right.
It's possible to play. And what else? We were looking at knight b3, right?
In the previous line?
Yeah, knight b3. And it's just the same. Knight c5 it would take and take on b2. So it makes no difference in this particular case. Yeah, bishop takes, queen b2, which once again I refuse to analyze simply because it's never happening on the board.
No, not at all.
It does look very scary,
right?
To be honest.
Queen b7. One of the things that goes through my mind after I see a move like b4 is I always think in terms of the pawn structure and which is weaker. When I do have the split pawns, I am looking for an opportunity of playing a5. If you would like to play a3, I kind of feel, I'll pat myself on the back for this, I kind of feel like, okay, the trade of the a2 pawn and the a7 pawn was favorable.
Benefited.
Yeah, it benefited. Yeah. And I try to compare. If we have such a situation like this where I end up playing c5 and there's no queenside pawn structure, I feel like the chances of a draw are higher. Jovi, where's the action? Let's go.
Well, we have one more game that we should revisit, and that is the battle between the youngsters, the youth, Alireza Firouzja against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And, well, we left it. It was just normal kind of
exchange
Slav.
Slight advantage for white, we think. It's a modest advantage, but the idea that the bishop on d7 is a little passive comparing the bishops with one another. Knight a4, very standard. Now white is ready to clinch firmly the outpost on c5 with the move b4, and that's why we see b7, b6, just fighting over
Queen
control.
b3 played, knight e4. This is all very standard stuff.
Exactly.
But then the question, though, remains, isn't this much easier for white to play?
The activity, if you just compared queens for a moment. But again, you have to be very consequential. Imagining in a world where the light squared bishops were off the board, you would say, my advantage, knight e4. You got to do something with white. Shall we play?
Rook fc1.
Excellent move. Queen b7. So what I'm imagining for a moment is a world where I'm going to play bishop e5. If I can trade off my passive bishop.
But I'm afraid that there's going to be domination on the c line if you're not careful.
Let's do it.
So let's go rook c2.
Rook to c2.
I have to go rook c2. Okay. No, I don't have to. I can go rook a2. But
careful.
I know. I was worried.
There's a first rank, right?
I know. That's why I went rook c2.
Okay, a good choice. Rook to c2. Okay, let's stop for a moment.
So my idea here, let me just enlighten
Please.
you.
I know you, rook c1, rook c7.
Exactly.
I've been enlightened. Knight a7, rook c1.
Rook c7 is coming your way.
Please, I welcome you. Bishop b5, rook c7 has an issue.
And
Don't
your bishop
forget.
takes bishop, yeah.
Right. My knight is reaching into your position. You've won the queen, but maybe I'm getting the activity. I'm getting the attack.
Okay, we have a different move though from Alireza. So he's decided to be a bit more subtle and go bishop d3.
Bishop to d3. All right. Miro, weigh in on this one because again, it's one of those very nuanced positions where each piece is they're battling for squares, I want to say. It's a trench warfare. I don't know how to put it.
Right. So, doesn't make sense, honestly, to look here.
Too much.
It's all zeros, well,
Whatever.
0.5 each side. So like literally a fraction of a pawn. And just looking at this structure, we used to say that, okay, the bishop is left on d7, it's a passive bishop. But you know what? Like, it allows black to play b6 in a way. Because imagine the bishop is somewhere else, like on f5 or something. So b6 usually comes with the c6 knight not being stable, with a6 pawn hanging and so on. So in a way, having the bishop on d7 helps. And the line you were looking at, rook c1, queen b7, what was
rook
it?
c2.
Rook c2.
Yeah, I can show my screen,
b7.
right? So
yeah,
it was
we were having
after
fun.
knight e4, so rook c1, queen to b7, rook c2, knight a7,
I went
rook
bishop
c1.
to
I
b5.
thought, like you can do this as well.
And rook.
Like if you're, and just try to trade more things.
The chopping block.
I don't think black has any problem, to be honest.
Okay.
Well, you take here, black can take with the knight, then move to d6. All of a sudden looks not bad at all. And you know what? In some cases, the active bishop on f4 is left,
That's funny.
unemployed. Because
true.
these pawns become target and the bishop on f4 is not doing much.
Okay, well, very tense game. According to Miro, completely level.
Equal.
Let's check
nothing to
out
see.
their stats, their lifetime, and this is their head-to-heads. And you can see that Alireza, he's got one win. Nodirbek, no wins. 2 draws as well. And again, comparing their rating, Alireza Firouzja 27.61, whereas Nodirbek has 27.67. And these two are amongst the 2 youngest in our field. And here we have compiled the player ages.
19.
And look at the bottom, we have Gukesh at 18. So is Pragnanandhaa and Nodirbek is 19, whereas Alireza just turned 21.
18 and 19-year-olds. I do see this as a generational gap, the 22 to 20. The 5 professors at top, 5 juniors at the bottom.
Do you know Gukesh just turned 18 as well?
I know. He was 17 when he was in Toronto. It's phenomenal. When Garry Kasparov, he was the youngest player to ever compete for the World Championship. Michael Tal, having beaten Michael Tal's record, I never thought that Kasparov's record would ever be broken, and certainly not at this age. Ridiculous.
Speaking of well, look at this. It is actually the oldest person in the tournament against the youngest.
Is it?
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh. No.
Gukesh?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What?
No. I was just, I see that you've got Gukesh's game up on your board.
Oldest versus youngest?
Right. Chofi pointed at me and said that's the oldest man in the studio.
No.
Yeah. So, Gukesh.
Well done. Congrats.
Gukesh and Nepo. And you know what? Like, for a very long time, even though we were criticizing Gukesh's play, but the computer was uncertain and everything, and part of me turned to believe that maybe it's like deep preparation and everything, but now looking at the clock and at what he has done, so he ended up trading
on
over there.
E3.
And this, I have no illusions. It cannot be preparation. It's a symmetrical position where every single piece for white is better than...
Right.
So white is better here. B7, B6 was the last move. And then white has apparently a choice of even like going Queen H5 is interesting. Knight G3 is another option. Or Queen
Can we
C2.
look at Queen H5, please?
Queen H5. We love Queen H5 in the zone. We don't know what Queen does. Yeah, so bishop to B7 according to the machine.
Right.
And Knight G3 we can play. That's interesting because Knight G3 looks a bit scary, right? Knight F4s and things. Yeah, but Knight F4, Queen G4. Our Knight on E3.
Is doing good job.
Like, very craftily went to C2 to E3 to guard G2.
Right.
And it makes it incredibly awkward for black.
Well, but let's be clear. To my way of thinking, with the bishop still on C8, when we play the move Queen H5, what we desperately want to do is play Rook on A1 to D1 as quickly as possible so that we can then play Knight F5 and so on. In fact, I just see the Queen is getting out of the way. So there's something to be said also for Queen C2, getting just the Queen out of the way, not necessarily allowing Knight F4.
Queen C2, Bishop B7,
immediately
A to D1,
right.
Queen E8. And interestingly, that was very tempting, of course, to go Rook A to D1, but I've seen computers somehow holding with the Queen on E8, which is not very pleasant.
Counterintuitive.
Not very pleasant to see the opposition of White's Rook and Black's Queen. Perhaps, like Knight G3 and Rook D8 starts reducing the material, which, by the way, is a very nice lesson, right? So in a symmetrical position, your opponent has initiative. Normally, you want to trade the pieces, right, to reduce the attacking potential,
right?
Which still does not bring the full equality. White is better, nonetheless.
Okay. So
it's tricky. B6 and
B6.
All three options seem very appealing.
Okay, so I'm trying to make heads or tails. Queen H5, Queen C2, Knight G3.
Knight G3. Well, Knight G3 is not an independent move, if we are honest. So after Bishop B7, it does go Queen H5. So
next.
Might as well just deploy the Queen immediately.
Let's go.
Yes.
Might as well deploy the Queen immediately. After Bishop B7, there is an alternative in the form of Bishop C2.
Yes.
There is an okay. Let's look for some funsies. Like if this happens, can we? I would very much like to sacrifice the Queen on H7, but it doesn't work. It still is a much better position. So knight here, knight here. So it looks like Black is getting the knight on F4, White is getting knight on F5, but White's queen is in the zone first, right?
Yeah, posting up.
And, well, certainly a promising position for Jan. And we can always count on Nepo to provide us with some good expressions. And we have some.
And Toronto, at the candidates, he and Hikaru were fighting for the most expressive at the board. Is he?
Yeah.
We see.
Are you good at reading?
Not
Nepos?
at all. I very rarely ever looked across the board unless my opponent was, you know, really fidgeting or shaking the board. And I still remember it was great. I enjoyed playing Vasily Ivanchuk, and Vasil would oftentimes, he wouldn't look at the board, he would look at the ceiling. I mean, so you're facing an opponent who 5 hours is looking at the ceiling, and he's thinking. 5 hours later, I was looking at the ceiling, wondering what the hell's going on up there. Must be good. I mean, intriguing but symmetrical position. I don't think we're going to see some fireworks going on in this game. I wanted to go to Fabi and Wesley for just a moment because I was so confounded by this move. Knight back to f6. I didn't even know what to make of it. And knight to b5. Wow. That's
okay, that
an
wasn't
intriguing
on my
move.
radar.
No, neither mine.
Not
h6
h6.
at last. Bishop e3. Well,
We're stopping knight to d4.
okay, but that encourages a move. I didn't think the knight was very good on f6. Remember a moment ago why we wanted to play h6 so we could play bishop e6? When you play a move like bishop e3, knight d5, but also bishop e3, knight to g4 to go after the bishop on e3, I mean, that's intriguing. Knight to d5, and I don't understand what's going on. What is Fabi going to do with his bishop?
That's a big question. Yes, so that's why computer wanted to get rid of it and go bishop g5 while it was available. Now, I suspect kind of the traferette play would be to go to b5, c5, kind of to hang those pieces over black's queen side.
Yeah.
However, and that would be perfectly playable. And one of the ideas, interestingly, would be to go e4
thereafter,
and then d4 later on, right?
Yeah.
However, there is a little move a4, which is apparently annoying because the threat is to go rook a5 and to win material.
Yeah,
And
your pieces are
the more you
nicely-
look at it, the more you understand that it's actually a serious threat.
Right.
And white has to,
Well, you
perhaps
can-
has to move the b pawn.
Can you not go e4?
You
Your idea?
can. So e4, and then the knight goes to f6, and e4 pawn is still hanging. So going d4 is still not good.
Not good.
So, yeah.
These two players are great rivals with one another. I can imagine. Let me guess. I'm going to say they played 40 classical games
40.
and 100 rapid and blitz
Okay,
together.
Miro, what's your guess for how many?
Oh, 40 sounds a bit too much. But I'd
Okay.
say like between 20 and 30.
Okay.
Classical
and
games.
Classical games, yeah.
Let's see how
I
they
didn't get a
match
chance
up.
to guess.
And
But okay,
the
I
answer
hold the key.
is
Wow, 6 wins
golly.
for Fabi.
Both of you
7 wins for Wesley.
deserve participation.
5 draws.
You both deserve participation trophies. Thank you for keeping me on my toes.
But you went 60.
I went 40, actually. I wanted to be in the zone where I knew I was going to win.
Okay, and both of these players are in the
And
top 10 of the world.
I bet you they're
And
blitz and rapid.
Fabi, if he wins this, he will be in the world's. Well, he will be number two in the world.
And again, we're looking at this position, so these two players really have the full measure of one another. And again, knight to d5, and not that I don't doubt for a moment that you would sacrifice an exchange after bishop c5, but I did want to follow up and just look at b6, bishop. I saw this position. You will play rook to d6. I apologize. I thought you were going to play queen c2, but I do see rook to d6, completely refuting b6.
Although your rook is misplaced
Yes,
on
clumsy.
d6, right? So maybe we could argue that that rook will be trapped.
Well, for the
So-
moment, I want a pawn and
Knight c7.
if I may,
please jump in.
Place the other piece on d7. So queen d7 apparently wins material instead. In your line, yes. Or
Yes.
I can show it on my
Sure,
board.
sure,
So
sure.
b6,
Yeah.
and you know what? You can actually fall for this with black. Now that I'm thinking,
Easily.
because you go b6,
Yes.
bishop b6, cb6,
rook takes,
rook c6, and now imagine I'm a kind of coward and clever tactician with black. I
Yeah.
understand. Okay, Fabi wants me to play bishop d7,
so that
that he has rook d6.
Clever
And
guy.
then I see queen d7, which wins material, and the best move for white is to take on c8.
Okay.
But it's not only, so the caveat is yet to come. And then it turns out that there is bishop d6, and white indeed does win, because now if you take, rook takes, and you kind of
Queen
do
D.
exactly the same with the extra pawn on d6.
Right.
You do queen d7, and after knight f to d4, you're helpless. So the knight on d5 is not protected. White
That's
opens the
hilarious.
bishop, and white wins. So
Having
it's a
an extra pawn,
sneaky trap, if you think.
It is a deficit. It's a bad thing to have an extra d6
Yeah,
pawn.
no, but seriously,
Right.
like b6 is not forced.
No,
but-
of course not.
And you look at it for 10 seconds and you just dismiss it. b6, bishop b6, lines over, right?
Right.
But if like you think of that and you find, but I have this clever queen d7.
Nice.
And then you might miss bishop d6 as the reply to b6. It's a very intricate moment.
Wow. Okay, so we're at this moment where the knight has just attacked Fabi's bishop. We see this move, bishop c5, is actually devilishly tricky. And the crazy part is you have to come to the moment where a5, a4 takes you off your stride.
I mean, I was going to ask this, like,
Please.
the bishop arriving to c5.
Yes.
It looks clunky, and
A little
I
bit
kind of
clunky.
like your a4 move. But if black just says I don't care, so what, and just develops.
White's idea, many games of Michael Botvinnik, where he was playing is to play e4, followed immediately by d4. So there is a kind of a method to the madness here for a moment. I'll just put some moves on the board. Not the knight f6, because that makes my desired d4 a little bit tricky. Here we can understand what's going on in White's mind. I mean, White is thinking that, oh, isn't this great? I've got knights, I've got better development, I'm more active. And that is what White aspires towards. So e4, I agree, the pieces for the moment, the bishop on c5 is no great shakes, but you have to do something.
And if I just go knight f6, threatening.
Well, your knight was on f6.
I know. I'm inviting a repetition. Also, I'm looking at, because it seems like the players are both in each other's heads, right? Because one person is thinking, hey, black wants to go knight to d4, so I'm going to stop that. And the other one's like, ooh, you might be putting your knight on e4, so I'm going to stop it. So now I'm thinking, let's continue that way.
No.
If the bishop comes back, you go knight f6, you go e4.
Well, that would be like, I go bishop to d2.
You go knight d2, right? There would be none of this.
No, back and toing and froing. I don't see that as happening, but then again, the play of both players has been very much confounding to me. I don't know what Fabi's going to do. Maybe he wants to play queen d2. No idea.
Yeah.
It is very confusing for me. If I played queen d2...
Yeah, isn't... I'm kind of picking up on, on some sort of a pattern in Fabi's games so far.
What's that?
So, a bit of an offbeat line, very early independent position, and spending a lot of time for both players. Not only Fabi spends a lot of time, but his opponent as well. So we are, 2 hours in today's round, and how many? 13 moves played?
Not
that many.
No.
And we keep telling people how these chess players, they blitz out 20 moves. Not
and
always.
they usually do.
All right. So we were exchanging the bishop for knight.
Right.
Bishop g5 and bishop... And that was supposedly good for white. So guess what? This one, according to the machine, is good for black.
Because of
a4 and somehow. Yeah, because in our version, the knight was heading towards c5,
square,
which is far more annoying for black to face. Yeah, the knight on b5 stands there nicely, but also doesn't do an awful lot.
Yeah.
Confusing, confounding these Sicilian positions. Where would you like to take us?
I would like to take us to the game between Bogdan Deac against Anish Giri, because we saw Bogdan Daniel went queen to d3, which is a nice sophisticated try to stop e5.
To stop e4?
Yeah.
E5. Because of the queen takes g6.
Because the queen takes g6.
The desirable e5 is met by the unexpected, but darn good, queen takes g6. Thank you to the bishop on a b3, patrolling the diagonal. So after the move queen to d3, e5 is discouraged, and c5 allows knight b5, so that is why Anish moved his queen. Again, I'm anticipating that he's anticipating the idea of playing c6, c5, rook to c1, and we've caught up with the player. So what is going on? Imagining c5, I'm guessing knight to d4, knight to b5?
Yep.
Okay. You want to take on d2? I'll take on d2. Sure, let's go. Isolated queen pawn, anybody? What do you think? Shall we? Munch?
Let's munch.
Munch? Munch is good. And
yeah, wow.
It looks pretty balanced to my eyes. I control the c file. Maybe I can play rook c7.
Yeah. Rook c7 is coming. And in this tournament, Bogdan Deac is the only wild card. And let's check out the Grand Chess Tour standings. Remember, there's been one rapid and blitz event in Poland, and there Pragnanandhaa, because he came third, he has 7 Grand Chess Tour points. Nodirbek has 5, Anish Giri 3, Gukesh, because he finished last, only picks up the 1. And here we see that the remaining 5, they are making their Grand Chess Tour 2024 debuts.
Yeah. Do you say debut? Debut? Debut?
Debut.
Debut. I just wanted to quickly go to the game of MVL because, in my view, debut, things got heated up in that game. We left it at queen b7, and again, a big fight for squares. From his point of view, MVL wants to play c5, kick this knight away, wants to play d4, unleash his bishop, and we saw the move knight b3, and typical of MVL style, he's not going to hang around and watch white build up a grip over the c5 and d4 squares. He played d4, sacking a pawn, takes, bishop takes a2, hoping to induce the move b3. Now we can play c5, b3, pawn is hanging. No, I'll take on c6, says Pragg, and we're up to date with the play because we still have that same little trick. Remember a moment ago I was trying to play knight e7 check?
Yes.
Well, I still got it.
You still have it,
right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
that
queen
magic
takes,
is still working. Queen takes rook.
Right, and just to finish the line, at the end of the, I like that.
Bishop h6.
An annotation by Robert James Fisher, Bobby, in his My 60 Memorable Games, and the scorpion sting at the end of the variation, bishop h6, and white wins material. The current position, if you will, Miro, knight takes c6 is,
yeah.
Is it okay?
Can we just go to bishop f8?
It's okay, you can play bishop f8. So I feel like this game is a special one because whenever you ask me what's the evaluation, I'm supposed to say zeros, right? So yes, indeed, bishop d5 doesn't work, but you can drop the bishop back to e6, and this is once again, I think, somewhat similar to yesterday's discussion about the Abdusattorov game.
Right,
like when he was a pawn down. Yeah, so like the good thing for white is like to go queen b4 and get rid of this spin. and apparently like close to zero chances of winning this one despite the extra ball.
And on that note, we are going to throw it over to Cristian, our man in the ground in Bucharest.
Thank you, guys. Just to give you some more behind the scenes from the playing hall. This time I was looking specifically at the game between Nepo and Gukesh. It definitely seems like Nepo is enjoying a slight advantage. And Gukesh, in fact, at some point went to the arbiter. I don't know if you guys caught that on camera. I thought that something has happened. A lot of the players were wondering the same thing. It felt like they were wondering the same thing. But all he wanted was some more water. Apparently, in the players' resting area, they ran out of water. He went to the arbiter, took the arbiter, tried to get some more water, and it seems like that issue has been solved. Definitely not feeling comfortable at all, Gukesh, right now, under tremendous pressure from Nepo. I have to say, Nepo is really looking good on that one. And with that being said, I believe we're going to go on a break. And in fact, Anastasiya did speak with Nepo. Check it out.
Jan, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. Welcome back to Bucharest. Nice to see you here. I've been wondering at which stage of your life you are right now, because after playing so many candidates, 2 World Championship matches, been through so much ups and downs, like what are your goals right now? Where are you right now?
I'm now in Bucharest. Yeah, thank you for the warm welcome. Though I don't think my goals really changed, so at some point I would consider like becoming, let's say, less professional right after the Toronto candidates finished. But then I thought, okay, well, actually not much has happened. So, well, the next candidates tournament is in about 2 years, and okay, my goal is to qualify there, and then let's see what happens.
But now we have the summer full of events for GCT tournaments. What are your expectations? What are you going to do?
Well, I have no big expectations. I'm not particularly sure about my condition because I think I took a decent break, almost 2 months of tournament chess since April. But of course, whenever I enter an event, I try to play well, and I would be, of course, happy to play well and possibly win.
This Grand Chess Tour event is really interesting, and the field is quite different. Many youngsters are playing. What do you think about it? What do you think will it affect a little bit the tournament itself and the atmosphere of the event, in the sense that more decisive games may happen, more risks players will take?
Well, it could be, but you never know until it starts. But yes, whenever you see the new generation of players, they seem to be more fighting, but I think that's not because of the major changes in style, but mostly because of the optimism of youth. Yeah, so let them get some more experience, and I think they would look like more and more like some experienced old guns.
Magnus said before that maybe I'm going to teach them a lesson or two. Are you going to do the same?
I would be happy to, but it's also quite possible that I will receive some lessons.
Everything is possible in this world, and what do you think? Observing the strengths and achievements of this young generation right now, is it motivating you as well to work more on your chess?
Well, I'm motivated, by myself, mostly, become the better version, and blah blah blah. But honestly, since I'm trying to win the title, it's I don't think I need some extra motivation from.
Who do you think will be fighting for GCT top places, except you, of course?
Well, I wouldn't be that sure about me. The good answer would be me, myself, and I. But honestly, well, it could be either for example, previous year winner Fabiano, who's an excellent player, but sometimes it's difficult to maintain your level right after a big tournament like the match of the candidates. So it's already in the books, but still it has its own influence, of course, on your motivation, on your energy level. So it's very competitive. So I think Nodirbek is playing great this year, and also might be that some Indian youngsters could could show something. But yeah, we'll see.
Exactly, we'll see. Thank you so much, Jan, and all the best of luck for you.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back. It's round 2 of the Superbet Chess Classic, and we've got off to a great start. The games are looking very tense, but before we tuck in to the juicy meat that is the games, let's check out the standings after round 1. Round 1 finished with 2 decisive games and 3 draws. So Fabiano Caruana and Gukesh find themselves at the top of the table with 1 point. And there is now a 6-way tie for 3rd place between everyone who drew.
Exactly. And this round 2 is confounding, and the game in particular, Fabiano versus Wesley, I just cannot understand. I loved, when we left it, I loved the discussion after bishop c5, pardon me, and the move suggested by Miro, a5, a4. So really, you just, take over the b3 square and you just ask white what he's going to do. But you ask it with a very nettlesome question. What are you going to do about rook a5? Instead, the game continues to confound. Knight b8. I mean, Miro, I look at that move and I just think to myself, why do I develop my pieces? I should just leave them on their original squares.
So
I mean,
knight
what?
to b8.
Hello.
It was not suggested by the engine. However, when the move is played, it doesn't seem to be so bad. Because again,
solid.
Again, like b6, c6, some set of b6, c6, maybe c5 eventually.
Okay.
Right. So one of the ways that you can kind of try to hint at knight b8 being bad is to grab a center to go e4, knight f6. But as much as I would like it to, it seems d4 does not bring any advantage. Okay, we should look at it.
Knight
because
takes e4.
The other thing computer does after knight f6 is something along the lines of a4 to drop the bishop back to a3, but doesn't look very serious. If there is an advantage for white, it should be, like you go backwards, I'm opening things up, yeah, my pieces are active and everything. So knight to e4, d takes e5, seems to be the critical line.
Okay.
And an endgame like that, I can see being better for white. if you have to take.
Oh no, I don't want to take
yeah,
it. Knight A6.
Knight to A6, rook to C1, and then, even then, computer's not taking, but going bishop G4 or something.
That looks good.
And it all is very, very equalish. So I suspect, yeah, it goes bishop G4, wins the E5 pawn, drops, I don't know, C7, B7 pawns, and think, yeah, we could follow this line, for instance. Takes on D1, goes bishop G4, H3, bishop takes, rook A to B8, yeah, and then the hoovering starts. Takes here, you take this guy, I take this guy, and yeah.
A draw, agree.
It was tense, but for what, 25 moves, and then it's absolutely equal.
Cleansed.
So Fabi, I believe, will be looking for the way to, even if it's not objectively better to, to keep the game going, to keep the tension. They are both on. Well, Fabi still has some 15 minutes lead. So if there is any advantage, it's on the clock, right?
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry. I just think it's remarkable these days that you can kind of play a semi-open position. You can go knight c6, knight b8. You can waste time with like knight f6.
Right.
No, put your knight on d5, go knight f6.
Right.
And then go back again, and
then go back with the other knight.
And black is still okay.
Crazy, crazy stuff. I wanted to jump to the game of Jan and Gukesh for a moment. The battle of our challengers, as Jan in his career has twice fought for the World Championship, and Gukesh is about to. We have the situation, and this was the moment where after b7, b6, we were having a discussion. We desperately want to play rook on a1 to d1 as fast as possible. We want to move our queen, and we were arguing, should we put it on h5? Should we put it on e2? Should we put it on c2? Jan actually spent quite some time, maybe as much as 20 minutes. I was trying to keep my eye on the clock. Queen c2 was his choice. Bishop e8. We got to this point, and at first blush, it does look rather awkward as black to put your queen vis-a-vis the rook, like you're feeling comfortable. But Gukesh has an active move in mind. He wants to play the move queen on e8 to c6. Once his queen is on c6, well, it's in a battery, and he will keep an eye on the g2 pawn. Jan's pieces look more active. But
yeah,
how can he prove an advantage, Mira?
Well, not easy, because the top choice, knight g3, and this is something that we were discussing, I think, before the break.
Yes, we were.
It's, yeah, I'm not sure, now that you've mentioned queen c6, I do like the move, but somehow computer doesn't. Knight to f5, we would take, right?
Yeah,
bishop
queen takes.
Queen takes, and... yeah, perhaps bishop d5 is too much of a problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, after knight g3, rook a d8. Remember, so that's what I was talking about, reducing the attacking potential and everything.
But okay,
Yep.
can you still go for the same idea? Put the knight on f5.
Probably.
Not the e
Which
knight, the g knight.
Knight g knight to f5. Yeah, knight takes.
Queen takes.
Queen takes. Yeah, and queen to e5. And again, it continues. Kind of trading off, and yeah, we had almost a pawn advantage in the
moment ago.
In the moment when we had the choice between queen h5, queen c2, and so on. Now it's reduced to half a pawn according to machine. So, like, the more pieces we trade.
So what was the most accurate move? Because I feel
it
like
was
queen
h5.
I think queen c2 is like stepping in the wrong direction. I thought maybe bishop c2.
It was indeed queen h5.
Queen h5.
However, here we do have one move that I don't know how good it is, because computer apparently is not deep enough, but that's the move that is very hard to consider, and that's why I like it. So c4, which looks anti-positional, whatever, but I'm apparently looking to play c5, and using the fact that black cannot yet play c5, because knight d6, or even knight d5 as well.
Okay.
Knight d5, and then both the rooks are very, very dangerous.
Can I ask the question after c4, f5?
Yep. F5, knight G5,
and I'm asking way too much of the
Yeah,
position.
yeah, yeah,
It's
like
just
too many.
one pawn. It would work if the queen were on H5.
No, but that's amazing how, you know, this little move F6 that we played, and now we try to repair, and it always makes it worse, right?
Right.
Like you go F4, then this knight gets
Yeah.
there. You go C5, knight gets on D6, every single square. So apparently black has to go knight H4, aiming at queen G6. Then white has to react to this, knight G3, or now some funny line starts with knight C3, where I presume white is happy. Next move is to go knight D5 and capture with the pawn, but computer suggests that you can casually play bishop F3,
Right.
and after this capture, you would think black is capturing, but not
No.
really. It's F5, and we have to go on with this one.
Wow.
Because all of a sudden it does see
attack.
some initiative for black, which I seriously find hard to believe in. It's probably still better for white. Yeah, now that I'm looking at these lines, it ends up taking on F3, E1, and it'll be better position for white. So C4 is something like very original. I'm not sure if Jan will go for it.
I'm thinking in a different direction. I'm thinking that my bishop on B3, pardon me, Jan's bishop on B3, well, nice. I've never gotten to play rook E6. I've never really gotten to do anything with your king. I'm thinking I'm going to go bishop A4. Bishop A4. If you move your queen, well, that's so nice. Now I've taken command of the D7 square. I'm supposing if you play B5 that I'm bringing my bishop back, and yay for me, I've won the square C5.
Wasn't the plan to go queen C6?
Yeah, but do I have a jump on? No, wait a minute. Sorry, knight to D. No, I don't have the jump. Here I am. I'm thinking that I'm going to play knight to D5, and I've got all my pieces beautifully centralized, but I'm not that great. I mean, you could probably just play rook D8 or something.
D8, yeah.
Rook D8, and all I'm doing is trading after this great effort to win the C5 square. All I've done is
When that knight arrives to D5 with fanfare and then
yeah.
has to
I
move
mean,
away.
some Roman general being greeted in the streets. No. Strange. I thought I was winning the square C5 after bishop A4, but I can't keep control. How strange.
It is a very strange position. Shall we take a pause from this game?
Please.
Because I would love both of your opinions on the game between Alireza Firouzja and Nodirbek, because we were discussing this game during the break, and I felt that Alireza was taking risk here. He was making some trades which I thought entailed some danger for him.
Okay.
And the first one is
give up
bishop
his-
takes knight, which does give up the light squares.
Right.
And this was then followed with
Knight to D2.
knight to D2, and then
B5.
B5 coming, which I thought was an impossibility because
do knight
knight will
C5.
now arrive on C5.
It's one of those bishops of opposite color positions. And again, Bobby Fischer said it best, to get squares, you got to give them. On the one hand, you've won a brilliant square. You know, you can put a bishop on D6. On the other hand, I've got outposts for my pieces too. I'm going to put a knight on F5 and the bishop here. Protected passed pawn on C5, yay.
Yeah.
But it's kind of blockaded too, right? Thanks to the bishops of opposite color.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's so
But
risky.
I agree with
But
you.
knight C5. No, I've seen this idea of allowing a knight to jump into C5 in order to react quickly in the center with your pawns. But for me, like moves like queen to B2.
Queen
Let's
B2.
start working on the dark squares. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And
I'm still going to get my same setup. I'm going to put my pawn on F6 and maybe E5.
Yeah.
The question, though, is from the start. The move B5, encouraging me to go to C5, makes sense, but I'm a pawn grubber. You know, like, hey, I played bishop takes E4, weakening your structure, right? Yeah, good for me. I want to try to win the pawn. I want to play knight takes e4. Do you want to play f5?
Okay, we're just analyzing.
Of course. I'm so glad you did that. I mean, normally I win these competitions in terms of destroying the set. But I've got good competition.
For the first time.
For the first time.
Yes.
Knight, I think you're going to have to play f5.
Okay, yeah. Let's investigate.
f5. Now I have to pause because d5 looks like the right way to go, but who's benefiting from the position opening up?
Okay, let's continue.
Yes. Knight to d8?
Knight to d8, yes.
Or do you want to take?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I will only do it under duress. So
Well, let's put, speaking
let's
of
put our
duress.
machine man on it.
Miro?
Okay, so if you want to Engine's opinion on this
Please.
one. Engine does not like b6, b5 at all.
Does not, yeah.
At all. So
Jovi said that was impossible.
So the idea of, or rather the possibility of Alireza kind of losing the threat was very much there. So capturing on e4, knight d2, black already somewhat better after knight a7.
That was what we discussed on our break.
The other funny detail that it was possible to do a Wesley saw in this position and drop on b8 with not so silly regrouping idea of going bishop to c6, knight to d7.
Exactly.
Yeah. However, after b5, apparently the line is indeed knight to c5. Bishop takes and take with this pawn. So
Okay.
that, the pawn is hanging and going f5 would be terrible because of knight c4, using the fact that the b pawn is pinned and the knight arrives to d6. Okay, f5 is somewhat naive, of course.
Right.
So you would do knight to e7, but then yet again somehow computer finds ways of putting pressure on black.
Wow.
So I do this.
Yeah.
And then I once again threaten knight c4.
Okay.
And queen d7 would allow me to capture the pawn.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those, tricky geometrical ideas, I would say, that we turn not to believe in, because what we see, we humans see, that's a brilliant outpost,
right.
everything, and like kind of all the previous experience tells us, no, it cannot be good for white. But there is like a slight twist, and dynamically, black is not in time.
Wow.
So rook to b1 and then knight c4, and after this, guess what? It still goes knight c4, right? And then bishop takes, queen takes. Apparently that's a brilliant knight, but then after a4 there will be some weaknesses. I don't know, computer likes it for white a lot.
I like it for white as well.
Computer likes it for white a lot.
You've got the dark squares, you've got the protective pass pawn.
Knight c3 is indeed a very serious alternative. If, let's say, you look at knight c5 a little bit, and you're an experienced player, and you say, no, that
no,
it
you're
can't
tricking
work.
me. Yeah.
Okay, so f5, and, well...
We were looking at d5.
Everything, like d5 is a good move. d5 is a good move, and black will have to go knight d8.
To d8.
But it doesn't promise, strangely, it doesn't promise much. So it gives around equal.
Jeez.
So what it likes the most after f5 is to go f3.
Okay.
To go f3, ef3, knight f3. So perhaps kind of speculating that it will be hard. Because the bishop on d7 is passive, and at the same time you need it to protect the e6 pawn. So
It's not moving.
It's not getting on d5 that easily.
Right.
There's a slight advantage for white, but the principal move after b5 and the strongest move is knight c5, given that you see that you take with the b pawn and all those tactical tricks.
So knight c5, if you don't mind, I'll just take you down this primrose path. Takes. And then knight to e7, that looked promising, let's say. Queen to c2, bishop to c6, and rook on f to b1. And I just wanted to double check on something like this. You were playing knight c4, I assume. And if I take...
Did you?
You put your knight on d6? Sorry, what did I do?
I was going to say, do you have to go
What did I have to do?
No, after knight takes bishop, could you go knight to
c4?
d6? Or is that too much because you go...
Immediately?
Yeah.
That's a good bishop on f4. Knight d5, you could move the bishop to g3, let's say. And then e4 is hanging and knight c4 is a threat.
I'm kind of saying e4 is hanging.
I'd say
not
it's hanging if you protect against knight c4.
Right.
Let's call it this.
Yeah.
Because knight c4 is the biggest threat. If you move the queen, I will take on e4.
Oh, so if I move the rook, then you're going to go knight c4.
Yes.
And then you want to put your knight on d6. Sorry, what?
No.
But
we should show why knight takes e4 doesn't work in that particular.
This one.
That would be a big howler.
Exactly. Strategically, you help me trade off and open up my bishop, and suddenly things are working in black's favor in this particular variation. You know, it's the funniest thing. We tend to trust our opponents, especially when we consider our opponents as dangerous rivals. So you see the move b5, and you know, wait a minute, I'm going to jump to c5. And then you start looking at these variations, and you don't see rook f to b1, and you don't see the problems, and you talk yourself out of it.
But wait one second. Let's also have a look after knight c5, dc5.
dc5.
Okay, I mean...
That was one of the things
that
we were
was
looking
like a knee-jerk reaction from me.
And we...
Also good.
Also somewhat better for white, according to...
After knight, how does the line go?
So if the knight e7 is played, let me see. Any move? I don't know why Engine wants to go to d1 with the queen. Well, no, seriously, maybe to shift to g4, it's maybe not so silly.
That's why I put it on queen to b2.
Queen c2. Let's look at the more schematic way. Queen c2, attack the pawn. Bishop c6 and knight b3, and once again we'll disturb you with the bishop from a5 and. Like maybe this, so with knight from a5, the bishop maybe goes to d6. So bishop d5, let's say knight a5, queen d7, and f3. Starts annoying you.
Wow. I thought
How'd you like them apples,
right?
Yasser?
I mean, opening up, wow.
Wow, an incredibly exciting game that we could be seeing on the boards between Alireza and Nodirbek. Well, we're having a lot of fun in the studio.
Yes, we are.
Analysing these games. But we also like it when you guys at home join in the conversation and send us your questions. And it is that time when we are going to be answering a question. So let's see. It's a question from Sean. How did they display the boards for the audience back in the day before digital boards?
Thank you, Sean. I love the question. And for me, when you think about a tournament of this stature, where the best players in the world played in these wonderful auditoriums, these great halls, I think of the Soviet Union and the Soviet championships, because those were really extraordinary events, and the chess boards were huge. Like, seriously, I'll do it in meters and yards if you don't mind. It's like 3 meters by 3 meters. So they had these they had these hooks on the squares, and they had these long poles, and they would take the piece and they would fish them on the pole, and they would put them on the top square. And, you know, oftentimes when there was a time trouble, the board boys, as we used to call them, the board boys would go over to the arbiters, and they would look at the score sheet, and they'd go, no. The other, there would be these massive confusion. But it was great fun. And these boards were huge, and I loved it. The crowds would say, "Hey, wrong move." They would be shouting. And
I still remember. Yes, I still remember a friend of mine. He's got this kind of job, and we are talking, I think, mid-90s. There was a match organized for very young Ruslan Ponomarev and Viktor Korchnoi in Donetsk, in my hometown back then.
Right.
And a friend of mine got in this job and
showing
the video. And he was so happy.
Very nice.
I've never seen one where you hook the pieces into. In the UK, it was always magnetic, and there would be quite big boards.
Yeah.
And there was always, you'd give the job to children,
right?
And they
Of
would record
course.
the moves, and they would also put it up. And sometimes you'd have to look at the child and go, no, that's not what happened, and you'd have to help them.
Exactly.
But you know, it was a thing of honor actually to be chosen.
That's exactly
to be
right.
a demo board operator, and
Yeah.
I was never chosen.
Oh, you didn't get the job.
No.
Jeroen van den Berg, who is currently the tournament director of Tata Steel, he started as the IBBF, the International Board Boys Federation. He founded the IBBF, and he was the board boy for Vachier-Lagrave, and now he's the tournament director. Talk about starting in the mail room and going to the C-suites. He and Tommy Bodema, and apparently I had played in the Tata Steel, and they had been given the honor of doing the board for a game I played against Kovacevic. And I played this move that it was actually funny. So I played this move, king to d7, in the opening, bringing my king. And Jeroen, didn't want to put it on the board because he was sure it was wrong on the score sheet. So he refused to put it on the board.
He couldn't possibly move the king.
Like nobody's that dumb to move their king in the opening. What do you have for
So
us?
if I would be
Sean, for the
operating,
question.
you know, the hooked board, you would, you'd scream at me. It couldn't possibly happen. How could Nepo shut down his beautiful bishop? He did place a c4 move that we were discussing.
C4, yeah.
So c4, and once again a reminder, there was one of computer choices, somewhat confusing, and again, not the first choice, not the first move to
And
jump
not
into
the
your
obvious,
head.
yeah.
But it's
He's
kind of
got
a
an
set of
idea.
ideas. So in some positions you want to go c5, and I presume knight to d5 is
It's also a
another
possibility.
idea. So they're both below 1 hour, I have to say. So that's, once again, it's something that develops relatively slowly, and with our time control, once again, a gentle reminder that whenever player gets into a time trouble, there is no way out.
Yeah, you're just going to be
There is no
playing
way
on
out.
increment for the rest of the game. I wanted to turn our attentions back to Alireza for just a moment because I was saying that you tend to trust your opponent. When Nodirbek played b5, Alireza is saying, hey, you're inviting me to play knight c5. I can see that might be confusing. He did play knight c3, but check this out. There was no f7, f5. Immediately came the move a6, a5. Wanted to turn this over to Miro because I'm looking on my board there. I'm seeing a big orange question mark.
Yeah.
And what's up with that?
There is two reasons for
reasons.
this move to be bad. It's knight c3 takes e4 and knight d2 takes e4.
So any capture
computer says, yeah, you know what? I can take your pawn.
Right.
Well, let's look
have
at
a look.
one of these. Yes.
Okay.
Knight takes.
So presumably you capture on b4, right?
Yes, twice.
Yeah, I think so, because computers now for his computer goes d5. E5.
Whoa.
Which perhaps means that something is wrong.
Something
And
is
quite
seriously.
possibly, how do we go about these captures? We say A, B, A, B. Sometimes,
A, B,
like,
A, B.
you know, if we analyze on a real board, we just
A,
take
B,
both
A, B.
pawns away.
Or pawn takes pawn.
So bishop d6. So, and this is kind of intermezzo that one turns to miss.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
because this recapture looks automatic.
Right.
And bishop d6
Until
and
you
white is
see
better because you
that-
can't take
no.
takes
Bishop
knight
takes.
d6, you cannot exchange on d6. So white simply picks up this pawn. So it's, and this quite possibly was missed.
Knight takes e4.
So knight c takes e4, once again, a b4, bishop d6. There is no way out. So he plays queen a7, for instance. Yeah, can go over this line. Queen a7 takes, you can exchange the queen for 2 rooks, but still, king is safe. White knights get squares, white is better.
Much better.
And for science, so to speak, we can check the other one.
Okay.
So knight d takes e4. Now, however, The C3 knight is hanging, so perhaps capturing like this is better.
But you promised me.
Even then, A takes, and what do we do? Recapture on B4.
Right. And then
this one's also better. This one's better for a different reason. So rook takes, and now since we have the knight on the C3, D5 is strong. D5 is strong because taking here doesn't really work. It's bishop C6, bishop C6, and the knight, which is attacked, runs away, but also captures the bishop. Yeah,
right.
So D5, and
if you capture,
ED5, knight D5, are too many things hanging.
Bishop F8.
Bishop F8.
But why do we need to go bishop F8? Why not go bishop E6?
There's a check after bishop F8, which seems fantastic. Check. And I'll return to bishop E6. Because this one I'm trying to convince myself that this is possible to find over the board.
Queen B6.
So king H8, queen F7 is a even
queen
not queen
C2.
F7, queen D3.
Queen D3.
Or queen C2,
Yeah.
But after, wait a second,
king
after
G7.
king G7, that this is, I don't think it's possible to find. Seriously, you go queen B2 and then king G6, and you have to go attack this king with, for instance, now.
Yeah, you stumble into
any
this.
other move.
Then rook to
Then knight to H5 does not give white any advantage. Knight H5. No, this is not happening. This is not happening.
Beautiful though. That's one for the books.
Beautiful line to analyze. But again, if we are realistic, if we come back and we see that this is a simple pawn,
which has happened, by the way.
Yeah, this is a simple pawn because bishop D6, and I do not have to calculate anything else.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm going for it.
Yeah. You said, Jovi, that why go into those difficulties when I have the simple way of keeping my advantage? And knight C3 takes E4 is much more simple than knight D2 takes E4. Although that bishop E6. Show us the bishop E6 move.
Let's go back to the funny line.
The funny line.
We take here.
Take on
it. Was rook A8,
right.
rook A8, D5, and we skip. We will leave aside, of course, a lot of sidelines. Yeah. So bishop E6. Why am I winning after bishop E6? Apparently because of this check
Same
again.
reason.
And then G takes, knight takes,
king G7.
King G7 is queen B2.
Okay.
King F8 is the strongest, and then queen D3. Well, it's impossible to play over the board. Let's call it this. But
I didn't see it.
If anything, I trust engine on this kind of lines.
We're very, very
which
clear.
Is very concrete.
Yeah. Wow.
And let's take a look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Let's have a look at his stats.
He is a very impressive young man who became the youngest world overall champion. I became the world junior champion, but I'd never won the world championship for a blitz or a rapid as he has done.
Yeah,
That's
he
fantastic.
won it when he was just 17 years old.
Ridiculous.
He became world rapid chess champion. And yeah, it was a huge fanfare in Uzbekistan. I think he got
fabulous breakthrough.
He got an apartment as a reward, a car,
he led his Olympic
of course,
team to glory.
now he wants to be world champion. And as you mentioned, in 2022, the Uzbeki team became world champions at the Olympiad.
Yeah, much to the chagrin of the Americans, who fielded the highest rated team. But something has gone badly wrong in this position now, Miro, that you have told us that A5 takes B4 is met by this beautiful, I must say, I really like this intermezzo move, bishop to D6. We want to take on D6. We want to play knight to D6. But you said, in view of this, our computer is saying, yakadu, we've got to play E5.
E5, and it does need some further investigation.
Explain it, yes. We already lost a pawn. Why are we losing another one?
Right, but realistically, what is the move that
Bishop
we
takes,
play?
automatically.
Bishop takes.
Sorry, guys, I'm just laughing. Yakadu.
Yakadu.
Takes.
We're going to teach you a lot of American slang before you get on the plane. Yakadoo? Okay, where does that come from? Come on, I need some help from our audience. That is so common, yakadoo, but what is the origin? What's the etymology? The origin of
Etymology. I have no idea yet.
Yakadoo.
It literally was the first time in my life I've ever heard someone say that.
Hang around. We got more. Bishop takes. Oh,
So what happens?
Yakadoo.
A little yakadoo, yeah. Bishop to c6, and Compi insists on black having some compensation at the very least with two bishops, because it's a little bit, now it's a little bit awkward, right? G2 is hanging, so f3,
right.
Bishop to d5,
Oy.
queen to d3.
For somebody who's 2 pawns up,
yeah,
I'm kind of confused.
I'm also not convinced. Like,
it's not convincing, is it?
Do not get me wrong, it's still kind of gives it as better for white. It's just that with 2 extra pawns, you would expect it to be more than 0.70.
Okay.
Right.
Can we run through those lines again after e5? I just want to make sure that,
so
e5. E5, okay, we'll take with the
the question is, why do we take with the bishop?
Yes, why not take with the pawn?
Well, then we lose b4.
Ah, okay.
I think, it starts by going bishop e6, then takes b4. Yeah,
right.
So that's a little bit tricky.
see.
So, for instance, there is this line. You go to d6, bishop takes, pawn takes, takes here, and we are a pawn up, but all of a sudden the b pawn starts to be...
There's a d pawn. Can I remind you about the presence of that one?
Yes. But it's one of those, I've got a little bit of counterplay in the position after b4, b3.
I don't know.
It's almost
the d
equal.
pawn looks
Almost
kind of very scary.
Almost equal.
Serious?
Where does it go? The d pawn, it's a famous Grunfeldish d pawn, which doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but it's more to do with, I would be concerned about queen b2.
Yep.
You know, the dark squares and the d pawn.
b3.
b3. Okay, that pawn is stopped by the mighty queen, I admit that.
By the mighty queen. But the mighty queen might get pushed around. Knight to b4, rook to c2, knight to b4, knight to d3.
I have plans.
Plans, big plans.
Yes, big plans. So I'm thinking knight to e4.
That looks like a good one. You want to go to c5? I like it.
Potentially, I'm also inspired by the computer to go the other direction as well.
Knight e4, and then we do the Wesley.
No.
Knight b8. Guardian c7. No, I mean, it's a silly move to play when it's played, right? But if you see that it stops c5, knight c5, it has rook c2 in mind. And most importantly, put the knight on d7.
Blockade.
So if we get rid of these knights, black has, say, the knights disappeared. Black has far advanced pawn, white has far advanced pawn. So white's extra pawn is actually like 4 versus 3 on the king side with the opposite colored bishops.
Yeah.
So I would say that it's very likely that black holds. Anyway, we are far, far away from reality.
Yeah. Well, in fact, I think we're not that far away personally, because when I look at the position after a5 takes b4, bishop to d6, and we saw the consequences of this, I think e5 becomes the desperado that's needed, that you absolutely have to play e5 because bishop d6 is simply overwhelming. Jovi, where would you like to take us?
Can we just check in on the game Pragnanandhaa against MVL? I mean, I just want to just do a little stop here because
that was the Russalimo with the...
We're going to see some mass trades and then fizzle to a draw.
We got the mass trades, and there we go. Take, take, take. And this is one of those classic 2 bishops versus the bishop and knight combination.
But why is the pawn up?
Yeah, the extra pawn. It was really annoying for me. I played a match, and again, I'm so grateful to the organizers here in St. Louis for arranging a match that I played with Karpov, and we played the classical, the rapid, and the blitz. I got an extra pawn against Karpov with the 2. He had the 2 bishops, and he defended it and held it as if there was never a problem. This feels like one of them. If I put the pawn back on e3, I feel a little bit better. Put the pawn on e5, and I'm thinking, you can always trade off. it'll be 3 versus 2. And so I think the draw is closer than a white edge in this one.
Absolutely.
And the computer agrees, I guess. What's the eval?
Round zeros. Round zero. So
zero.
this extra pawn is not an extra pawn really.
Mhm.
And I think what matters is exactly what you said. Like if white can keep the queens on the board, if the structure is solid, so there are no weaknesses, then maybe you can try to play. And your only hope, strangely, is not an extra pawn, I guess. Extra pawn secures the fact that like your king is safe and everything. So your only hope would be playing on the dark squares.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I thought queen a3 forces the queen straight, but he goes to c6.
Okay.
So now rook b8 is what is suggested. And but still not much to do.
Well, the knight's a long way from home. I'm a little bit worried that the knight will never get back.
Is Houska getting back home?
Yeah, queen c7.
Queen c7, and queen b3, and knight c6, and rook c8. It's very hard to make sense of it, honestly. I follow the lines, it's like pieces hovering around.
No knight e7.
You can play knight e7. And for a brief moment, once again, I was getting scared.
C8.
But queen c8 doesn't make any sense. King will go to g7. So you can play knight e7, then take here.
And d1 is
and it's this, and check.
But it's a draw, right?
And it's a draw, yeah. So you win the piece, and then it's a perpetual on those 3 squares.
As we
Okay,
very
so
well know.
we can see that it probably will fizzle out into a draw. In that case, can we just revisit the game between Bogdan Daniel and Anish?
Okay.
Because that one involved a lot of maneuvering. We were anticipating Anish breaking out in the center either with c5 or e5. But okay, that hasn't happened because of the white queen's positioning. Instead, now we've got knight to b1.
Knight to b1. There's some kind of virus in today's round where the players are retreating and Wesley so started the trend with his knight on c6 back to b8. Now we have knight on a c3 back to b1. I think Miro was actually mentioning this idea that the pawn on a5 could be potentially weak on any exchange of the bishops, and the Daniel clearly is not comfortable playing e5, e3, e4, but rather he wants to press on the a5 pawn. Did the engines like his? If you were going to trade the bishop, wouldn't you play knight a2, by the way?
That's a good question. So the first thing, when you were referring to knight b1 or knight a2 being strong, it was really strong as a reply to c5 in a position that I think we had
previously
before the break, which means like how slow this game reminds you how slow this
they
game
haven't made a lot of moves.
Yeah, so here knight a2 would be incredibly strong because takes, and pretty much you can't really protect the a5 pawn.
Gotcha.
After rook c1, rook fe8, queen c2, rook d7, knight b1 is one of the first lines.
Wow.
Again, and if I look at this one, knight takes, and computer is getting a little bit more enthusiastic for white for whatever reason. This knight is trying to get all the way to
an
e5.
outpost. Yeah.
But after knight b1, one of the knights to d5 is what computer is doing. And again, remember we are talking that white has to be careful pushing e4. Because here, after e4, of course, black's very happy to go knight b4, and thinks simply wins the pawn. No, he doesn't win the pawn yet, but yeah, that's
queen c3.
Not much of an advantage for white. Yeah,
this is I'd be scared that we
it's a dream
enjoy,
for
right?
us, right?
Exactly.
You know, got a knight on the outpost, pressure against d4.
No.
Oops.
And a quick question for you, Miro. Instead of knight c3 to b1, if I had gone, I want to encourage you to take my bishop on d2.
Yeah.
Knight a2?
So bishop takes,
queen
takes, and I guess rook a8. Yeah.
Rook c5, you want to play queen takes c5.
I get. Yeah.
Oh no, there's knight e4. Excuse me.
c5.
Knight
yeah,
e4.
So you really wanted this pawn.
Yeah, I really did.
There's knight e4. Yeah.
That hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could try going like queen e1 and so on, but black will find the time.
Away.
Okay. So looking pretty level. Maybe we can go on to the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi against Gukesh, because there's been some changes there.
Yes, we saw when we left it, it's one of those confounding positions where we're looking. Jan has his rooks perfectly aligned on the only open files, the D file, the E file. His knights look more active. His bishop looks as good as this bishop. So he's sitting there saying to himself, my goodness, I've done everything right. Where's my advantage? And the engine's saying nothing unless you start pressing with c4, which he found. Queen c6, knight to d5, knight takes d5 takes, and we're up to date with the players. I'm assuming queen takes c2?
Yep, that would be the first move that I would be thinking of.
Okay, we're trading,
Make these trades.
And
pile on the pressure.
Is it time to develop our rooks? Something should come, or our knight. Normally speaking, I would want to bring my rook into play.
A rook, it's worth more. Let's follow those basic principles.
Right, let's bring our rook into play. Now, the question is, and we do have queen c2 on the board, rook a to c8, are we playing d6 or not? Is there advantage after d6? So, shall we have a look-see?
Let's go there.
Okay, I'm taking a knight. Taking.
Wait. There's d takes c7.
There's an intermezzo, but wait. Boom.
And then the rook will take.
Bishop.
And then the bishop will come back to f5.
Exactly.
So, okay, just wanted to cover
no.
that
It's
one.
a very important point. Otherwise, without the move bishop f5, you're winning brilliantly.
Yep. Or the knight on g6.
Bishop takes. Now we're kind of being a little bit crude here, but rook takes. I'm assuming rook takes, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, rook takes, pawn takes. I don't think I have anything here. I may on a good day win a pawn back or something like that, but I'm not satisfied that I have an advantage. Please, rook d8.
Rook d8.
Shall we try d6 again?
Let's try d6 again.
Okay, I took a knight.
Okay, no other option. We can go bishop takes.
Yeah, and I was
but
gonna...
I don't really like that one because I'd much rather activate the rook.
Right.
And keep the minor piece on the
And I'm
board.
going to follow Miro's advice that when you're under some pressure, trade off the attackers.
Yeah, okay, so let's go rook takes rook.
Pawn takes.
Rook b4, and you're just going to go rook b8, right?
Or b5.
Well, b5,
might give you something? Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking a4.
I'll believe you.
And then we just do a dance.
Not happy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to follow Jan and, support him in his efforts of proving advantage, but my clutches are empty. I don't get anything after all of the action.
Yeah, there is not much, but if you continue on your analysis, trade on d6 and go rook c4, this might be something.
Yeah, this is what I tried as well.
Rook c4.
I thought, even on a good day, if I win the pawn, I wasn't really getting...
No, it's not much. It's like point 44, point 45. So
wow.
We already do not expect that much.
No. So really from...
C takes... So rook a to d8, bishop b3 is what computers suggest, but I do not trust it all that much.
It
It fizzles out. I mean, it gives, evaluation goes down slowly but surely.
But it's like, I'm looking this position, and is it only an illusion that White's pieces are better somehow? Because hasn't Ian played a beautiful game? Aren't
she did.
Don't we admire?
He didn't play queen h5.
Ah.
The one with initiative. So the one with attack, right?
Yes, Queen H5. So he missed his opportunity early. Okay.
Well, Rook A8 played indeed by Gukesh, as we expect.
And we'll see if that fizzles. One game that we haven't seen and I'd like to visit is Fabiano.
Yeah, we have to check in on the All-American Derby.
We do, because the rivalry between these two is so intense. Some very strange toing and froing has been going on. E4, knight f6, A3, A4.
We saw this, and then the bishop
B6.
come back to A3.
Now, Miro was saying that one of the opportunities behind the knight on b8 is it does give us this idea, pardon me, of going c5. That is to say, kind of getting a Maroczy bind clamp on the position. No, knight a6, d4, bishop b's. Okay. Just a second, I'm just trying to...
I think we got to show the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Let's go knight takes.
Let's do it. Knight takes. So, knight takes.
Mm-hmm.
And now, let's see, do we have a way of
is there some knight c6 ideas?
Queen
f3. What else is there? Knight
exactly.
c7.
Knight to c6, just kind of shutting. And also doing nothing, the so-called quiet move. First blush, white has more pieces in play, and there is this very potentially awkward pin. I'm thinking rook e1. I have a little initiative, don't I? Let's have a look.
Rook e1.
Rook e1.
Okay, so
What do you
knight
do?
is under fire.
Yay.
So let's look at the first move, which is just moving it back to...
d6, because don't forget,
yeah, but if you go knight d6, there's knight takes knight.
Let's look at Fabi, because indeed something changed a lot.
A lot.
And a lot was, I think, like knight b8. We are of a mixed opinion about this one, right? Knight a6 apparently was a big mistake.
A big
mistake. So had to play c5.
Locking down the center.
Still, it will be very, very unclear.
After
White has
d4?
options. Say knight takes even.
Wow.
Knight takes, rook takes, and you go d4.
Wow.
And the fact that
all your pieces on the first rank.
all of your pieces are on the last rank.
Yeah.
And e5's happening somewhere.
Yeah.
So it is very annoying.
Okay.
Knight a6, d4,
Right.
bishop b7, and right you are, capturing on e5, and knight takes, and rook e1 is an advantage. Queen c2 is an advantage. Even like some funny looking moves like queen e2
is
an advantage. Right. So like now, queen e2 after some thought becomes the first line computed. So if you drop back the knight to say d6, it's relatively simple. Take on b7 and
then queen
go queen f3. I would guess. Compi likes a lot just going rook fd1 and pretty much saying, I'm dominant here. You can't really develop those.
Jovi wanted to take on d6 a moment
after
ago.
knight d6.
Yeah, well, that was with the rook on e1.
But that's okay.
Knight to d6,
Because we're
I
hitting
think here
f7.
is a bit different, though.
No, we're hitting f7.
Because I wanted to hit on f7, you see. I wanted to take. So the rook had to be on e1.
The rook had to be on e1 instead of queen e2, right?
Yeah.
So this is what he wanted. Yeah,
I
rook
wanted
to
this,
e1.
and after knight d6.
But then, after rook e1, knight d6 is non-move. You have to take here, then.
Right.
Have to take here, and still white is better. White is better.
You heard
Bishop b4 or d5 or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything.
But wait a minute. But you're confusing me. Queen e2.
Queen e2 is just as good.
And then knight d6.
Knight d6.
And let me take knight takes d6. You took on g2. So I can take on f7. I can take on e8. I mean,
which one you would prefer? Okay, knight e8 is a good move.
Right.
I'll take on f1. You'd be better.
Right.
If You take on f7.
You take on d4.
Go queen d5, protecting the bishops. It's once again, it's possible to make a mistake.
Wait 1 second. Why can't you not take the rook? Oh, because of check.
No, you do take the rook.
You do take the rook.
You do take the rook, and then black takes here, and king f1, queen f. Anyway, Jovi's line with rook e1 is simple and strong.
Yes.
And again, we stick to simple and strong, especially with these complicated positions. So the news are that Fabi is much better once again. Has to find knight e5,
which is
will find knight e5
anyway.
That's the most logical move in the position.
But as we started the show, we were explaining that Fabi is, we like looking at the ELO rating list so that we can see, who's number 1, who's number 2, and so on. A win today for Fabi would have him pass Hikaru as the number 2 player, and of course, winning a second game in a row would, of course, give him a lead in this tournament.
Actually, it would allow Fabi to go back to 2,800 plus, because he was that just before Norway Chess, but then he didn't do so well there, so he fell below that benchmark. And yeah, it would place him as number 2 in the world, and he of course, you do want to edge closer to Magnus Carlsen, who's there with 28.31. And 6 of the world's top 10, they are playing here. Nepomniachtchi, Nodirbek, Fabiano, Gukesh, Pragnanandhaa, Wesley. So, I mean, these are great names in chess.
Oh, absolutely. And if you just look at that Hikaru-Magnus rivalry for just a moment, do keep in mind at one time Magnus had an adoption of Hikaru. I think he had like 10-0. Now imagine that score had been somewhat level. Magnus would not be, 30 points above Hikaru. Hikaru's won some games, but at one point Hikaru had a really, really bad score in classical chess against Magnus. So we'll keep in that one. Let's just go. Did we go get a chance to review all the games, or?
Let's go back to Alireza against Nodirbek.
Please,
just quickly. There was something about you cannot have two, like you have 2 options, you can't have both, you have to choose. Guess what? He did not have to choose Alireza. Knight c3, and he won a pawn that we remember. Then black played rook a6, and guess what? Knight c5. So both b5 and rook a6 being terrible moves, as it turns out.
Right.
And then
guess what?
We had this set up, and the knight was getting to d6, but also e4 pawn is missing. So I won't surprise you if I tell that white is close to be absolutely winning. So here after e5, in fact, de5 wins you the second pawn, but bishop g3 is much stronger. Bishop g3 if black captures knight e4, so white has to play for initiative.
Yeah.
And imagine, well, rook will move elsewhere, knight gets to d6, rook on a6 will be shot off, right? So you take on you can't even take on e3. Thinking of some lines, say bishop e6, queen b2 maybe.
Okay.
And then, the knight d6.
Beautiful.
Black is in big trouble. It's more than 2 pawns for white.
Yeah, that knight on d6 is so strong.
Potentially seeing 2 decisive games. And as we go to break, one of the most famous faces in Romanian chess is the Grandmaster Constantin Lupescu. And he is with Anastasiya. So take a look, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
I'm here with the Romanian Grandmaster Constantin Lupescu. Grand Chess Tour is happening here just right now. Please tell us your opinion about the field, about the tournament.
It's an amazing event, and somehow, I don't know, each year is getting stronger. So I don't know how they're doing it, but each year it's stronger and more interesting.
You have the local player participating, Bogdan Deac is playing. What do you think about his chances this time?
I think normally he will be doing well. I mean, he needs to adjust to this new time control, but once he does it, he should be doing quite well.
Yeah, You're Grandmaster yourself, and this new time control you mentioned, 120 minutes and then 30 seconds per move. What do you think about it? How difficult it is to play?
Well, it's interesting because you don't often see it, so you have to adjust. You have to adjust a bit, and you have to manage your time quite well. But at least compared to World Championship, they still get increment, so this is good.
And my last question, here in Bucharest we have this tournament for the fourth time already. How important is it for popularization of chess here in Romania?
I think this is doing wonders for chess overall. I mean, I see a lot of kids coming and all chess fans, so just great.
Thank you so much. All the best of luck. Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Dariush Firks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back. It is round 2 of the Superbet Chess Classic. And boy, during the break, did we get excitement.
Things just blowed up on us.
They certainly did.
Miro, I think Wesley missed something. Knight f7 looks like a great shot by Fabi.
Well, he certainly missed this one. And
wow.
We missed it as well, because we were analyzing
focused only on knight e4.
Simply by accident, but the correct capture on e4, which was knight takes. And I understand, remember we're looking, there was always some pin on this diagonal, so right. Wesley thought, why don't I take with the bishop, exchange the bishops, so I do not have this trouble of pinning on the long diagonal. However, here goes knight takes f7, boom.
Wow.
And what to do? Well, computer gives you an immediate answer. The best move to stay in the game is queen d5. However, it's +2 in white's favor after knight e5, so it's not very appealing, right? And if you take, the things are getting even worse. Check, and I don't think we want to analyze king f6, rook c6 too much.
We get that.
This type of kings are not living for long on the 5th rank. Therefore, yeah, trying to block, but then rook e1, and there's absolutely nothing you can do against this pin on the diagonal, so everything collapses. White is +5. A piece down, but a rook up in the evaluation, so completely hopeless. Yep.
Wow.
So Fabi is winning.
But hold on, Queen D5, Knight
Queen to
E5.
D5, Knight to E5.
I mean, at first blush, Bishop takes E5. Can I do something that...
Pawn takes.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, and to trade the queens, or...
Well,
to
I'm a
take
pawn
on
grabber.
E5, and for the moment, for the time being, you've even equaled the material. I suspect this knight is terrible, so what computer says is just keep it check.
It is
King,
terrible.
wherever
H7.
it goes,
King
it's
H7.
No, Queen F7.
Queen G7. Then you take the pawn.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, it trades captures on C7, and it's what? It's one pawn, but also the king is terribly weak. Terribly weak. King, the B6. Maybe it's more than one pawn now that I'm thinking. I mean, if you're greedy, you can go rook C6 and collect the other dudes.
I'll collect the other dudes. So, Knight F7.
I'm sorry, but plain and simple, Knight F7 is a winning position. It's on Fabi to show the technique.
Wow. One more look. Queen D5, Knight E5. Now, I'm not going to give up the bishop. How would I put up the resistant best put? C5? G6 is hanging.
Yeah, like G6 is hanging.
But then I got Knight to G5.
Okay.
Like the immediate Knight G5, it threatens
the
mate
immediate
one.
Knight G5 allows
Look at
me to go H4. And there is no Knight F3 check, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So therefore...
Yes.
Yeah, no, I got a bit...
Jovi was excited.
Yes.
What was it?
C6.
C6, I think we take.
And we go Knight C3.
Knight takes, yeah, Knight G5, I presume, and F3.
I'm 2 pawns.
Can we show why Queen takes pawn? It's not possible. Queen takes, yeah, because I went C6 with a devious trap. You
Wait a
guys...
second. Rook takes pawn, you mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Rook takes pawn.
No.
And then
Rook
it's
takes knight.
Rook takes E5.
Do you know, I thought it was the queen.
Wow.
It's good morning, St.
Good morning, St.
But it
Louis.
still worked. Rook takes knight.
I'm getting confused, yeah. No, seriously, I suspect, you do play Queen D5, Knight E5, and then you kind of look for, indeed,
Tricks.
for some moment to go Knight G5 or something.
I'm looking for tricks.
And in a practical game, it might bring you some success, but realistically, like what computer does, and maybe it's not so silly. Rook E6, and then you say, please take this
Do me
E7
a
pawn.
favor.
Okay,
Let's say, which isn't kind of, or wasn't bad, and then all of a sudden Knight G5.
Okay,
as
now
a
we're
little
cooking.
trap.
Now we're threatening.
Because after H4, your rook on C7.
This is a tempo.
It's Bishop E5 happens to be a tempo. You take.
And now
Knight F3, King H1, Knight D2, and all of a sudden the game is saved.
Right.
The game is safe. It's a perpetual.
Nice.
Right. So
wow.
And do remember that Fabi is our defending Grand Chess Tour champion. And there we can see some stats, just 31 years old, with a universal rating of 2788. And he also won the
Superbet
Chess
from
Classic last year as well.
Right? Yeah, it wasn't just
he defeated Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in 23 moves along the way.
Not bad and nicely done. Knight takes F7, and for the moment, he's soaring. How are the clock times between these two at this moment? Who's outfoxed?
Well, no, it's very balanced.
Is it?
Both sides on
Not
roughly under 29 minutes. But Knight takes F7 coming as a shocker to Wesley So.
The one that I really like was King takes, Queen B3 check, Rook E6. And it's so often that we do have these quiet moves. You know, you've just made this, massive sacrifice. You're thinking to yourself, I want to play the most aggressive way to follow up. You want to play a move like Rook to C6 so that, bang, bang, boom, ba, boom, like that kind of thing. And instead it's Rook E1.
Yes, and you can't even hold on to the piece.
Yeah,
because I know maybe some people will go, hang on a second, you can get out of the pin with King to F6. But no, you cannot. You're still going to lose. Because Rook takes Knight. Anyhow.
Oh. That's so sad.
You don't even get a piece for your troubles.
That's so sad. Queen F3 check. Yeah. And that would do it. So that was why we've been looking at queen d5 and not capturing the knight on f7. Wesley So is coming to the same conclusion. It's not easy to admit that you overlook something as powerful as knight f7.
Yeah, and looking at the players, Fabi seems to be very confident.
It's hard. These two players, for me, I think they're very stoic at the chessboard. They don't reveal themselves very well.
I disagree.
You think that Fabi...
No, Fabi looks always...
And you think Wesley?
He
has a
He
towel?
has a few towels.
Does he really?
Yeah, like for instance,
My
he
goodness.
covers his mouth. Also...
When he's in bed.
Yeah, I mean, I was commentating on a tournament where we could see his heart rate, and his heart rate was sky high, I would say.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a tell I couldn't guess.
I have a theory, Yasser, on this
And?
one, like why it's very hard to read Wesley, like if his position is bad, because he rarely has bad positions.
That is... that's probably a problem, right?
You don't really know. Yeah, you don't really know. You don't have enough data on how he behaves in bad positions.
He doesn't have enough of them. Knight takes f7. He's definitely on the back foot. What is happening in the game of Alireza, our youths? I went too far. I went down too far. It was the game of Alireza versus Nodirbek. And
Well, it's looking great for Alireza, but Nodirbek has managed to push his b-pawn.
So
quite
when
far up
we
the
left
board.
it, he won a pawn, did Alireza. Knight c5, everything. He's in cruise mode. He's got an extra pawn, and he's ready to maneuver his knight to the e4 square, but there's a passer. Miro, jump in on this one. We've got this great advantage of two pawns and a great knight, but do I have to be concerned about the b3 pawn?
Well, depends.
Depends.
If it'll start moving even
any further, that would be bad news.
Yeah, well, the thing is, computer evaluation is not very optimistic for black. It's almost 2 pawns. But looking at this one, with human eyes,
you find
again,
issues.
2 extra pawns for white are e5 and the e3 pawn for now. Right. So black has the passed pawn, white has the passed pawn. White will have a fantastic outpost on d6,
absolutely
paralyzing a lot of black's activity. But at the same time, well, it'll take white some time to kind of come up with, probably like eventually knight gets to d6, let's say, this bishop will have to drop back and maybe pawn gets to f5.
That's a long
It's
story.
quite a few moves.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The big question is, can black do something?
In the meanwhile.
Yeah.
But also, should this be white's plan? Like maybe you could just move your rooks, centralize and try.
Okay, let's try to centralize our rooks. Rook d1. Queen b4, some like computer all of a sudden like gets somewhat optimistic. Queen b4. I don't know what it does. Queen b4 and then if knight d6, it'll take the pawn. That's why it's so happy.
That's not so bad.
That's why it's so happy. Yes, f3. No, it doesn't change the valuation much. It's white is winning.
White is winning.
It's just that if we go if we go a little bit back and remember. I was saying
bishop to g3.
You were not forced to take. You could just play bishop g3, and that apparently was stronger. But perhaps Alireza's decision is
understandable
just
as well. The current position after the move b3. So imagine we drop in knight to d6. I'm guessing you're going to play queen b4 regardless, right?
Well,
and
for
I play
whatever reason, queen b4 is no longer that
attractive.
Anyway,
because of
queen
rook
b4,
c1.
It's good. Yeah, f to c1. Right?
Yes, rook fc1. And here, in my mind's eye, I understand what you're saying about f4, but also I would like to kick your pieces back e4, bishop to d2, if I could.
And this is.
Yeah, some ideas
idea.
of this like this. How does Nodirbek stay in the game? after
by going Queen A7 after knight D6.
He doesn't. He doesn't
Yeah,
go.
that doesn't go in.
He doesn't go in. So,
but indeed, it does look very grim. Now that you've pointed this one out.
Queen A7, Rook to C1, and well, geez, now I also have Knight to B5 starts to be attractive too.
Yeah. Feels like White has all the time in the world. Yeah?
It looks good. Prague versus MBL. How are we doing on that one?
Well, it looks pretty level. Black has a lot of counterplay for that pawn deficit.
That seems to have been the case almost from the moment he lost the pawn. he's always had some really good counterplay as MVL.
It's just more that, there's no way to make any progress.
Mm-hmm.
This bishop on E6 is so good.
And again, that knight on C7 is a long way away from civilization. If the knight were on F3...
Maybe we're going to see the players repeat.
Let me just see what the last few moves have been.
Okay, there has been a few repetitions.
Rook B3, Rook... I see what you mean. And very recently, Queen D4. So this is the repetition I think you were just referring to, right? I could play Rook here. The problem is the Queen is tethered to the bishop. So if I go, for example, away from the bishop, oops, that's a big one. That's
huge.
Yeah,
right?
that could be a lost position on the spot. So that's why the Queen is probably going back to where it came from.
Yep.
And that was the repetition that Jan, he's got that ending. Remember we left it, we were trying desperately to try to get something. D6, takes. We got this far, and I just thought it was going to be equal. It's not equal. White still has a bit of pressure at the moment, I would say. Again, a draw is not completely outlandish, but I think White is the one enjoying the moment. Mm-hmm. We'll keep an eye on that. Where else can you take me?
Yeah. And well, Gukesh, he is feeling the pressure in this position, but of course he is just 18 years old. So let's take a look at this graph where we're going to compare Gukesh at 18 with the other players at 18. And here we've got some big names. We've got Caruana, MVL, Topolov, Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, and Shakarian Mamajaro Aronian, and Anand. Wow, what do you make of this? Yes.
I'm stunned. I mean, I'm looking at Vishy Anand as being at the bottom of that table, and what an illustrious table it is. Gary Kasparov being where he is.
Yeah, I know. So like Gukesh has a current rating of 27.63.
Wow.
And so let's have a look at the bottom. Vishy Anand at 18, 25.20.
Wow.
That's a huge difference.
Of course, the ratings at those days were... those players are going to say, today's ratings are inflated. It's not about the ratings.
Well, there's Kasparov in the mix. And Kasparov had a rating of 26.30.
So 25.20 for Anand, 26.30.
30 for Kasparov. Wesley had, Wesley had a 26.59 and Veselin Topalov 26.70. But the person at the top, is there any surprise? Magnus Carlsen. He had a rating at 18 of 27.70.
Wow. Very, very impressive. I just have on my in front of me the game between Daniel and Anish. Takes, knight to d2, g4. For the longest time, we've been expecting Anish to prep the move e5, but there was always a pawn hanging on g6. The actually funny part is somehow the g6 pawn just got traded off for the h pawn, and after all of this, we're in an ending where, well, I think White is enjoying a little bit of an advantage as this pawn on a5 sticks out like a sore thumb, and there's always knight c4 as a move that Black has to respect. King e2, and well, I like the White position here. I think.
part of me,
Yes.
especially the Kara part of me, is saying, well, hang on a second.
Solid.
It's solid, right?
Yeah, you're
And
not
yeah, I
gonna
can see
give
the
him
knight
ground.
arriving on e4, but it can be challenged with the black king stepping up to g7, knight to f6. And the more pieces that get traded off, the more I'm like, black is going to be building for that break on
Well,
e5 and c5 at some point.
Yeah.
It's just this bishop on b3. It doesn't
It does not
make
impress.
the best impression.
No, it doesn't. It may take me a while, but as you're doing your thing, king g7, I'll do my thing. I will go king e2, bishop
Okay, so
c2.
you can do it right now.
Right now, king e2, yay.
It's your move.
King g7.
Yeah, king g7, yes.
It's a good move. Okay, so what do I want most? Do I want to maneuver my knight to b3? Do I want to play rook to b1? In every case, it feels to me like my bishop on b3, what you mentioned, is a bit misplaced. I want to play bishop c2, knight to b3, or rook to b1 and b4. Your turn.
Okay, so
That's fair.
Yeah, that's going to take you a while because
Yes.
after knight b3, this knight takes a4 in the air, so I don't have
Correct.
to worry about that. There's also, so I'm thinking, there's rook to d5, there's also knight f6. I feel like this knight is doing nothing on g4.
It is doing nothing.
Bring it back into the action.
Put it back in. Put it back into play. Okay. Rook. Wow. Just a second. Okay. Rook to a1 is not. The audience is not going wild.
You have the devious threat of knight b3.
I have some, outlandish idea of winning a pawn. That is true. Rook to d5.
Rook d5.
I think you've equalized
Knight to d7.
nicely
This
here
was my
in this
plan.
one. It couldn't break anything. G7, G6 on the board. We'll keep an eye on this one. Miro, what do you have for us in the Wesley?
Audience is going wild, yes, in this game of Fabiano Caruana against Wesley So, because Wesley has played knight g5, which happens to be yet another mistake. As we
saw
already know,
H4.
h4 is very strong, and I can't possibly find the reason why he played knight g5, because I do have the information, a computer doesn't like it, but sometimes you, as the player, you can guess, okay, he was going for this, he missed this. Now I don't know what he was going
rook
for.
takes e5?
Yeah, like knight h3, king h2 is not that hard of a
What
variation.
about rook takes e5?
Yep, rook takes, pardon me.
To the end.
Yeah, have to go to the end. So g5, rook takes e5.
Yeah.
We still take, no, wait a second. Turns out you take here.
Knight f3.
Which isn't that easy. Yeah, allowing knight f3, I agree.
King
so this is what he was going for.
King
and we have to show that this is not a great idea usually, because knight e1 is a double check.
Ouch.
And even though both things are hanging, you can't take any of them. Yeah, queen g2 happens. Anyway, don't play like that. So king to h1.
Yeah.
Now knight to d2, let's say, and white has f2, f3. And apparently it is winning, because also the knight is pinned, right? Compi was giving something like queen to b7, kind of keeping this
diagonal open.
Keeping this diagonal. But then knight to c7, so I'd be ready to block on d5 if it's a discovery. And then I'm very happy to take and
Finally.
simplify and
check on d5.
yeah,
anyway.
there's check on d5 and take the rook, but I'm a very boring person. I'm taking the knight. Computer is right. Yeah, like taking anything.
2 pawns.
I'll have a couple extra pawns, yes, that'll be enough.
You'll nurse them.
Yeah, so knight g5.
H4.
You need, yeah, h4, rook e5, and then you have to have the courage to take and allow knight f3, which once again, psychologically is very unpleasant. Whenever we see these kind of checks, you think, okay, this again, this battery, this discovered checks and everything. Yeah, so let's see.
For me, knight g5, h4, again, thanks to the help of the computer, having the knight occupy f3, I think we've all been tasered by so many losses where the knight gets to f3. Instinctively, we might just reach for the f pawn and go f2, f3. Maybe we're giving up the lion's share of our advantage if we do that?
Absolutely.
Are we?
Yes. So then, I wonder if we have to criticize Wesley Salisbury.
Right,
because
he's
H4
playing...
does win, but so was like any other line he would choose. And then, F3, which, as you said, Yasser, is kind of tempting. I just want to be safe.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, and in this case, it's somewhat different compared to the lines we were looking at. And the queen can take, and it's 0.50, so 0.5.
Wow.
It's half a pawn only.
That's not that much.
It's not so obvious. Because you can block with the queen on e6, and queen takes, knight takes, all of a sudden guards the pawn on c7.
And not even any material up at the end of the day.
So that's the crazy part, right? I didn't even win a pawn.
No, we've got to rewind here.
You're right.
Absolutely. No, queen b3 was silly. Still have to say queen c2, white is better, targeting both g6 and c7. But yeah, one has to play h4 to declare this game to be winning for white. Otherwise, it's just, okay, Fabi has an advantage, but we go on. Yeah?
But h4 is much stronger. Will he find it? And he's got time, doesn't he? He's got
20 minutes to do so.
Right.
Plenty of time. And where can we revisit?
Let's say Jan's position. Okay, that was an important moment. b2, b3, because there was clearly, we're building up for an opportunity to playing g3 and winning back our pawn. But the moment we kick the knight will jump to the d3 square and attack the pawn on b2. So we can very well understand this decision by Jan to play move b2, b3. Again, we want to kick the knight. We want to win back the pawn. f5. Now that's a little bit of a surprise move. f5. h4 again. Very logical.
Getting ready to go g3.
Here we go. And after h4, stop. We've caught up with the players. I'm warming up to White's position suddenly. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of Gukesh's last few moves. And his clock, 2-1 time age?
Yeah, so Gukesh is just under the 17-minute mark, whereas Jan is just over 33 minutes. But this is actually one of our longer games of the round so far.
Right,
They've played
the players are
32
really in the
moves.
ending.
Yeah, we've seen, like Fabi and Wesley. It feels like they're still in move 22, something like that.
Daniel and Anish haven't
guys,
disturbed.
Exactly, they haven't disturbed before. So, but here, it is an in-game, and we do have another stat.
Okay.
That our statistician Ben Underwood has collated. It's the classic decisiveness by move count.
Okay, break this chart down for me. What am I looking at here, Jovi?
So the longer the game,
yes,
you can see the more decisive.
So when the players get 70 moves in,
then its
the chances of winning
become 44.4%. But interesting enough, if you look at the brackets, it's like 50 to 60.
That's the most decisive.
That's the most decisive.
That's when the games are mostly decided in that 50
area,
move.
in the fourth hour.
Okay.
So,
the fourth hour also. Move count and some time. Does that look right to you? The bell curve on that one, Miro?
That's
as the senior commentator,
there's not a lot of. It can't be possibly the healthy normal thing, because the longer you go, it will not get more drawish.
Right.
But it makes sense.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like very rarely you see a win straight out of the opening. To have Fabi win against MVL, that's very, very rare, right?
Right.
And it's also very rare that you get like 30 and under. that's kind of almost like a miniature these days.
Exactly, miniature.
And you know what happens is like move 30 to 40, you're in a time scramble, things get clarified, and then you convert it around about move 50.
Yeah, I've always, I mean, we've had those time controls of 40 moves, and it was the 40th move blunder. So somewhere between 40 and 50, I think, is where the decisive moments occurred. I'm looking at this game, and I'm thinking Gukesh is suffering. Maybe the engine doesn't agree.
Jan with
Gukesh, what you have on your screen right now.
It might be that he's uncomfortable over the board. The engine is kind of laughing at the idea that white has something substantial.
Really?
Yeah, and...
because?
Yeah, like rook b8 was okay, of course, and then a5 was okay.
Okay.
b3 is clever. And interestingly, f5, the move that he kind of was...
wait a minute.
Kind of didn't like that much, it was also fine.
Also fine.
The point is, as far as I can get it, that you want to make a luft for the king.
Yeah,
right?
you want your king in
Moving
the game.
the h-pawn does not necessarily create a right luft, kind of.
Right,
because it'll be the light squares, you'll get checked on one day on this diagonal. Yeah, so you would much rather go g6. And in order to go g6,
you have
you
to
don't
start
want to
with
lose
f5.
the f-pawn. Yes, hence f5, h4, g6, and
g3. What
yeah,
else?
you can win the d5 pawn back without exchanging the bishop for the knight. Otherwise, it's just rook endgame and a draw. But yeah, the computer is not very impressed, say, with this setup. Rook d2. We don't want to drop the a2 pawn, and rook c8. And as far as I understand, like a3, there is knight c2, and you're forced to go a4. So a3 is not something to consider, and without a3, how do you make any sort of progress? This guy's always hanging.
So if I go king g2, you'll go
king g2, I guess rook c7.
Rook c7.
I don't even think black needs, like active pawn to play. Just improve the pieces. Rook c7, king g7, I guess, my next couple of moves.
But okay, I was going to ask, because if we go back to the game position, I see that g6 has indeed been played. It does feel like black is in a bind, right? You can't move the rook without clarifying. Yeah, you can move the king. But I'm just thinking, why don't we prevent the knight arriving to d3? Or, well, maybe not do that, but stop it attacking our pawns. So maybe a3.
So when the knight gets to d3, we want to stop it from bouncing around.
Yeah, exactly, because it was a real nuisance, right? Once it went to d3, it then went to b4, it forced our rook back, and I don't want any of that game.
Right. Okay, so if I do this...
I save the tempo g3.
Now you'll take on d5.
That's the plan.
And even then, the computer's not... I'm all with you on this one. Like, white is more pleasant to play, and black has to be very careful. Just that it's very hard to convince the bot that white makes any sort of
compelling argument. Your point is well made. Unfortunately, there's no point. And by the way, he did just go g3. And we're about to see that whole variation with knight to b4, because in many ways it just simply looks forced. There's nothing to be done. Knight b4, rook d2, rook c8, and this is where the players are going. Funnily enough, again, before the engines, if you just gave this position to Bobby Fischer, he was, white's much better. I mean, it wouldn't even be close. There's nothing to discuss. White, it's a two-result game, Bobby Fischer would say. In this case...
And maybe he would be right. It would be two-result game. It's just that with today's knowledge, it will be 97% a draw result, and then there's 3 remaining percent to win for white.
I think we have to put the caveat that maybe at the higher level, it would be 90% drawn.
Right.
And the lower down you go, I think there's, even I would say up to 2600, I would say that there's a good chance of people going wrong in this.
There's always a good chance in these endings.
Incidentally, I just wanted to mention that Fabiano
Let's do
did
it.
find the required h4, and Wesley did give up the rook for the piece on e5, and is just as Miro and yourselves predicted.
Queen to b7, preserving the long diagonal and hoping that he'll have some marvelous discovered checks along that diagonal. The first thought is I would love to go queen to c6 and just simply stop that. So my knee-jerk reaction to what Wesley has done might be to try queen to c2.
Isn't that a bad move because of knight to d4 check?
Precisely. Queen to c2, you eyeball this one, and you want to play queen to c6. And you're like a hero, knight to d4 check. Oops. It's sort of like my intended queen c6 doesn't work. So we're in a situation. Also, the other one that comes to mind, and it's very attractive too. You want to go queen to d7, so you can go queen to c6. Similarly, knight takes e5. But we know, as Miro said, give the material back. Sometimes you should just give the material back, right? Knight takes, rook takes. And in one case, Miro said, yes, the engine will take the rook, but we old guys, we pensioners, we very much like being two pawns.
I'm sure you would take the rook, Yasser, actually.
I don't know. I mean, two pawns is pretty darn compelling, especially when you see queen b3 check and f4
You know, if you think of it, Yasser, it's not about like being safe, not being safe. You understand in both cases, White's position is completely winning.
Very good.
And what of these two pieces represents more kind of danger to White's king?
Right.
It's the only way you're not winning this game.
Right.
Is like you're getting checkmated or a perpetual check.
Yeah.
And the rook on a8 is so harmless.
Yeah.
And the knight on f3 is already there, so I'm getting rid of the knight.
I think I can give you a more concrete example of what I'm saying.
Hang on a second, we have a move. Rook c3.
Rook c3,
Wow.
one of the computer-approved moves.
Okay. A knight d2 check immediately by Wesley. Do you recall from the candidates the last game, Fabi versus Nepo? And he gave up an exchange, did Nepo, and that knight was a tormentor, and the game ended in a draw. That was why you sit there and you say to yourself, let me just get rid of the knight and not the rook, because in this position, after something like check, it's crazy. But what can go wrong? Oh, sorry, I'm not going to get my queen f5. So I did something wrong. I'm just going to do a bad move. But this is what I want to say: is that the knight can be the one that messes me up, not necessarily the rook.
You can see a situation where, like, for instance, the king steps up to g2. Let's forget that the queen is on a8.
Exactly.
Knight takes h4.
Yeah, this is where, which is the piece that's going to bother me the most? The rook on a8 or the knight on f3? None of that's happened because we didn't see knight takes c7, but you were about to tell us the engine approved.
Yep, it is
rook
engine approved.
c3,
Rook to c3.
Knight d2
Knight
very
d2,
quickly.
And
I'm
interestingly,
assuming king g1?
King to g1, yes.
Okay. Give me the knight. I'm assuming you're going to take the rook.
You take the rook, queen takes the knight.
And now we've got queen c4 check on our agenda, and the king, it's the exposed black king.
And can you just say,
if
I'm going to die...
king h2, sorry. Not king g1, king h2 was Fabi's choice.
Okay, knight takes rook.
And the moves are coming
Queen
fast.
takes knight. And
furious.
here I was thinking, you know, if
Yes.
you're going to die, why not die on a full stomach?
That's right.
Borrowing your expression there, Yasser. Take that pawn.
Right.
And at least say, well, if your attack
Beat me
doesn't
up.
work out, well, at least we're equal.
I mean, I have to have something to look forward to.
Exactly.
Bishop takes e5 at the end of all of this. The players are playing quickly. What else does Wesley...
That'd be a check and rook e3. And then, again,
the clump.
a second ago, black was the one attacking. But it's amazing how exchanging this knight, and it's not for nothing I wanted to get rid of this knight.
Yeah, that knight.
He absolutely lost the whole attacking power, right? Check.
Okay.
King
Yeah,
G7.
King
G7.
I kind of
Rook
wanted.
E3.
No, I wanted King H7 because I wanted to give the king some shelter.
The Queen F7.
I know.
Bishop G7.
H7.
Bishop G7 was the plan.
It's not a lot of a shelter, I'm afraid. It's not a great position.
No.
Well,
We're not having fun.
No,
here.
I know, but yeah, it's just bad anyway.
Fabi's winning.
Yes.
Fabi is winning, I'm sure.
For sure. Thank you for that one, Miro. That's the Fabi game. I'm going to do the Daniel game for a moment. Okay, that's still very safe. The ending between Jan.
Maybe we can go to the Alireza Nodirbek game
because
it's been a while, and when we left it, Alireza had a very nice advantage.
2-pawn advantage, to be sure. Rook to b4, e3, e4 is something I was aspiring to. I wanted, a moment ago in some of our analysis, there was a queen on b4. I wanted to play the move e4 so that I could play bishop d2. Invitation revoked. Go away, leave me alone. And we're seeing the same now. e4 on the board, Alireza prepping the move bishop to d2. And in some cases, the knight could actually relocate itself to b5 with the tempo. This looks desperate. The rook on a6 looks, well, wrong as well. Is there some cheapo potential here for... You've heard cheapo.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. I mean, hey, look, in the Northwest, the Pacific Northwest, we use cheapo a lot, but in many circles, they don't use cheapo.
Like literally, that is like one of our favorite words in the UK.
Really, for chess players, yeah.
Cheapo.
Yeah, we got a cheap. Are there any cheapos for
Nodirbek?
Yeah, Nodirbek.
Who, by the way, was my pick to win the tournament. So
Well
I'm
done.
very disappointed.
Well done.
Knight to b4 would give a better chance. So, and in this regard, Rook f to c1 from Alireza was a little bit incorrect, but never mind. So this happened, e4. It's very unlikely. It's okay. We can do well. I don't know if it counts as a cheapo.
What I wanted. Knight
if
to
it counts as a
C2,
cheapo, you can go knight
d2.
d4. You can go knight c2, and you say I win an exchange. And indeed, you win an exchange. So you have a rook for the knight, and then you compare the rook on a6 with the knight on d6, and you ask yourself, is my piece better than his piece?
Right.
The answer is not so obvious. No, White's completely winning here.
Gotcha. And the pawns
at the final position.
Also.
And now, White's got nothing to worry about. There was a b3 pawn, which you kind of had to keep an eye on.
Right.
And now, like, you're building your position very slowly. You can allow yourself to go all the way to f5. Maybe our favorite move, King H2, yes.
Yes.
So on and so on. Yes, under cover of this knight on d6, you can do things. Yeah.
It would be a great bounce-back victory for Alireza because he did come off a heartbreaking loss yesterday when he spoiled a very, very good position against Fabiano. And, well,
they're
he
going
has
down that line.
moved the
Knight to c2, and as Miro was just explaining to us, sacrificing the exchange is hardly what we would call a sacrifice. We now have 3 pawns for the exchange, and there's no b3 pawn to concern ourselves. We start to look at c6, c7. I'm assuming...
Well, the queen has swung over to d7.
Yeah.
So no c6 for you.
I'm assuming we have to keep an eye on the pawn on c6, but now I pause for just a moment because f4, f5 looks tempting, but wait a minute. That rook on a6 sure looks like a tactical target. Bishop to d2.
If you make a move like f4,
it's coming.
Yes, I'm just looking at ways to go wrong. So if you go f4, I'm thinking is bishop takes h3 a possibility?
Yeah. You know Ben Feingold in his stream, when he has to do some annotations, It's bishop takes h3, the chat asks. It's legal.
It's legal,
It's
yes.
legal. I mean,
I'm just looking for ways to mix it up,
cheapos,
right?
yeah. And here I do, yeah.
So, like for instance, I can see a way to
Let's do it. Bishop, yeah, go ahead.
Bishop takes h3.
Tell me how I can mess things up.
Pawn takes bishop.
Yeah, that's a help. Queen takes, and who
And then-
invited the queen over?
Exactly, and you can't easily dislodge her because the bishop is hanging on e3.
Yeah, I would think at this moment that rook e1, I'm not 100% sure I want to go in this direction. There has to be something a little bit more convenient than all of this, right? I'm thinking after queen d7, this rook is actually playing a kind of a nice role. Maybe on a good day you will also think about picking off that pawn. So I want to kick the rook back. I just want you out of dodge. The desirable bishop to b3, I've got a double hit, right?
Yeah.
And that might not be
That's
what,
not appetizing. So
Yeah.
put it back.
So put it back.
Yeah.
But if you have to go backwards, which is what I'm hoping you have to do, then that whole line with f4 starts to be a little bit more compelling, right? Bishop takes h3. I have queen d3, grabbing your bishop.
I guess you have to kind of dance around with rook c6.
Rook to
But,
c6. My God, you know I can resist everything except temptation. You know, that's a fourth pawn you're dangling in front of me.
Look, it's coming out of desperation.
A desperation, indeed. This is looking very good for Alireza. Prague, we haven't seen for a while. Let's just jump in with Prague and MVL. Queens have been traded off, but boy, Black's pieces, the bishops just look too active here. And Peter Svidler, Peter has been on our broadcasting team for ages. He's only happy when he's a pawn down. In these Grunfeld endings where he's a pawn down, he says, oh, these are easy draws. I think MVL is feeling confident in this position.
Yep.
Just played rook a3, by the way. He's trying to get the rooks off the board.
Yes, that would be a good idea, right? To trade off all the pieces and play with the bishop pair.
Yep.
4 versus 3. It's very difficult to see a way for
avoid.
white to break Black's fortress down.
Exactly. So when we do get the trade at the end of the day, f2, f4, we're always looking as Black to get a bishops of opposite color in this ending. Miro, give us some guidance. Where do you see some action going on?
There's no action.
It's all about
decided,
Fabi.
all clear. No, I'd say let's
Wesley?
check Fabi's again.
Okay.
Let's check Fabi's again. So king h2 takes on f1, queen e4 is what
Bishop
was played.
takes e5. We
so bishop
rejected.
e5 wasn't good.
Right.
And I think what was queen d5 for whatever reason would be stronger. c5 was one of the suggestions. Anyway, white's position is completely winning. So after queen to e4, Fabi's down to less than 10 minutes, and I wonder what's
Keeping him.
what keeps him from playing one of the natural moves.
Okay.
Because
F4.
f4 is very strong
Right.
and
I
very
would-
tempting.
I would
for
do that in an
the
instant.
pensioners.
Killing the bishop on
Yeah,
g7.
so the bishop is never
But-
capturing on e5. Rook e3 is another thing, which I
Okay.
would gladly do. Rook e3 with the tempo, so the rook is protected. And again, I want my pawn to be on e7.
Good thing.
Yeah, so that's the most exciting game as of now. Fabi's and also, of course, Alireza with
Appears
Nodirbek,
to
which
be
we was,
winning, yeah.
which we were looking at. All the
Yeah,
rest is
no,
just
I'm
quite
just looking. I mean, this type of positions, you know, we're seeing that Fabi is in full control, but I'm interested in knowing whether there's any pitfalls in the position. And I can see one, but it isn't even
Please.
really one. Knight takes c7.
This would be a pitfall.
Yeah, I don't...
Why? Looks good.
It's good.
It's
good.
Bishop takes
Yeah,
e5.
bishop to e5.
But then you do have rook c4 or queen c4.
Queen c4 is not the worst.
You do have rook e7 as well.
Oh, no, there the queen takes h4. Check.
Yeah.
Ah.
That
And
was
king
my...
g1.
That was the idea.
pitfall.
And bishop g3 or
I think at this point I have to just scurry back with the queen to f6.
Be careful, queen c4 check starts
Well,
to...
And then somehow white starts attacking. Queen b5, queen d5, and so on.
Yeah, okay.
I have a feeling that...
No, there was no defense there.
You know what, like when setting some sort of chess traps, right? You want the move, for your opponent to fall into trap, you want the move to be attractive or even tempting.
Right.
And like, you wouldn't call knight takes e7 tempting because black knight on a6 is so kind of so offside. Yes.
Right.
You do not want to take, right?
Right.
You want to play f4 as we said with Yasser, like to block everything. If f4 would be a faulty move, then you can expect us with Yasser to fall for it. f4 and then blunder something.
But I remember reading the 2-volume book by Alexander Alekhine, My Best Games, and Alekhine gives us a position, and he's thinking, and he realizes his opponent set a trap. So he's looking at the position, and he realizes the fastest way of winning is to fall into his opponent's trap, and he does it. He wins gloriously. It was great fun. I think he was a great commentator, annotator.
Yes,
Alekhine.
he was.
Yeah,
but he was very biased in his notes.
Okay.
He would award himself exclamation mark
maybe
for
2.
everything.
Everything he did was brilliant.
It is a brilliant move.
F4, rook d8 on the board.
Yeah.
As a pensioner, the queens come off according to my blueprint in these positions. Queen
Well,
to
rook
c4
to d8.
check. Yes.
Yeah, rook d8 played.
Queen c4 check.
And you don't want any business with rook to d2, so
right. Fabi's time is, well, he's ticking down.
Well, it's ticking down from under 7 minutes, and Wesley has just under 17 minutes, and, well, you said the pensioner approach, and indeed it was employed. Get rid of the queens, c5 played.
Right. Well, it's not too... Wait a minute, what have we got? What am I looking?
Not an easy. It looked nice, this pensioner approach, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm only 1 pawn up.
It felt like I was more than 1 pawn up, because I'm going to have my knight on d6, right? Oh,
well,
you're going to play bishop to
Bishop
f8.
f8, right? We'll
and kick me out of dodge. Right. Okay. No, I must be easily winning. King g2, king f3. Put my king on e4.
Can you do that sound effect again?
Right up the board.
Yeah, well, maybe you can kind of go rook to...
You want to play
I want to
rook
rook c2 just to cover, because I feel like the knight would be amazing on c4.
Yeah, in this case, the rook is actually interfering with the goodness.
Yeah, and then here I wanted to take a leaf from your book and go knight to d6.
Okay, that is a very nice square, and what you were saying is relocate
Exactly.
to c4 and
win the pawn on b6, because I'm bothered by this fact that this bishop is locked out of the game.
Exactly. That's the thing that is bothering Wesley. Keep an eye on this one. More action.
Can we revisit the game between Alireza and Nodirbek? Because would you believe we predicted the future?
You did.
Wow.
Bishop takes h3. You're lurking. You're trying desperately to search for cheapos.
Just get some chaos on the board.
Bishop takes h3. But I had rejected this because of the more or less direct approach, which was give me your bishop or give me your rook. So, in for a penny, in for a pound? Are we taking?
No, wait.
No, wait.
I
Sorry.
Might just go rook c6.
What? Queen takes?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to take on c5 and try that
You mean
that business.
two minor pieces?
You know,
I mean, you
rook
can
b2,
fight. I
rook
understand.
c2.
I understand.
Check.
Right, you're fighting, but
You're killing the dream, yes.
I'm killing the dream. Cheapo potential. Bishop g2. Miro, jump in on this one. Any cheapo potentials for...
I love how you captured this bishop on g2 because f5 wins almost on the spot.
Just to
Just to let you know, yeah. Just to let you know. So
just to remind...
Block the diagonal, the rook is
Yeah.
still hanging.
Yeah,
Actually, that's nice for another reason too. It does queen g3, bishop...
No,
mate.
White's winning and this
overwhelmingly
bishop h3
so.
thing. We were looking at bishop h3 with the bishop on e3 and black's rook on b4.
Yes,
so
that's
now,
right.
as it turns out, this sacrifice can be accepted as well. You can take on h3.
Right.
Queen h3 and I think queen c3 was the move. Yeah, takes, queen takes and queen c3 if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, we are about to find out because he did take on h3.
You said nobody believes you.
And Alireza just under 11
Queen
minutes, so
C3.
plenty of
Yeah, he did
time
play
to
queen
work
C3.
out the complications. Queen c3 played.
I'm going to say not much of a prediction on this one, but these two are going to be great rivals of the future. I'm sure you already showed us the head-to-head that they've had, how they match
it was
up.
just one win for Alireza, and of course they played each
wasn't-
other multiple times in Rapid and Blitz. But in
Oh,
terms
yeah.
of classical, it was just that one decisive game.
Check, king f2, rook c6 on the board, and I was going to say rook g1. What do you think, Jovi?
Rook g1 looks good.
A half-open g-file.
Yep.
That knight on d6 looks good, but
There's no tricks. Am I missing something? Nothing. Like no desperados.
also rook g1, queen h4 check. Maybe there's some music, but knight f5.
Knight f5. You take away the checking square.
Yes, and I'm thinking about knight e7 check as a fork. Knight f5.
And you're threatening rook to g1
And then,
as well.
okay, this is overwhelming suddenly. I think the valuation must be through the roof.
Yes, so one of the funny ways is rook to h1, also stopping queen h4.
Rook to h1.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't consider, that wasn't on my list of
But knight
consideration.
f5, of course, is the most natural, the strongest, and yeah, we could probably show one funny line when you threaten knight e7. If rook c7 happens, then knight h6 is a funny way,
of
or
winning the
funky way
queen.
rather. Rook g1 would win on the spot, but knight h6 is a little tactic which wins the queen and the game. Yep.
This looks over. By the way, I mean, if I'm Alireza, yesterday's loss really would have left me salty. I mean, really feeling like I let Fabi off the hook, that I had a big advantage out of the opening. All true, of course. The victory today is a nice bounce back. It's not hard.
It was a nice
It's not-
victory as well.
Yeah,
you know,
it's not easy to
because-
win on this level. Yeah.
And in an exchange love as well.
Yeah, just to rub it in, right?
It proved to be the correct opening choice.
Knight f5, he's found, that looks like a clincher. It really does. The more I'm looking at that move, it's so strong. Rook h1, what a move. Who would have
Knight
considered
f5.
rook h1? I would have thought rook g1 for sure, knight f5 for sure, but rook h1, that's a funny move. Is this resigns on the spot, by the way? Because if you play rook to g6 to try to, there's knight e7
Knight e7 check.
and win the exchange,
With
right?
check.
Yuck. Adieu. Got to keep it up now. Yuck, adieu. It's not looking pretty.
Not at all.
Nothing to suggest.
Not
right?
at all. No.
Miro?
No. Not
I mean, could
much.
you have any possibility with sacrificing all your pieces and going for a perpetual? I mean, I'm just thinking.
Rook to b2 business. Rook
I was thinking rook
c5,
b2, you know.
you
but
start to
obviously
be
with
desperate.
the knight on f5.
Yeah,
it's not
in order
kind
to
of
have perpetual, you have to have at least one check to start with. So far, we don't see this check. And ironically, compute after rook g6, yeah, you can pick up the rook with a check, but again, by the same token, like we were talking, yeah, like what is the way I do not win this game?
Right.
It's getting a perpetual check, and then you play queen f3.
And
you trade the queens.
And
I
no
have enough
perpetual.
extra material to win.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Fair.
that's computer's top choice, by the way.
I like queen f3 from the human perspective. Yeah. It was Bent Larsen tells me this wonderful story where he was playing this senior grandmaster from Sweden, and Bent had a terrible position, and the grandmaster traded everything off, went for a bishop's event opposite color ending, a pawn up, and won in fine fashion. And Bent said, well, why did you play for a bishop's of opposite color ending, a pawn up? And the grandmaster said, young man, don't you understand? In such positions, I can never lose.
Yes.
Queen f3, can't lose that one, you know.
And it's a practical approach,
very
right?
practical
Because
approach.
I remember one time I was a little bit grumpy with one of my teammates because she had a chance to like win a piece, but it was risk involved, or you know she could like just do something else and there was no risk, but completely winning.
Keep it solid.
Yeah. And she went for the piece, and it was all risky, and I was like, oh no. And it just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, knight f5, we are expecting Alireza to bounce back. Let's jump back to the game of Fabi. Sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly the game I wanted to go to. Oh, and we see a handshake there.
Just in time.
Just in time between Alireza and Nodirbek. Means that Alireza moves to 1 point out of 2 and his first victory of the tournament. Great comeback win.
And Nodirbek drops to -1 with this loss. It was worse than the first game. He's hadn't much fun so far in the Superbet event. I wanted to jump to Fabi. When we left it, we saw the move c5, h5, g takes, rook to e4, and now we've got 2 connected pass pawns that Wesley has to deal with. Bishop back to f8, king g2, king f7, f5. You don't want to see the king, you know, blockading very nicely on the e6 square. Bishop e7, b3. I have to say, in some ways, I admire Wesley. He's now not even material down, and he's fighting his way. Probably he still has a very bad position, don't get me wrong. But
yeah, the position is lost, yes, but again, when we were talking about safe pensioners' approach of winning with white, it's not exactly what I've envisioned.
Yeah, right.
So that we don't have any extra material and we have to calculate, do we win? I say now black. I mean, I have no idea how if it's any good by computer terms. Like goes after these pawns and then sacrifices a piece for the connected pass pawns, and who knows if we are winning or not.
But wait 1 second.
Yes.
Yep.
Let's be concrete about it. So if you jump in with the rook to d3, as you showed, so the thing that's bothering me the most is the bishop on a3.
Okay.
Needs to get involved.
Okay.
And so I was thinking, yes.
Bishop
I was
goes
thinking
to
actually to retreat the rook to e2. Yeah.
Rook takes b3
rook takes
and
b3.
bishop to b2.
And then I kind of wanted to throw in bishop b2.
Right.
With the idea of going e6, f6,
f6,
push until they reach coronation. Yeah.
And I like that approach too.
Right, that's winning.
2 connected pass pawns are doing a great job.
Great sense of achievement.
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 It was great. I won the Scientific Book of the Year Award in the Pacific Northwest. Scientific Book of the Year Award. And I got a certificate that misspelled the word achievement, and they spelled it achievement for a Scientific Book of the Year Award. It's like, they can't even spell achievement right.
So you won a scientific. What were you?
What was your study, Yasser?
It was great. I for my achievement. You have to come to my office and see it. It's on. I keep it. It's just so brilliant. What do we? Where Gukesh has defended magnificently to get to this position, hasn't he? Or h6 is a little awkward, irksome.
Well, the rook is under attack, so there is.
H6 immediately. H6 immediately is not
be
great.
Awkward.
H6 immediately is not. Honestly, what I don't like that if rook is moved on the 7th rank, say E7 or A7, what computer does, it takes on H5.
Yes.
H5, bishop H5, and this is.
I thought it was being sneaky, right? So I thought the plan was to move the rook to E7.
Yes.
And then, you probably have to take on it.
Because otherwise
the
H6.
the trick I was thinking about, knight to D3.
Yes.
And then you go
H6.
H6. And after knight E1, check.
King H3.
King H3, right? And oh no.
And then all of a sudden,
the king
white is winning.
is in a mating net,
Yes.
So
to avoid
white's advantage is very annoying in practical game.
Right.
And especially, I don't know how good Gukesh, despite him being, say, the world champion challenger, how good he is about like precise rook endgames knowledge and everything. Because say this should be a draw, and then you just claim it to be a fortress, and you don't care to lose the e4 pawn because this is just a draw.
Right.
But again, do you like to play this one?
Yeah. And
let's pause for a moment.
As we're going to go to Bucharest, where we have Cristian with Alireza.
Alireza, first of all, congratulations. Great victory after a difficult game yesterday. How did you manage to bounce back psychologically? And then we'll analyze this game as well.
Yeah, it was a terrible day yesterday. I mean, I was in a very bad shape, I think. And it was first round, and we are just getting into tournament, but I should never lose like that yesterday. So
it must have given you some confidence that you actually got a very good position yesterday. Sure, it was spoiled, but you did get to a very good position.
Yeah, I got Fabiano played very strange. I mean, he confused many things, I think. Even if you want to play for win, you don't play like this, I think so.
But today, a much better day.
Yeah, today was better. He played Slav, which I didn't expect, so over the board I thought I could just take on d5, and I wanted to be solid because I lost yesterday. It would be terrible to lose again 2 whites. So, I thought I will be solid here, and I had this idea from before. And I don't think bishop d7 is the most precise, but I don't know. He played it he's playing very quick, so maybe it's his style. I don't know so much. But yeah, I thought I have a very comfortable position here. Like, his bishop is not out, and it's a slightly better position. So
did you sense that this is perhaps his style to play fast?
Yeah,
try to put some
he had a solid position. He's already happy and he wants to play fast. But I was also very comfortable here. So
you're not risking much.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not risking here. So, but yeah, then in the game I tried to play this. I thought I have to get space here on the queen side.
Maybe c5 square.
Yeah, but then I give up c4 square, but it's very interesting. I get space, and I think he suddenly missed this idea that I could take and go e4.
Okay.
But maybe I'm wrong, yeah. So I'm for sure wrong.
Don't worry about the engine.
No, it's probably right.
This engine goes
yeah,
up
or
and
knight
down.
c3. I mean, I think I'm better here because his queen on a7 is very strange. So, yeah, queen b7 here. I thought I have a very comfortable position, but he found very good move b5. I think. I didn't like knight c5, so I played knight c3, and then here he blundered. So he should have just played f5, but he quickly played a5, and he just blundered the bishop d6 move. I think.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, and okay, computer still okay, it's winning. Yeah.
Once again, probably the downfall from him playing too fast.
Yeah, I mean, he thought a lot for b5, so he thought for 20 minutes here.
Yes.
So, okay, he had to take time a bit here. So, yeah, he blundered, and then, yeah, it's very easy. I'm up 2 pawns.
He was still trying to create some counterplay, right? With his big pawn.
I think over the board he looked very optimistic here, but it looks very good position for black, but you're down 2 pawns. So
that's one thing about Nodirbek. Always looks optimistic.
Yeah, that's true.
Even when his
so yeah, here I have 2 pawns, and it's very tough for him to play because he has to think a lot to create counterplay. But my moves are very easy. I have to just push, and here I just gave the exchange, and it was an easy win.
Yeah.
After.
How are you feeling about your form coming into this event and the Grand Chess Tour as a whole?
Yeah, I think it's a roller coaster, of course, my start, but I felt very good in the beginning of the yesterday, but then I just collapsed in the middle of the game and didn't get the position right. So, but yeah, I'm happy to bounce back today.
Amazing game today. Congratulations, Alireza.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Alireza and Cristian.
Absolutely.
And during the analysis of that game, we also saw another game finish. It was a draw between young Pragnanandhaa and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maybe we can show how that game finished?
Yeah, just at the end, I saw that Prague had played g4 and captured on h5, hoping that maybe he could get his pawns to f4 and f5, as did Fabi in his game against Wesley. We get our pawn to f5. We've got something to talk about. But bishop e6 just shut it down. Essentially, MVL is saying if we get into the bishop's same color ending, the king is absolutely a fabulous blockader on f5, and recognizing the inevitable, we just saw back and forth between king g2 and king g3 and bishop d7. How is Wesley doing? Over to you, Miro. Yeah. And Wesley and Fabi.
He's fighting.
He's fighting.
He did not resign. Yes.
He did not resign.
So what did we see last time? This b3 move. The b3 move.
Yeah.
And I was trying to go with the rook, so Wesley went knight to b4. And apparently somewhere here, like f6 was strong. But the thing with a move like f6 in such positions, right, and especially being low on time, you want to clearly see that this is winning.
Right.
So you always second guess yourself. So bishop to c1, bishop g5.
Right.
Wesley is still fighting, yeah?
Still fighting.
Knight d6 check, king to e7, bishop f4, and knight to c6.
I think from Wesley's point of view, his dream is to get in the move h4, and on a good day, if there was a trade, he could capture on e5 and undermine the knight on d6. So he's still kicking here, I must say, impressively.
But don't we have the same situation where white can just go knight c4?
Right, that was
tie the rook down
to the b6 pawn.
Oh, hang on a second. You got a question mark.
Yeah, well, knight d4 is the move.
And
so knight c4, knight d4.
We're back to the kicking.
And yeah, and the thing is, like f6 check, king e6 is such an annoying blockade.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Hard work to go in that case. Knight to c6 on the board. Tell me about the clock times.
Oh, there's a big imbalance, actually, all over the boards.
Okay.
So we see Fabiano is now ticking down to the minute mark, whereas Wesley has 11 minutes. And it's actually the same story everywhere else. So we see Bogdan, Daniel, Deac struggling on time, and the same for Gukesh, who is down to his last few minutes, whereas Jan has plenty of time.
Okay, so this one, knight to b5. Knight to b5 again.
Okay, stopping the knight getting to d4.
Yeah, we're kind of hoping that we'll have an f6, e6, knight c7 type of thing, but I like the knight on d6 actually.
And you can just see there on Miro's board
that
orange question mark.
And Wesley's still fighting.
I'm not sure how accurate Miro's board is, but well, looking at the lines that after rook d3, an active move for black, computer suggests that you probably have to return back. Gives you gives you an idea how bad of a move knight b5 is, right?
Right.
And there is also an option for black to go here.
Which I think was what knight b5 was designed to stop.
Yes, and knight takes, pawn takes. I'm trying to understand how serious this option is. King f1, d3, king e1, d2, king d1. And wow, apparently this one is winning according to the machine, which is once again not easy for me to understand. Yeah, we'll see.
But the invitation to play rook to d3 is irresistible. The rook on d8 has been waiting for just this precise opportunity.
You know what, the results on this h4
But h4 was, before the
thing.
knight moved away from d6, I wanted to play h4.
Yep.
Yeah. And the current evaluation after the move knight to b5 is what, Miro? After knight b5. I'm sure that gave up a lot of advantage.
About a +1, so about a pawn.
Well, +1. Jovi, Fabi is playing on increment, and we know this is a huge game, not only for the tournament, his rating.
And we see a move right from Wesley. He has put the knight
to d4.
To d4, yes.
That was the move that.
And 20 seconds left for Fabi as he made that move.
Whoa. So, okay, so the question is king e6, where we're now the most comfortable blockade unless knight c7 check.
Right,
breaks
and
the blockade.
If you go knight c7 check, the king will
Go
find
to
itself
F5?
resident on, I was thinking f7.
Oh, no, let's be...
You want to be brave.
Oh, yes, definitely. Tickle that rook and drive the rook backwards.
Backwards, yeah.
Rook has to come back to e1.
Yep, okay, let's go back there.
Right, rook to e1. Oh, boy, this is...
I don't know. I'm very scared about the king.
Well, who's king?
F5.
Well, but whose king is... I can go rook to g1. I can take on f4, go rook to g1 check.
Okay,
rook to g8,
take on f4.
Or
but then
h4?
pawn takes.
h4? h5, h4?
Yeah, the thing that worries me is
f7.
f7. So, okay, so after moves like h4, there's bishop takes bishop.
Oh, look at this. He's played king f7.
I can tell you, you had to be brave because you kind of feel like the king wants to keep in contact with those passed pawns.
Okay.
And he goes for the safety first approach. King f7, and now Fabiano down to 33 seconds and it's ticking down. Yes.
Okay, he wanted to play e6.
Okay, he's traded off the knights.
Why didn't he want... I thought his intention was e6 check. When he... So how... He took... What? Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. What are we doing?
What are we...
Oh, that was the... Sorry. That was our analysis, and let's go back to the game position. King to f7. Was king f5, Miro, a mistake? Did the computer prefer king f7?
You have it, it came from a different line, yes. So after f6 check, he did not go king e6, he went king f7 immediately.
Immediately, right.
Yeah. And that was a very good move. And after knight d4,
yes,
it's a bit sad to say, but c takes d4 equalizes, and Fabi
that will
giving
be,
away the advantage,
yeah,
it seems.
That was what Wesley intended with the move knight d4, is to get some counterplay with a passed pawn of his own. c5 takes d4, I'm sure.
So cd4, yeah, and then you don't have a comfortable way of stopping the pawn. And remember, I was looking at blocking the pawn with the king. So you're running king f1, let's say d3, king e1.
Yep.
But then, since you've given this check with the pawn, black can play king e6, and it's a firm blockade. And then h4 at some point undermining the bishop. And I presume it will all end up like your rook endgame, and any rook endgame is a draw kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And is there any possibility for any funny business like rook takes knight?
It's a good question there. So if rook takes knight,
Look at that. Look.
then
Okay.
white's back to winning, according to what I have.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Rook takes, pawn takes,
King F3 or rook E2.
And we're fast.
So
we're
it's
just
better
fast.
to take with the pawn so that you kind of
Yes.
create a bit of,
Yeah.
a bit of contemplation.
Indeed, he's done it.
Now, E6 check came instantly. What has Fabi calculated? E6 check. Well, no choice on this one. You just have to take and roll with the punches. What was E6? Bishop C7. Okay, so Fabi's looking to collect on the queen side. Whoa, 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 whoa. Giving up those pawns, but he's winning the queen side. Bishop to C7. Miro, weigh in on this as we keep a careful eye on the clock time.
Let's say rook E8.
Right. Bishop takes.
Bishop takes b6.
If you take on b6, it's d3. After
And
bishop a5, d2.
Well, I assume I have to play king f3 to keep an eye on the d pawn.
King f3, still d2.
King e2.
King e2.
I'm
and then king
dreaming.
f5, and I say, I'm sorry. It was supposed to be 2 results game.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Yes.
So we're looking at rook e8 in the current position, and bishop takes, d3. You were about to give us bishop takes, d2 as the way to go. And now I have to play rook to d4.
Rook to d4. Rook to e6, and kind of.
I don't have.
The conclusion is that white's simply not better
anymore. It's gone.
Yeah.
You can wait. You can go
Please.
bishop c3 check. Does that change things?
It's useful.
And we are going to go to Cristian, who is with Pragnanandhaa.
Pragg, it definitely felt like you had the upper hand out of the opening. At least you were blitzing out your moves. It felt like you surprised him. Did you feel the same way? What's the history of this game from your perspective?
No, actually I got surprised. I didn't really expect this line. Yeah, I thought he will go for his pet knight off, but yeah, so I had a feeling that he may change a bit. But I couldn't really guess where he will go apart from knight off. Yeah, this was one of the things I just went through in my mind. I didn't really look at it because I played this queen c7 myself. Yeah, I was one of the first to play this queen c7 after Magnus, I think, and then yeah, this whole thing I had already played with black. Thank you. Yeah, I think my opponent went some bishop g5 or something. But I remember h3 is a move, and rook e8. Yeah, I was out of book here. So bishop f4.
So what are the strategical plans, let's say, for both sides in this position, if you might explain us?
Yeah, I think white wants to get a grip on this c5 d4. Let's say if I get like bishop e3, bishop c5, I'm probably much better. But I'm not really getting it because if I go bishop e3, there is bishop f5 and bishop e4 is coming. And yeah, I thought actually rook e8 is mistake because of this line.
Yes.
Because he can't take. This was my first instinct, but then I realized there is. In this case there is queen b6, but also there is d4.
Yes.
I mean, with rook on c1 and c8 there is d4, but yeah. I mean, what happened in the game looked like it should be slightly better. Yeah, maybe I should have tried b4 here. But we both thought this is kind of okay for black. Rook b1, queen a6.
Black is trying to get c5 in somehow, right?
Yeah, I thought this is fine. Yeah, computer says it's maybe slightly better. Yeah, maybe, but felt like it should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
once he got d4, it felt like he had a lot of compensation.
Again, it says queen d4 is better, which I don't understand.
I wouldn't trust this engine too much.
Yeah. But yeah, this was a nice trick because bishop d5, knight e7 check. But it doesn't really lead to anything and these positions are really solid for black. Thought I was getting somewhere maybe, but yeah, maybe I should have traded queens here. I was trying to get it in a better version, but I ended up getting in a worse version actually. And this rook b3 was strong, just trying to check on e3, and I don't think I have anything after this.
Your initial feelings about playing in the Grand Chess Tour and the first classical event of the Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, it feels really good. I have watched a lot of Grand Chess Tour events, and I've watched many interviews like this. And yeah, it's nice to be here in one of the interviews as well. And yeah, games have been exciting, but compared to other games, mine has been a little quieter.
Still plenty of rounds to go.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll bring up the explosive stuff.
Yeah.
Prag, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys,
Thank you very much. And yeah, there's Prag telling us that his games have been a little bit quieter. Actually, when we look at the remaining games, we can see that they are also incredibly exciting. Shall we dash over to the Fabiano Caruana game? Because we left at a very sharp point.
And Wesley has advanced his d pawn up the board, d3, bishop takes d2. Now, just before we flew to Bucharest, you had mentioned that, well, maybe bishop c3 check could keep the game on tenterhooks. Instead, rook to d4, rook takes e6, and I think black is doing absolutely fine suddenly. He's got the desirable bishop takes d2, runs immediately afoul to rook e2 check. If you move your king, king f3, well, then I'm going to go check, take the pawn, and in the words of Miro, all rook endings are drawn. This looks like it's amazing.
Wait. There's a bishop coming to d8 check.
What if I meant bishop to d8 check?
Okay, so then the king will step up to e5.
Okay, bishop to d8 check. The king will go to e5. That's a tempo. That might be...
That's enough, right?
Important. Well, enough for what? We could take the bishop.
Okay,
no,
he steps
king
up with
f3.
his king f3.
So this is where I thought rook check and rook takes. I think king e5 was the problem with bishop to d8.
Yeah,
that was an important tempo. King f3 on the board. This is the current position. And, well, there's nothing wrong with rook check. The king will have to drop back. And let's take a pawn. Munch. This is easy draw, suddenly.
Oh, what a save.
Wow,
by Wesley.
Really remarkable. Truly, I thought that, well, he was down two.
It looked hopeless.
Yes.
I mean, we were really just scrambling to find cheapos for him.
We really were.
But,
we truly were. And
he's done it, yeah.
Wow. These guys are tough. It's tough to win a game at this level. And where did it go wrong? Because after we saw the move f4, we more or less kind of bagged the point.
Yeah.
We were early.
Yeah. And now I'm thinking that quite possibly f4 was a start of,
the
going in the
downfall?
wrong direction.
Rook e3 and e6 was more...
Yeah. Let's go rook e3. And okay, we'll look at it later on. Let's concentrate, because I'm afraid the game will be over in no time.
Exactly. Rook takes b3
like
on the board.
Simplifying.
Yeah. Bishop takes d2. Rooks belong behind passed pawns. That's what I've been told.
That's what we all know.
Yeah.
And Fabi,
Fabi's
he's
realization.
disappointed.
By the way, king e5 also. Two very tempting choices. Rook to a3 as well as king e5.
King e5, and then you just perpetually chase the rook.
Yes. Keep it going. And Fabi's, wow. You don't see him missing too often, but okay, Wesley has just played bishop takes d2. Rook takes d2. Let's trade off some pawns.
Okay, he puts his rook behind the passed pawn.
Why didn't he play h4? I assume takes rook here.
Does it matter?
I don't think it does. I truly don't
Absolutely
think it does.
not.
But I was more or less going for clarity. I thought king e5 was pretty clear too. Bishop takes d2, rook takes d2, rook a3, rook to d4.
Well, the king just moves up to
g5.
g5. King g2.
And I'm sure we're going to be seeing checks and rook back to, or maybe rook h1, just to check if needed.
I kind of like having the rook on a3,
You're right.
cutting off the king. But he's gone for your move, rook a1.
Remarkably, Wesley made this look easy, and it definitely was not easy. King to g4.
Comes the repetition.
Indeed. A big miss for Fabi as they get ready to shake hands on a 3-move repetition. But for Wesley, what a save! That was just...
Absolutely. I mean, I honestly thought the game was over after Fabi's spectacular knight takes f7.
Lesser grandmaster would have just collapsed after that move, actually.
Totally.
Knight takes f7.
And for Wesley, just to keep those chances alive. And let's have a look at what's happening between Bogdan, Daniel, and Anish. It does look like they have repeated 3 times as they're calling the arbiter over.
Yep. That was a game where it was like neither player really could get any advantage against the other, and well, what can I say? Well played draw, which leaves us with Jan and Gukesh, rook and bishop. This looks very even. Also, Gukesh defending very well. Not the most pleasant of endings, I might say.
Also, when you consider the clock times as well, with you can see some confusion actually and some dispute perhaps between these two players.
I count once, twice.
It's interesting though, because when it comes to 3-move repetition, they can just simply consult the computer and the computer will tell them.
Right, the arbiters will see that.
That is the arbiters, not the players.
Right. Consult the computers, yes. Would you please play once? 2 arbiters.
2 arbiters involved. And there you see in the background also Fabiano discussing the game with his countrymate, teammate, Wesley. So,
did you ever have a contradiction, a conflict with the 3 moves?
Yes.
You did have somebody say, not correct? What happened?
No, I was the one that said it wasn't correct.
And you were right?
I was right, but the arbiter was so incompetent they didn't give me any extra time, and I forgot to get that extra time.
Well, what's going on here? How about you, Miro? Have you ever been in one of those wrongful claims, if you will?
I don't remember really. I think there must have been something, but I was like very young, and I don't remember the full story. I think I was convinced that there wasn't 3-fold repetition, and in fact it was.
And it was. And there we do see it official. It is a draw between Bogdan Daniel Deac and Anish Giri. And so therefore we move on to our last game with a good conscience. White is Jan Nepomniachtchi. He has plenty of time on the clock, just under 9 minutes, whereas Gukesh is defending this somewhat unpleasant endgame with just 42 seconds on the clock. But do remember, there is no second time control, but the players are getting a 30-second time bonus.
Yeah. This position was actually a very good position from Gukesh compared to what he had earlier. I think he's really answered some very difficult questions very well. And Now, a draw almost feels completely inevitable. G takes h5 just at the end. Getting rid of that pawn was a nice decision. And we've seen king g7
There's just no way for the white king to approach the action. You go king f3, the knight will jump.
To e1.
To e1, but then the king goes back to e2.
And the knight comes
and then goes back.
Some toing and froing without much progress being made here. What other game is still in progress? I think we've had 3 draws.
This is the last remaining.
This is the
We've
last.
had
This is it.
3 games,
This is
finish
it.
in a draw, 1 decisive result. Alireza did beat Nodirbek and Abdusattorov.
Exactly, that was the game, and we just slipped in that Anish game. I once had I'm sure I've had other faulty claims, but I remember I had a very nice, from a U.S. championship, a very nice position against Hikaru. I let him slip away, and he made a claim of a 3-time repetition. The position was drawn, but it wasn't right. And I said, no, Hikaru, I don't think it's 3-time repetition. He says, yes, it is. Carol Jarecki came over, and she did the thing, and no, it wasn't. So he was really upset, and we made the 3-time repetition in the next turn. But he was absolutely convinced. I think he had written his score sheet an extra move. Sometimes players do that, you know, that like they play quickly and they write an extra pair of moves. So, but mostly, no. I've had the incompetent arbiter or 2 or 3, but not in that case.
Yeah, and the
91
players
check.
are following the line that we mentioned. King e2, we're expecting the knight to step up to d3, where it maintains the balance.
Exactly. Just keeping the pawn on f4, nicely protected too.
40 seconds. Oh.
No. A little surprise. Knight to c2. I don't think that disturbs anything either. Just a little bit strange.
Maybe he was a bit afraid that if the knight came back to d3, maybe the bishop would actually find itself on c5 or c4 or e4.
Possibly f3,
and then,
bishop e4 kind of thing.
Yeah, try to dislodge the coordination between the rook and knight. But knight c2 indeed played.
So the idea is that on f3, with the idea of bishop e4 and rook takes pawn, now that the knight is on c2, we have knight e3. So no f3 for white. But we can play bishop.
Okay, bishop b3 played.
Kicking the knight away. So not in this position, don't get me wrong, but Grandmaster Hans Rey once in such a position played the absolute, he was in terrible time trouble. He went knight a1, and the bishop retreated to d1, and the knight was stuck on a1. And that was in a Vicons A tournament, the great Tata Steel tournament of today. And a tavern was named Rey's Pard. Hans Rey's horse, if you will, Rey's Pard, not to honor the man, but to mock him for having the worst night ever on A1. Rey's Pard. Who puts their knight on A1 in that position?
Well,
the chess world is full of stories.
We call the knight on the edge of the board, and when it's locked in by a bishop,
yes,
in the knight's stable, and it's after. It's after Simon Williams. He played a trick on us during the Champions Chess Tour.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, and he showed this pattern, and he said it's called the Knight's Stable, from a book, Chess and Fishing.
Chess and Fishing.
written in 1880
by the great writer.
And we were all nodding our
very
head.
good,
Yes,
very
yes.
good.
Although I was thinking, chess and fishing.
The worst title for a book ever. Bishop f7. Okay, we are fishing, actually. Fishing for an idea of bishop h5 and rook check. I don't see that. The only thing I really see is coming back somehow to the f3 bishop e4 plan, and a knight to c6 looks like a very good move. A whale of a move, huh?
Chess and fishing.
Right, chess and fishing.
Yes, it is. And the bishop comes to the edge.
Bishop h5.
Okay.
Well, that looks
Gukesh,
strange.
around the minute mark.
Around the minute.
Be careful where you put your knight. But I'm guessing that the knight will probably find itself on
You know, and funny,
d8.
It's almost one of those things, if I could capture my own rook, you do win. But you understand that, the desirable rook to b4?
But what's wrong with just rerouting the knight to e6?
Nothing. If you wanted to go knight to d8
Yeah,
and protect against the threat, as well as you say, bringing your knight to g5, I'm with you 100% on this stuff. I like it.
Yeah, well,
19 seconds,
18
though.
seconds, and sure
Knight
enough,
D8.
the knight does return to d8.
Good move. Easy draw.
Yeah.
Easy draw now.
Beautiful how the knight has just been kicked around the whole board.
I've got to, seriously, these endings, Magnus Carlsen has ground down some of the very, very best grandmasters with, I'm going to say, less an advantage than what Jan played. And Gukesh has defended this very admirably. I don't see Jan getting any chances here. King f3, knight e6 just holds comfortably. Check, king goes back, something like rook f6, knight check. Now the knight is protected so that we can go king g7 and or king h7, and we're safe and solid.
Yep.
By the way, not on chess and fishing, but there was an absolutely brilliant book. I enjoyed it. I laughed heartily. Bill Hartston wrote a book, Cheating at Chess. And even just thinking about it makes me giggle, because he had some really nice stories and explaining how to best cheat at chess. And when the neighbors come over and make sure that their goblet of wine is fully full, and all of that good stuff.
Okay, this game is looking like it's a draw, so we are going to go to Cristian, who is with Wesley So.
I'm not with Wesley So, I'm with Wesley Houdini, because you escape just like magic in this one. There was a lot of pressure on you, Wesley. What happened?
Well, it's not my fault though. Like, I wanted to resign for 15 times in this game, seriously, at least 10. I wanted to just resign.
But you didn't. You continue fighting.
Well, I realized there's a new time control where you don't get bonus time after move 40.
You just realized that during the game?
No, I mean, it's such a weird time control. Was it Tony's idea?
Don't look at that way.
So weird how just...
Don't put him on the spot.
No, I knew there's this new time control, but I wasn't counting on it. But then Fabi started using tons of time when I was ready to resign, so I thought, okay, I'll make one more move, two more moves.
That's what they all
but
say.
I had
you guys never give up.
No, I mean, I had 0% chance to save the game.
But you did.
But thanks to the new time control, whoever's idea was it. But it's very surprising. I thought knight d7 also, maybe knight d7. Yeah, I was spending a lot of time. Maybe knight takes knight, don't know. But
Did he surprised you with this c4, d3? What did you knew about this position?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Vincent Keimer has been playing it with white, so I think Fabi just wanted to play without any specific preparation. The problem, as I said before during the Singfield Cup, whenever I prepare against Fabi, when I prepare for d4, he plays e4, or prepare for e4, he plays c4. So today I prepared for e4 because he's been playing a lot of Italian lately. But he's a really good player. He just plays this bad openings. I mean, not bad openings, but no idea openings and just outplays you. So he's very good. But here, I thought b6. I was very unhappy. Why? Oh, it doesn't work.
Because
oh, he got it all.
was this what you calculated?
What? Yeah, I was. When I played knight b8, I was very unhappy why I didn't play this. Oh, knight fd4. Okay, sweet. Oh, so that's the difference. So that's why after b6, white doesn't take.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so I was very angry at myself why I didn't play b6, but now I know why probably Fabi saw it.
Knight b8. A lot of pundits, let's say, were questioning this move, saying that maybe it's a bit too passive. How did you come out to this move?
Yeah, I was going to play bishop e6, but then the arising positions were so complex. Like I thought e4 or knight d2. Yeah, e4. Yeah, and then I just wanted to clarify the situation. So, yeah, because the position is very new, so I wasn't sure exactly what to do. So I wanted to clarify, but I didn't expect a4. a4, I thought d4, but a4 is maybe very strong too. I mean, this is a weak engine. Actually.
It is a weak engine.
Should go to Lee Chess, don't tell Danny though. But yeah, here I blundered. Like I just forgot after c5, he's got d4. I played so quickly. Like I just totally missed d4. Like I thought, I was very surprised when he played a4 because I was expecting this. So I thought I was out of the danger. Like I was gonna play this, but I mean it's still, maybe it's still a game. Like
two bishops, maybe some pressure. Rook d1, d4 coming.
Yeah.
Not that easy.
Yeah, not that easy according to a weak engine. But yeah, I just blundered c5, d4, so it's like crazy. But then apparently the computer doesn't think black is losing.
But then this move,
yeah, knight f7.
f7.
Yeah, I didn't see that. And here I just wanted to resign. But, well, all my problems really started when I played b6. I mean, bishop g4, I think I should be very close to equality.
Yeah.
But because I just thought like he would go knight d2, and then when I played b6, I just realized he has this.
Was this the initial plan, to go b6, c5, and just lock the position up?
No, I missed d4, yeah.
Right. When did you spot d4?
Well, when I played b6.
Got it.
But then there's no more take back. And Fabi Fabi was very confident when I played b6 because it was a trap. So it was clearly a trap, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'm sure he didn't see it at first, but yeah, I should play knight a6 and I probably should equalize. I mean, after b6 here, I thought I was just very close to losing. And then, so here also, d5, I kind of escaped in a worse endgame. But then when he found knight f7, I just wanted to resign because he sees everything. Knight e5, also here, he's got the very strong move f4, and then rook f2.
Oh,
that's
and nice.
He just plays like a machine. And also here, yeah, everything, h4, everything just works perfectly for white.
But, you know, at this point he was actually, you know, getting close to you on time. Previously he was ahead. But then you started, you know, pulling away from him on the clock when, you know, he had to convert.
Yeah, because I wanted to resign, yeah.
So you're just blitzing out your moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I knew I was lost and I knew there's nothing I could do to change it. So I thought make a few moves. But
when did you feel like you were getting chances?
Like the last 5 minutes of the game. I'm not sure how to win easily. Like I'm sure white has a million ways to win. Maybe like 6 or 7. But okay, winning. Not sure what he's doing. I thought even just trade the knight and then you win that way. Yeah, apparently engine. Maybe the simplest is just to take the knight and then play f6. And then everything. Yeah, that's the simplest because you get the knight versus bishop. But I don't know, Fabi didn't like bishop f4. Okay, this is nice too. He didn't like bishop f4, he said bishop b2 after the game. Yeah, bishop b2 is just simpler. Well, thought bishop f4 also wins, like everything wins. But now his bishop is a bit stuck. I was very surprised when he played knight b5. Yeah, why? I have no idea why I played knight b5 because I thought the knight wants to go to c4. But he couldn't find a clear win. And here, found knight d4.
Well, he did drop all the way to his last 30 seconds at this point, so...
He did? Yeah,
Yes.
I wasn't even looking at the time. I was
Yes.
just waiting to resign. Yeah, I mean, f6 also was a blunder. I mean, not a blunder, but I think f6 is a very bad mistake.
I mean, at this point, you must have been thinking that you have some chances, right?
Well, when he played f6, I was very happy.
Yes.
Yeah, and I thought I was gonna escape the lucky fist bump from Tony Richworth.
Thanks to the time format.
But I thought knight takes knight is still winning because maybe, I'm not sure. So it's winning d3 king. Yeah, this looks winning too because you keep the pawns on e5, f5, and then push later. But after f6, I was very happy and I was escaping it. But I wasn't sure yet. And then, I have no idea why he went this. Yeah, then here I was, after I played rook e3, finally had the sign.
Finally, straightforward draw. Well, Wesley, congratulations. Definitely very resilient defense in this one. We'll let you go. Get ready for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very
and
happy,
congrats-
Wesley. So
yeah,
after
congratulations,
his
Wesley.
escape
He
today.
did defend very well. And I always, the top players in the world, they come and go, I played a terrible game, I wanted to resign, and I couldn't because my opponent just kept playing. They never resign. They save these bad positions, Miro.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
If you would think, like Ivanchuk perhaps, and maybe Peter Swidler on a couple of occasions, resigning the
prematurely,
positions
yeah.
full of life.
That's it.
And much more usual occurrence that they, in the interview, they say, I was about to resign, and here I wanted to resign, and here I felt like I completely lost. But they save the game.
They save the
sometimes
game.
even win the game.
Right.
I remember in one situation in Norway chess where Vishy Anand was playing Shakhriyar Mammadjarov.
And he resigned.
And he just blundered, but Shak wasn't there, and it was to do with some sophisticated in-between move.
Right.
And when Shak came back, Vishy, without thinking, it was like almost automatic. He just reached out his hand to resign.
Right.
And Shak was just like, why are you? And then it dawned, this is because of this.
Right.
But we were all kind of saying, like,
let him show you.
let him show you this
the winning
in-between move, because for sure he might have just automatically recaptured without thinking that there might have been something better. And
I remember
talking,
that was a very famous incident where that happened.
Yes, and there's been no change whatsoever in the position, except that Black has managed to nicely coordinate the pieces.
I was about to say, actually, there has. I mean, Black's king was on h7, and
right. But in terms of the result, I mean, there's still very much
Black
a
has
draw.
activated his game. He's never had such a good-looking position as Gukesh. Check. Now, there is a trap, and you never, ever want to walk into these king and pawn endgames unless you're absolutely stone cold certain they're a draw.
And there's another trap in the position. If you step up with a king, you're going to fall foul of a checkmate.
That really hurts. Anomalies in chess. No checkmates ever occurred in the Superbet tournament. By the way, rook to d5. Okay. I would have resisted. I would have probably played king f6 and get back into that position. Rook to d5. Could we have
met by rook to a8.
Very, very quickly, by the way. Nothing here, right? This is just ridiculously easy, right? Right? Right?
It looks that way.
No idea.
I read it. Okay. What we have, let me refresh my board. We do have is rook to a8. I'm assuming we just put our knight here and put our rook on d6 and keep all of our weaknesses well protected. Gukesh, he's been getting down to 15 seconds almost every time, right?
He's unfazed by this. We saw yesterday he was making moves with 3 seconds, 4 seconds left.
And here, if I may be so bold, why doesn't he go rook to d8? If there was a threat of rook h8, let's assume that that's what Jan was aspiring for, why not offer the trade of rooks? Rook to d8?
Yeah, but
Okay, that
if the
will
rook
remain-
comes over to h8, the king can step up to g5. And maybe can make its way to h4.
Yeah, it's a good point. I thought his intention might have been, in that case, king up, well, rook, king to e5, returning to the scene of the crime, getting out of the pin.
And there's no business with bishop f7.
Yes, there is, actually.
No
That is
stepping up, no stepping down with the king. To
Just
e7,
to
just to
prevent
bishop f7.
Exactly. So king e7. And through this all, it's Jan. Jan had like 12 minutes at one point when Gukesh was going down on the clock.
It's time to activate the bishop, and sure enough, bishop g6. If it can find itself on f5.
Okay, that's a suitable square. But again, rook to d6. I think the knight really belongs on g5, where it's nicely defended by the h6 pawn. And
32 seconds for Gukesh.
he's been playing it very, very carefully, but I don't see what the fears could be. Wow, rook to g5. Okay,
this
that's
is a clever move.
Different idea of pinning the pawn, and maybe on a good day playing h5.
So bishop f5 can be met by the knight jumping either to... No, I meant bishop f5.
Yep. Apologies, bishop to f5. I'm assuming.
Yeah, you just jump up with your knight.
And next turn, I'm ready to get rid of my weakness.
Well, solving the potential weakness of h6 with tactical solutions.
It's great when it works.
It is, isn't it? But I mean, black's pieces are so active.
Yeah.
They can easily defend the pawns on h6 and f4. Indeed. And now Jan is the one that is ticking under the minute mark.
For the first time in the whole game, that Jan is the one who's behind on the clock. Bishop f5.
And whilst we watch this, let's update everyone on the standings after round 2. We see Fabiano Caruana with his draw. He moves to the lead with 1.5 points. And then we see a whole bunch of players on 1 point. It is going to be a very close race. And then we see everyone is onto the scoreboard with Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's currently still playing, but also Bogdan Deac, who's the wild card, on 0.5 point.
Absolutely. For those of you who are joining us late, big miss in the game between Fabi and Wesley So. Wesley So in his interview said he thought his position was he was going to resign his position. Somehow, with the connivance of his opponent, he managed to save it. And we are looking at our final game of the day. And we just saw this very important move. h6, h5, and that does, at long last, get rid of this weak pawn on h6. The only thing I can imagine is rook to a4, trying to corral this pawn on f4.
But I'm expecting the knight just to find a nice home for itself. Well, you've got to be careful because you can't just plonk the knight on e6.
That's
then
the one landmine square, right?
Exactly. Don't go there because the rook will come to.
Because rook e6 doesn't.
No, you take on g4 with a check or rook g6.
Well, there you go. No problems whatsoever.
Then knight e6 is like...
Could be the fastest way, falling into a trap.
Falling into the trap. Knight e6, maybe rook a7.
Rook a7. Yeah, Nepo would not give it to you so easily.
You're right. Oops. No. So there is, but
19 seconds for Gukesh.
But in the case where we're playing rook and knight versus rook and bishop and pawn, we can go knight c6, allow rook takes f4, h takes g4, and where that f2 pawn is never going to be going through all the dark square blockades, whether they be on f6 or f8. Your light square bishop is not going to help you get that pawn up the board. Knight to c6, and here we go. Rook takes f4, h takes g4, and easy draw. Easy draw.
Well, Jan has made progress though, because now he'll be a pawn up.
Yay.
Yeah.
And it seems there is king f3 could be a trickier way of collecting this pawn. King f3, if you take on g4, king f4 first.
Okay, he's from your lips to his ears. King f3 on the board, h takes g4 check, king takes f4. I would be looking at rook to a5, trying just to, so I'm thinking, and again, 17 seconds, right?
It is 17 seconds, and other moves takes the pawn.
King takes f4 is our expectation. And rook to, how about rook to d5? Rook to d5 with the idea, if you...
You can do b5 as well.
Yeah, I just want to trade the rooks now. Rook to d5, rook to b5, followed by...
Can go rook to c5 maybe? Oh no, then bishop takes.
Yeah,
Then bishop
I like
takes.
rook b5 just to kind of
away?
keep some distance. Okay, we see 9 seconds.
No way.
Okay, he does put his rook to b5.
Right. And again, the whole idea is that if we capture this pawn on g4, we just want to trade off the rooks. And that's the point where I'm saying you can't break the dark square blockade. Rook to
a6. And now it's time probably for rook b4 check.
Yep. Rook b4 check, definitely. I'm a big fan.
Me too. 10 seconds for Gukesh. He moves his knight to b4. Again, a lovely move actually, with the idea of attacking the rook and also threatening knight to d3.
Check.
Check.
Forking the king and the pawn. We know rook and bishop versus rook is a draw. We saw that actually at the Cairns Cup recently. Well defended by Harika.
And Jan throws in a check.
King f6. This is what I was saying, that if we get into this ending of king takes g4, knight to d3, rook and knight versus rook and bishop with this extra pawn on f2, there's no way you're going to be able to dislodge a dark square blockade, because the knight is going to be in front of the pawn, either on f6 or f8, and you just can't win.
And, well, we've seen quite a few moves.
Right.
82 already.
I think as we were giving some fun facts as we came in on the show, one of them was the longest.
So if
win.
this one, the longest win so far, I think was
74
moves. So that means that if this one finishes
in a victory,
in any other way than a draw,
right,
there'll be a new record holder.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's very hard to imagine.
Anything but a draw at this moment, right? So check. King to g7, just staying on dark squares.
G5? Can you go king g5 is a big question, yeah.
Staying on the dark squares.
Well, I was wondering after that whether you can go f. No, you can't.
Well,
Rook.
that's worth showing.
Because
King
it's
g5,
check.
f4 check. Knight takes f4 check. The desirable rook a5 is not legal.
King g5 played.
As oops, falling into the trap in that case really is a bad idea, actually. King to g5.
Yeah, and well, you guys mentioned that the longest win was 74 moves. So if Jan did manage to win this game, he would be well into the Grand Chess Tour record books when it comes to the Superbet Chess Classic. And the knight has moved over to the center. It was threatening the bishop, so that's why Jan has just lined up his knight, his rook against the knight.
See, this is where the computer is really unfair, because I think for a lot of human players, they would be reluctant to play knight takes f3. The computer, without any reluctance whatsoever, would play knight takes f3.
But then you're in for 50 moves of suffering.
You're right. The engine wouldn't even feel the suffering, by the way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's even this one, which is what, 7 pieces on the board. It's already a so-called database where computer is not even analyzing; it knows the answer.
Absolutely, and would do it without hesitation.
And the answer is a draw.
Yes, and I have the table base right in front of me. Yeah, so as Miro mentioned, the table base is basically that there's so few pieces on the board that the computers have just worked out every possibility. So they know. The king, f5, again, draw.
Exactly. A recent article, but some time ago I read an article where they called the table base God mode, because it was absolute. There was these just absolute answers to certain positions, like this one, that the computers had worked out perfectly, and you could be 100% certain of the outcome.
In the olden days, they used to have a Germans.
Yes. Yes. Don't I know them?
Was it after 4 hours of play?
Usually 5, in fact. It was 5 hours, then you adjourned, and then they played sessions of 2 hours or longer. And by far, my longest was with, in the Olympiad, I had like 5 adjournments, 5 sessions of adjournments. It was like 220 moves. But the longest game I ever played was with Anatoly Karpov, which took about 13 hours in many adjournments.
How did...
Adjournments.
13 hours, though?
Yeah, because they played 16 moves in 1 hour. So you played 2.5 hours. Everybody got 2.5 hours for the first 40 moves.
Yeah.
Then thereafter 16
per hour.
Per hour.
So it kept on going on and on
for like a 13 hours.
Okay, well, no wonder they were so good at endgames. I mean, these days they had like the whole team to help them.
And really, they really were the whole team. If you read my 60 memorable games, the Michael Botvinnik versus Bobby Fischer match from the Olympiad, it was literally the whole Soviet team versus the whole American team at one moment.
See, I don't understand how people could think that was acceptable, because you're literally cheating.
Well, yeah, I mean, but, that was allowed under the rules that at the adjournment.
And okay, there we do see the players repeating.
I do believe.
With Gukesh setting up a perfect blockade on the dark squares.
Jan has said, okay, good game, good defense. Very, very good defense, I might say.
It was incredible defense there, because he was feeling under some pressure.
He was.
Definitely.
He was. Jan did his best to, and I think some memories of Toronto there as Gukesh kind of slipped in and became challenger at the very, very end. But Jan couldn't best him in this game.
Well, yeah, so maybe the moment when he didn't play Queen H5 once again, so the moment when you do understand you have the advantage and a couple of paths and you choose one which seems very appealing, and then, it was proven to be not enough.
Yeah, came out and empty.
So Let's
ended.
have a look at how this game impacted the final standings after round 2. And you can see Gukesh, with that draw, joins Fabiano Caruana at the top with 1.5 points. And take a look at this. There is another 6-way tie for
as
third place.
Alireza replaces
As Alireza
Nodirbek.
replaces Nodirbek.
Yeah.
They're on 1 point, and there we see at the bottom Nodirbek and Bogdan Daniel with 0.5 point. Wow, there was again 4 draws.
Right.
And 1 decisive game, but we were treated to a lot of excitement.
Yes, indeed. And Fabi will rue the moment that he let. Well, Wesley said there were 6 or more moments that he wanted to resign the game. Your final thoughts about a very eventful round 2,
Well,
Miro?
I feel, Yasser, that the way you're asking, you want me to talk about our predictions pre-tournament. Yes, I'm not very happy very happy with my pick. And if I'm fully serious, yes, Nodirbek does not look very confident in this tournament.
Funny you should mention predictions. I didn't say a word.
Yeah, so you, Yasser, have something to worry after today's slip by Fabi.
I've had a good day, guys.
I've had a good
day. You know, that's all I can say. I've had a good day.
Right. Well, I'm glad somebody had a good day.
My contender was very solid, playing quite chess.
You didn't, Anastasia.
Yeah, you beat my boy. What can I do?
We've had some quarrels here in the studio, right, between our picks. But, guys, I have to say, it was a great day of chess, a lot of exciting chess once again. We've seen a huge fight and some incredible preparation, by the way, by Fabiano with that c4, d3. We haven't seen this type of what looks like timid play initially, but then it turned into something. And of course, knight takes f7. But Wesley, you know, he was here, he was saying, oh, I wanted to resign like 20 times. He never wanted to resign.
Yeah,
Definitely not.
Wesley,
These players are so resilient. They play all the way until the end. Not until you checkmate them. You've seen what Miro showed us at the beginning of the show. There's no checkmates here coming in Bucharest, but they play all the way until the end. They are very, very resilient. Anastasia, what are your thoughts about today's round?
I was expecting more decisive games today, of course. I mean, Fabi missed the chance. I think Bogdan had quite promising position at certain points. And I don't know, also Nepo was, you know, pressing Gukesh, and I was running actually here from the playing venue because I didn't want to miss any moment. I wanted to see until the end to this game between Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh, 2 former challenger, a new challenger were playing against each other, and I was just like kind of interested in the emotions at the end. And you could see the tension until very end, until they had this last pawn on the board. So yeah, I mean, we feel the tension, and that's why I felt that we could have more results today. But nevertheless, still, Alireza managed to win, and for draws, I'm feeling that we will have more and more results. I mean, they're coming. I mean, people, they're risking, and they are ready, you know, for the battles in this tournament. So I'm expecting more fights tomorrow.
Jan definitely was not happy. He was pressuring the whole game. Fabiano will not be very happy when he sees the assessment of his advantage. But tomorrow is another day. Round 3 of very exciting action, and we will be here to give you all the behind the scenes. For the moment, now back to you in St. Louis.
Question for you. Has your fellow podcaster realized that you threw him under the bus and that you didn't support him? Fabi is aware that you've...
These are non-factor questions or problems. You're just trying to stir the pot. You're just trying to create something out of nothing. Yes.
Correct.
Nobody cares.
Hey, you guys are C-squared. You've been podcasting for years. Now you're just like, you just got rid of him.
Look, he understands that in my unbiased role as a commentator, you know, sometimes I have to pick somebody else. You know, Alireza seems like a great pick.
5 years.
Making Cristian squirm like this.
5 years.
Not taking it
Cristian has
personally.
always predicted. Always. He's been in this corner time after time after time.
I will tell you.
No.
Yes, so.
No, I've taken breaks.
Has that, Anastasia, is that true? Did he ever take a break from
He'll not
Fabi?
invite you for a
He's asking if that's true. Whether I ever took breaks
I think
from
yes,
picking
he
Fabi.
did. He did. Sometimes I was taking Fabi and you didn't. I remember
we'll
that
talk after
happened.
the show, yeah.
Yes. But no
pay
dinners, no
yes.
dinners for us. This is for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Bucharest.
And I still think you're being a bit mean. Yasser.
Hey, inquiring minds want to know.
Cristian like that. But as Anastasiya said, there's going to be big fights tomorrow for round 3.
Jovi, thank you.
Thank
Wonderful
you.
broadcasting
Thanks
with
very
you.
much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for joining our show. Hope you enjoyed our broadcast. Same time, same channel tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.